Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. When the long week has ended, and man, it's been a long week for me, maybe for you out there as well, you're in the mood for classic gaming goodness, you're in the right place, and you are also here for our 5th annual pre-Thanksgiving Disney show. Every year on this weekend, for the first 3 years it was an accident, but we now notice it as something that has been consistent enough that we're doing it every year. We play a game based on the Walt Disney Corporation, and no, it is not Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. That does technically count. I did get that in the mail today as far as its physical release. That could fit, but as I mentioned over the past couple years for the show, every weekend before Thanksgiving for our big Thanksgiving showcase, which you got next week, you're not going to want to miss that, at our earlier time of 4 p.m. next week, we played a game based on Disney in some capacity. We played Castle of Illusion on the show. We played Kingdom Hearts. It was for part 3 we did for that show. We played The Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse for Super Nintendo, and last year we played... well, a couple things. We played Adventures in the Magic Kingdom and Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers in particular on NES. This year, the 30th anniversary continues. As far as last week, we had the Donkey Kong Country. This week, we have The Lion King, the movie and the game. But we're playing the game. We are using the Disney Classic Games Collection for Switch, but it's also on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. And of course, you can get it on the new PlayStation and Xbox consoles. And is on a disc. It's also worth pointing out another thing, which is there are two versions of this release. The first one came out on October 29th of 2019, which was published by Disney and Nighthawk Interactive, and was developed by Digital Eclipse, our friends at Digital Eclipse, who are kind of the game remasters du jour and basically gaming documentarians. You really think about it with stuff like Lamasoft, the Jeff Midger story, Tetris Forever just came out, Worms Armageddon Special Edition, and many, many more. And they developed this as far as this collection that had The Lion King from Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis and Game Boy as well. And then Aladdin for the Sega Genesis, they were focusing on that specifically. But then 2 years after that, on actually this very day in 2020-21, we planned the show, I swear to God, they re-released the game to include the Jungle Book as an element, and they also went to Capcom and got the license for the Super Nintendo version of Aladdin, which is now in this collection. And that updated collection is available as DLC if you bought the game the first way. Or if you didn't, you can get it, and if you see the Jungle Book logo on the box, it has it that way, so there's physical release for you. Pay attention to Sega for Sonic Origins. But anyway, yeah, I'm still bitter about that. But, well, I guess that's also a case of what might be going on with The Lion King, because this game is really, really hard. We're going to get into it, but before we do, I'm going to load this collection up as far as on the Switch, and you're also seeing, before I do that, a little bit of previews of stuff we're going to have in the showcase next week. We do have some representation of Marvel vs. Capcom. We have Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game, which we can show. I did do some checks to make sure that we wouldn't get content strike for the Onomataguchi soundtrack. We will get content questioned, but not striked. We can still have it up. And Rush and Attack from Konami. But tonight is Lion King's time to shine. All right, so be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to need to be, because these games are actually really, really hard. And we're going to be playing all 3 of the ones in this release. 2 of them to completion, and the other one not to, but we'll show off everything with it, as we'll see. As you get the intro on this, and a nice attention to detail as far as what Digital Eclipse did with their name on this. Yeah, you get the Laugh of Jafar from the Sega Genesis version of Aladdin, which we have played on the show before. Nocturne played that for us. I'll have a link below as far as that play. And honestly, given the stuff that's in this collection, it's something we actually could rationalize that as a Super Old Game Saturday Second Chance show, to come back to show that, and some extra stuff, because also there's a lot of interesting behind-the-scenes footage and information about all the games in this. And I'm going to show off the collection briefly, as we usually do. It won't be super long for ours this, but then we'll get to the Lion King fully. Because that's how we go when we look at a classic game compilation, when we're looking at it for the first time, and also when we are playing a game out of it. Like, yeah, what does this thing offer? What you'll be getting for about 20, 30 bucks now is actually quite a deal, because it's Digital Eclipse, and nowadays they do know exactly how to do programming, compiling classic games, that they do know, and licensing those classic games. Sometimes it's a weird one, and this collection is going to be a case of that. But they know what they're doing as far as that. Honestly, they've been pretty good when it comes to their emulation history with stuff. There are a couple of cases where they've fallen. We'll have elements of that. We'll get to Midway Treasures 3 for GameCube. But generally speaking, they know what they're doing, and nowadays they are on fire. And even a couple years ago, they were on fire as far as jumping through the really complicated legal elements that would have had to gone on to get all these games to us. We're going to take a brief look at what's here. I'll show specifically this to start, because this is the thing that's new for this collection. And if you did buy this game normally without the Jungle Book element on the box, you pay like a $10 DLC cost to get this, and also the Super Nintendo version of Aladdin. But yeah, that was the other thing. They gave you the Jungle Book, and you do have in these collections, you can listen to the soundtrack for all the games they give you. You can look in the museum, we'll give a brief look at this on the Jungle Book. Game art and movie art, and they have little pop-ups saying, like, hey, things they were going to have in the game that they didn't. Elements of how they animated this, because all these games, except for the Super Nintendo version of Aladdin, their claim to fame was the fact that they worked with the actual Disney animators to get these games going. And with the game we're playing tonight, it was a case where, as one of the documentary videos on this cartridge indicates, they actually were making the game while the movie was being made. And while the movie was actually still in theaters, as is the case. This one was just the game art and elements as far as the art of the movie, so what they really pulled for when they made the game. And as far as what they did with the Jungle Book, they give you different versions, and for sort of license reasons or copywriting reasons, they can't completely say what consoles they were on, but I can tell you. Yeah, your console N version, this is the Super Nintendo game, which was by Eurocom. This is the Sega Genesis version, which was not the same as the Super Nintendo game, that was actually by a lot of people who made Aladdin. I don't think it was Shiny specifically was involved, but I know that some of the people who were involved in that game worked on this one as well. You can play the games. You do have save states to save down wherever you want, because some of these things get pretty damn difficult. You also have watch mode, which basically means you can watch a playthrough of the game they recorded for the game, and kind of get pointers specifically, or kind of basically watch the game being played. It's like, I can't get past this level. I want to see what they're doing, and they're generally competent enough they can get through the game specifically as far as what they need to do. Also, if you hit the X button, you get bonus games. You get the Game Boy version, because there were a couple versions of the Jungle Book. This doesn't have all of them. The two that are not represented here are on Game Gear and on NES, but the Game Boy version is unlike the NES version. They do have that there as far as you can be able to play, as far as the Jungle Book is concerned. And you do have that great version of the Bare Necessities, which I believe Tom and Tellerico was involved with that as far as the Super Nintendo edition of the game. Then we have Aladdin. I'll briefly show this. You also get the same stuff, being able to listen to music, which is awesome, and getting the sense of what was going on. And this is where you also get video footage as far as some of these things, like what are they doing as far as the animation of the game, how is it to create this into a movie, how they work with Virgin Games. Initially, the idea is that this was kind of a Virgin Games collection to a certain extent, because most of the stuff was published by them, and then they went to Capcom, I should say, to get the Aladdin game, and I guess to Virgin again, or figuring what that was to get the Jungle Book elements into this. Like the idea of playing with the movie. This thing, which is interesting, when we played the Aladdin on the Super Nintendo, we've not done that yet for the show. When we do play that, I want to show this, because this is actually a promotional tape that was mailed to people to promote the game, like 5 minutes. Is 90s as hell in terms of that kid standing on the theater, like, oh look, Capcom has this new game for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. You gotta see it as far as elements of this movie. And also stuff as far as game art, stuff they cut out that they're planning that were not in there, production art, pencil tests, and then the Digicel process, which we didn't mention that element specifically when we played the Genesis version the first time as far as Digicel, but that's kind of where they're saying how we get this going, and also stuff with movie art and color guides. So basically the idea, we always say this as far as the show, it's the colors kids, especially for the Disney animated films. The thought that, hey, they wanted to get those into video games and really get the sense of, hey, how's this gonna look? How they want to get this characters looking right, like Raja down there in the puzzle, or in the picture, I should say. And then characters, like how they do stuff for scale, styling, as far as elements of the movie set, so they put them in the game. And then the games themselves, which are the main attraction. With that DLC they released and the new version, they give you Aladdin from the Super Nintendo, which came out in 1993 from Capcom. It is also on Game Boy Advance as far as this, but the Game Boy Advance version is not present in this release. But the main focus was on the Sega Genesis version initially, which you get in all its glory. Along with a couple different versions, you get a Final Cut version, which is kind of an arranged version of the game with some bug fixes and some things that kind of clean up a bit as a different way to play it. You also get this demo version. They demoed this at the Consumer Electronics Show in, I think it was 1993, before the game came out. He said, what were they going to do with this specifically? I approve of this game. Hi, Heroin Bob. So good to see you tonight. For our look, initially starting at the Disney Classic Games Collection, look at the versions of Aladdin that are on this. Look at the versions of the Jungle Book. Tonight, our focus is going to be on The Lion King, but I approve of this game. We did play this game for the show. The reason to come back to show, they had like a playable prototype that they were able to figure out. Digital Club digging on this one to get this back and say, hey, here's a different way. Like, because you're seeing in the Magic Lamp, initially was going to have the case where you're rolling around with different pictures of the genie, like the puppet thing from the movie that was not in the game, or like rolling around on the balls over the or like the genie trails they initially could not walk over. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to let memories fall on anything Disney of the stuff we're looking at in this collection. This collection, if you played it. If you haven't, I'd recommend you pick it up. Or Cases of the Lion King, or Aladdin, or The Jungle Book as well. Feel free to go, because this is our annual Disney game show. We do it the weekend before Thanksgiving. And we have our big Thanksgiving showcase next week, which you're definitely looking forward to. And also, the other thing you get on top of this is you get the Japanese version of the Sega Genesis version as well. Like, hey, what do they change to it? Not too much. It's mostly the same. Just some elements as far as the language that's outputted, generally speaking. But you also get Aladdin for the Game Boy. Because weird thing when it came to the licensing on Aladdin, Capcom had the license for the Nintendo versions on consoles. But on Game Boy, it was kind of the wild, wild west, where there are companies that had licensing to Disney stuff all over the place that were not just Capcom. And in this case, Virgin Interactive did have license to put an 8-bit version of the Sega Genesis version on Game Boy. And there's a totally different one on Game Gear that's not on this. And then I think there's an unlicensed NES game as far as Aladdin's concerned. But yeah, in that case, yeah, taking the Sega Genesis version, some people say is better than the Super Nintendo game. I don't know if I could say necessarily one's... Okay, fine. I guess I probably would say I like the Genesis version maybe better because it captures the feel of the movie. But then again, the Super Nintendo version is no slouch. It's a lot of fun, and it is an interesting interpretation, so that I kind of love both games for different reasons. And also, the Super Nintendo version, we're pointing out, one of the first games that was designed by Shinji Mikami, who would go on to do work on Goof Troop and on Resident Evil, specifically. So, and he did Sweet Home on Famicom, as far as that. So yeah, his Disney element. But on Game Boy, it is the Genesis version, 8-bitified and in black and white. But if you're like, hey, I want this in black and white. I want it in color. Well, okay, let me quickly say one thing, because there is a native Game Boy Color version of Aladdin, which came out in 2000. It was published by Ubisoft. The way the licensing on that worked, I think it's going to be a complicated one, or was a complicated one for Digital Clips to say. In fact, they even said with Tetris Forever, which came out about a week or so ago, that they had to figure, how do we get licenses for ancient MS-DOS versions of Tetris by Spectrum Holobyte? You'd think like, oh, we just go to the Tetris company. I mean, they said, no, it's not just them. We got to figure out how to get this licensing going for it. So for this version, it does not have the Game Boy Color version. What they do is they apply... I believe the way this one works... Okay, no, it is the way this one works. It applies the default palette to the Game Boy Color. When you put a Game Boy game in it that is not a Game Boy Color enhanced title, on the Game Boy screen it goes the bling. If you press any direction or don't press anything and then press buttons, specifically as far as potential combinations, you can change what the color palette is. By default, if you just put a Game Boy game in your Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance and you play it, it gives you a default blue, green, and red palette. And so what they did for this is they basically applied that as far as it is the same game as this one, but just the idea that, hey, if you want some color, there you go, but it's not going to work the whole way as far as it being full color. It's also not going to be Super Game Boy enhanced the way that was on the Game Boy itself, where it might look a little better, or that Game Boy Color version, but even then, that's technically kind of a different game. But that being said, that's as far as it, and fine, there it is on Super Nintendo, showing that idea is like what they could do with the animations, but then, of course, fine, it's also kind of not a fair fight as far as Aladdin's concerned, because, fine, they had the Disney animators they were working with for this game. So in that case, they said, fine, all right. They kind of have an unfair advantage, but also the case that, fine, you're glad they had it. But then again, Capcom did their own thing, specifically. And if you love Prince of Persia for its platforming prowess, feasibly, probably like the Super Nintendo version. They're both really good, and we will play this one. We have played this one for the show before, and we have a reason to come back because of the extra stuff that's here. But that will have to come at another time, because tonight our focus is going to be on The Lion King. Let's talk The Lion King. You also have your elements of soundtrack. You can basically look through the soundtracks for everything from Console S and Console N. It does not count the Game Boy game in here. We'll get to that in a sec. And then stuff in the museum. I do feasibly later want to show this, where they go in the background as far as how they made this game, which is more than even the notes I took down. How they did stuff as far as the artwork, the animation, the fact they were making this game while the movie was being made, and while the movie was in theaters for actually quite a bit of time, as it was before it came out. We'll get in that in a second. Interviews with Paul Crossi, who was the producer at Disney. Chuck Williams, who did production specialist work as well as far as Disney. And also Andy Michaels, who's doing animation. But also Louis J. Castle in particular, who's producer at Westwood Studios. Yeah, the one who made Command & Conquer. I'll get into that in a second. And he was the director of this game. The idea of, like, what is he doing as far as getting the Disney drawings in the game. Basically working while the movie was going, to the point where there are two levels in this game. They're actually based on scenes that were removed from the movie. They were thinking the idea of it, but they didn't really go far with them. They didn't even get as far as like they did with the Morning Report, where they fine, they animated something, they animated a scene in this, and they even had like a specific case of music that Elton John and Tim Rice indicated for that movie. They even said on the DVD commentary track when they finally released that, saying, this song was annoying. We had all these bad cases of animal puns. There's Edwack playing Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, specifically. Hi, Edwack. So good to see you as far as that way, as the case. But yeah, I'm going to show at least one of these. And also this, they show you highlights from the fact that when they unveiled this game, they actually had a presentation, I believe it was at Walt Disney World Studios in, I guess it was in Orlando, Florida. Which I think it was. Or maybe it was in California. Wherever it was, I'll have an indication, I guess, below as far as what it is. They had this event kind of producing it or promoting it that actually looked like a bit of a precursor to the Lion King Broadway musical that Julie Taymor made. But it's not that. It's basically them promoting the game, saying, we got this new game, we're really excited about it, we've been working alongside the movie for it, here's the idea of it. And you had Jeffrey Katzenberg, who of course was the head, or a head person at Disney, who was involved with the Disney Renaissance period as far as their perspective of movies, starting with The Little Mermaid in 1989, and going all the way into the 90s specifically, and depending on who you ask, feasibly ending with The Lion King as far as the last case of that. But they give you this full case, which was like a half an hour's worth, so gotta give Digital Eclipse credit for saying, like, let's go this way, and consider this, by the way, a preview to when we do other stuff with theirs as far as their basically gaming collection documentaries, where they've done stuff for their Gold Master Series, stuff like Atari 50 and Lamasoft, the Jeff Minter story, Tetris Forever, which came out recently, and other stuff as well. I do want to see if I can show this. I don't know if I get a copyright question on that, or content strike, maybe. We'll do it at the end, just in case they do. And also stuff as far as movie art, same stuff as character art, and size comparisons, like, hey, we gotta get this right as far as going in the game. Okay, so let's talk the games, and we're gonna start playing the games after about almost 20 minutes. But it is a little bit of a brief overview, showing what this collection's worth. If you haven't gotten this collection, it's totally worth your money for the games you get in it, and also for the extra material that's here. And they are perfectly ported, and Digital Eclipse knows what they're doing. They're kind of on fire right now. When it comes to, I've said this before, I'll say it again. When it comes to re-releases of your classic games, they're a company like Night Dive Studios, where you trust them basically with anything. They know exactly what they're doing, they know how to present it, and they know how to also, most importantly, I think, put these games into a context for new audiences coming to them for the first time. And that includes myself for some of these things, because I didn't play the Game Boy version of The Lion King much until this collection. And also, the other thing, which is that a lot of these games they're putting out, there's stuff I'd never played as well, but the case that if you've been playing these games forever, you'll let's say, okay, these are right on point. And if you haven't, you'll be able to get a sense of appreciating them and also understand really their place in gaming history, which we're all about in this program. We always love going into it, and going into all of you in the best chat on Twitch. And of course, for tonight's show, feel free to let any memories flow on The Lion King, the games, the movies, anything, and we'll go completely anything Disney. And other suggestions as far as Disney games we got, of which actually next year's case was actually really selected by our great chat. That's going to be Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo, which Dolly Finn wanted to see. Actually does have some of the people who worked on this game working on it, but not the same developers. We'll get to that when we get to that next year. But yeah, for the Lion King offerings in this collection, get the Console S version, get the Sega Genesis version, get the Super Nintendo version. We're going to be playing both of these through entirely. We're going to start with the Sega Genesis version as the case. You're probably, well, why are we doing that? Because these games are short, if you know what you're doing. I could easily finish them quick, but these games are hard as nails. So the other thing is that I think it's worth showing some of the differences, and in some ways, I gotta be honest with you, I didn't use your time going through the Sega Genesis version. This is also the version I grew up with starting to play first, but I did play it on Super Nintendo as well. There are definitely differences between these games that easily make one harder or maybe better than the other one. We talk about the console we're showing this program a lot, which is a great site on YouTube, and they did a case of the Lion King. I'll link to it. To spoil that briefly, they said they liked the Super Nintendo version better because of the music and the presentation specifically. But there are things that feasibly are worse on this one, and might come down to a personal preference for you. But of course, in this case, you can kind of compare the idea that, hey, back in the 90s, you had games where they're on both platforms. Who was really benefiting, who wasn't, specifically both people getting, or both sets of people getting a version of The Lion King to play, and then getting a sense of, well, mine's better, here's why, or maybe mine's worse, or here's why, or what that might be. In case of that adjustment, and I love that idea as well. But on top of these versions, you also get the Japanese version of the Super Nintendo games. We're pointing out that is the one that they have for the Japanese indication here. And bonus games, you get the Game Boy version. The Game Boy version is by a totally different developer from the console versions. It is also one that got a console port in Europe only. That was on NES, where actually it was the last licensed NES game In our country, as far as the US is concerned, Wario's Woods was the last licensed game on the system in 1994. But this came out in 1995 for the NES, but the Game Boy version also came out in 1995, where it's in black and white, and you have the not Super Game Boy Color default palette look for the game. For this one, we are not going to play the whole game, because, my god, this game is insanely hard, insanely frustrating, and I'm not going to be good enough to it. I'm going to have to use the stage skip code, honestly, for the purpose of even showing parts of this, because parts of this stuff are insanely tough, insanely frustrating. We can have that perspective together. It also made for some interesting cases when I was going with my coworkers, showing like, hey, we got these games going, I'm preparing for the show. They're like, why is this game so hard? Well, we're going to answer that question, do not worry, on all of these. So, first thing we're going to do is we're going to start the Genesis version. I'm going to get the audio set, because I got to have the audio actually very different cases for all of these. So, let's set this up to negative 9.6 decibels on OBS here. This play brought to you by OBS, like everyone is, because I use it for the purpose of streaming the program. And you have continue. That's why I have a save state. I do have a save state to be prepared. If I need to use it, I will use it, because my god, be prepared. It's insanely, insanely hard. We'll get to that specifically. And by the way, also, for all this stuff for tonight's show, when I edit this on the YouTube site for next week, when it's going to appear there probably on Wednesday, which usually goes up on Wednesday, unless it's like, hey, it's really long or I can't get to it. Because, yeah, I'm only one man. I have to figure out all this stuff, and I'm insanely busy this week, so I've been looking forward to the show, being able to unwind. With the games, it's also insanely frustrating, so there's your paradox right there. But when we do upload it, I'll have timestamps down below to everything we had, including, of course, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, which is always the first case when we have this. But so we'll go over look at the collection and each of the individual games, like we did for Donkey Kong Country's Portable Port Showcase last week. Okay, let's get ourselves started. Here is the Sega Genesis version. I'm going to let the intro go. And I got to turn up the music on my end for my TV, because it's actually surprisingly quiet how it outputs on my end. But alright. So let's talk about The Lion King briefly. I will go into some notes. This is going to sort of cover the Super Nintendo game a little, but we'll get to this specifically. On Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, and also on the Amiga 1200, and I think later on the PC. It came out on November 9th of 1994 in the US. It was developed by Westwood Studios, yes, the team behind Command & Conquer. Yeah, the strategy game of EA's that has run for many, many years, although it's been a while since we've seen another one. But before they had that real-time strategy franchise, it was a big hit for them. They actually did do stuff with Disney games. In fact, my first experience with them was with a Disney game for the PC called Goofy's Railway Express. I mentioned this one before. Basically, Goofy, and you're kind of just honking your horn as a train conductor and picking up the Disney characters like Mickey Mouse right there. And basically matching shapes and things. It's pretty simple for young kids, but it is very appealing. I do have some nostalgic memories of it. But they did do stuff for that, as well as, fine, there's another game when it goes to the music. I'll remember that when we get there. But they also did the Commodore 64 version of California Games. They did Young Merlin on the Super Nintendo, as well as the 1995 version of Monopoly for the PC, as well as the game based on Blade Runner, the 1987 point-and-click game from PC that has since gotten console ports. I think they patched because they did not arrive in good state, from what I understand. They also did Dune 2000 and Pirates of the Legend of Black Cat for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. Get us up on the Game Boy version, we talk about that. As far as the look of this, you're seeing right there with Mickey Mouse at the drawing chair over there. They do have the sprites and backgrounds drawn by the Walt Disney Feature Animation Company, and it was a case they were making this game while the movie was being made. The game was in development for about 10 or so months, specifically before it came out, and it was still around when the movie was playing, because the movie came out on June 15th of 1994. It was still in theaters, actually it was revived in theaters in November, which is actually of that year, which is actually when the game came out and when I saw it. And it was like also back then where you have cases nowadays, we have movies like Borderlands and Joker Filet-A-Deux where they can say, hey, you know, this movie totally bombed. We can get this out onto digital streaming or onto DVD within not even a month. Usually they wait like a year to get that into cases, so Disney said, you know what, we can revive this around the Thanksgiving holiday. Because it was a huge hit, it was a great movie. I do have my memories with that film, for sure. And this game does a great job of capturing, as we're seeing, yeah, of course, the Circle of Life, it's the Wheel of Fortune, and the Leap of Faith. We always have the natural order of Pride Rock on the Pride Lands, where you have Rafiki over there raising the new lion cub who's going to be the king, because the lions who run the place, specifically King Mufasa, we'll get into that as we go. But also, I'll talk about who directed this game briefly. It was Louis J. Castle, who did design on Goofy's Railway Express. The other one, as I was mentioning, like, what's the other Mickey Mouse or Disney game that they made on PC? That was Donald's Alphabet Chase, starring Donald Duck. They also did Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Dragon Strike, Monopoly on the PC, as I mentioned, Young Merlin as well. And he was creative director on Command & Conquer 3 Tiberium Wars. And he also was the art director on Blade Runner and California Games on the Amiga, and was a executive producer on Boom Blocks for the Wii. And he has a special thanks credit on Pinocchio, which we're playing next year. And hearing this interpretation of the music, which there's different versions as far as the music, so for Genesis, I'll indicate this briefly before we start. I'm not putting off the inevitable. I know what we gotta do. You're getting a little preview of what we're gonna see. And how good it looks as far as like, hey, they went to the actual Disney animators, they took that stuff as far as the cell animation, said, how can we put this into a game? We did it, and this is what it looks like, and it is pretty impressive. Even nowadays, looking like, hey, how'd they get going? It looks like, yeah, they took the cells from the movie and put them right into the game. But as far as the music's concerned for this version, it was using the Chrysalis software audio driver. We talked about different audio drivers on the Genesis before, like the GEMS audio driver is one example, which Aladdin used, and actually so did the Jungle Book. But this is the Chrysalis audio that was done by the one and only Matt Furness. If you're familiar with classic games, you know who he is, and he has done so many things. Many games I actually was not aware he worked on, including Fear Effect on the PlayStation and its recent edition, Fear Effect Sedna. He did Woody Woodpecker Racing's music for the PlayStation 1 and the PC. He did music for Excitebike 64 on Nintendo 64. I did not know that, but it has this really grungy sound. I'm thinking, now I'm hearing about that, like, okay, that kind of makes sense coming out as far as Mark Furness's stuff. He did it for great grungy sound. He did a lot of good stuff as far as Genesis is concerned, like Terminator 2 Judgment Day, and also did the Sega Master System versions music for Battletoads and Battlemaniacs, 101 Dalmatians Escape from DeVille Manor. He did the music for the Mortal Kombat games on the Sega Genesis, specifically Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, as well as Soccer Kid, the Genesis version of Mickey Mania, and also did the music for Boogerman, a pick-and-flick adventure, specifically the Genesis version, and the Game Gear version of Cool Spot. It's going dim because of 10 minutes on Switch, but that's fine, we'll have that set. And also, as I mentioned, he did the music for the Genesis version of Terminator 2 Judgment Day, the arcade port. And also did the DOS game based on Hill Street Blues. And by the way, that's not going to be the last time we talk about obscure stuff, maybe. Or like, do you remember this show or anything going back? Because this game has sampled or examples of voice actors from the movie. And I'm going to go through everything they've done, as is the case. And then we'll do stuff on the music later when it comes to Super Nintendo and Game Boy. But yeah, alright, with that, I think we can get ourselves started. So let's take a look at a few things before we get ourselves running. Okay, options. We have difficulty, we have easy, normal, and difficult. We're on normal. This game's hard enough as far as I only can do on difficult. We also set music as far as not on or on, sound effects on or not, sound test. There's also triggers R, which it shows on the original version. That's being able to change controls. You can't in this version that way. But if you hit the select button, you can go in and check controls. I'm going to take a look at my controls to make sure I have them set. Jump is on the B button. This is basically going to mirror the Super Nintendo controls, and actually I have the Super Nintendo controller I'm using for this. So I have a B button for jumping, slash is on the Y button when we become an adult. We're not going to be an adult for most of this game, just to let you know. Roaring and belching when we get to the minigame that has that going on. Mauling, which is on, if you have the 6-button controller on the Genesis version, you can do that by hitting X, Y, or Z. In this version, I put on the X button, also flipping enemies. If you don't have that, what you have to do is, for the maul, you jump on an enemy and you hit the slash button really quickly. And for flipping, you basically slash the enemy and basically immediately after hit the jump button. Basically slide your finger from, in this case, Y to B. And move around with D-pad and start it for pausing and everything like that. And your rewinds, that's on L button. I'm not going to use it unless it gets really, really bad, but I'm going to try and go the whole way. We're going to go 1994 on this one fully. And your aspects, by the way, on each of these games, screen options saying like you can do them full screen. Stretch screen 16:9 if you want to. You can have it sharper as far as pixel perfect view, or go full screen. Put on TV filters of CRT, monitor, LCD screen. I have a border as far as stuff. We're going to have it off, and we're going to be set. And I think with that, no, I want the music on. So let's get going.
It starts.
Yes, so says Timon the Meerkat, who, like in the movie, is voiced by Nathan Lane, who, of course, was Baw in Joe vs. the Volcano, as well as Albert Goldman in The Birdcage. He was also the voice of Snowbell in the Stuart Little films, Ernie Smuts in the movie Mouse Hunt, and just seeing, by the way, the adult animation of Simba, he will look around, it's like, hey, there's a butterfly coming by, I can feasibly dive at it. He's also co-starred in Kenneth Branagh's film adaptation of Love's Lost, the Shakespeare play, the 2000 movie version, as well as George on the TV series of George and Martha, if you remember that book series. I love those books, and they did a TV series on HBO in the 90s. That was him and Andrew Martin actually voicing the two hippo friends. Actually, quite good, and I like those books. In my case, to mention that, and here's a picture, by the way, when I edit, of George and Martha, if you don't know who they are. Those will probably be in the tag list too. Here's also Spot Helperman on Teacher's Pet, the Disney series, as well as Brighton in the movie Mirror Mirror, Clark Hayden on The Good Wife, and Max Bialystock in The Producers, the musical version. The musical version when it was on Broadway, and also the movie adaptation from 2005. But with that, he does try and grab it, and he caught it, but yeah, he missed. So yeah, it shows exactly what they're doing with the animation as we are on Pride Lines here. You're going around with Simba, basically just running around, grabbing on the edge of platforms, and jumping on the lizards there. Yeah, they're gonna look that way, and you do see that idea. You just jump on them, and boom, they go. It's like the nice pounce. So the great element of the animations going on. Hey y'all, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight for our 5th annual Disney Showcase show, or Disney game. We're playing The Lion King this year. Start looking at the Genesis version, but I think these games are short. I think we should look at all the games on this, which is on Super Nintendo and Game Boy as far as the ones that are in this. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're able to have a good time for the show tonight. Enjoy what we got, and let your memories flow on anything Disney, anything The Lion King, because this is 30 years of the movie this year, by the way, and of this game. Yeah, game that if you played it, you maybe have, I don't know, interesting memories of it, about how difficult it is, but we're going to go into it. We're going to have the full way. I'm looking forward to the show because, my God, I've been busy this week, but I'm having a great time and doing well. Okay, we had to jump, by the way, on the beetles, they'll explode. But one thing I actually learned, ouch. By the way, if you get hit, up there in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, that is your roar meter. You hit the, in this case, how I have this set up. I'm using Super Nintendo controller to play this way. The Genesis version playing the Super Nintendo controller by the Switch Disney Classic Games release. Hit the A button at full roar, you knock things over. Go down here, by the way, there is a beetle here. I want to grab that. You do get that. You have your max health increased. I want that. Also, as we point out, you can keep killing yourself and getting game overs in order to make that respawn, well, after you get a game over and continue, and get your health bar up really high. I'm not going to do that, but we'll see. And there's a checkpoint, by the way, which is the element of you jumping out of that if you die. By the way, if you do have your roar meter at full, fine, I'm close. I'm not close enough. You roar it, the beetle will explode. Has it been really 30 years since the movie came out? Jeez. Yeah, actually, it's been a little longer for both. Fine, because the movie was June 15th, 1994. Boom. Oh, by the way, if you do get caught in the blast, that's not good. So if you might want to jump on them. I actually did not know you could roar at them and kill them in one shot that way until actually a few minutes ago in the audio test. But yeah, it has been 30 years. June 15th for the movie in 1994, and November 9th for the game in 1994 as well. It is kind of amazing when you really think about that. We talked about that. We had that with the Donkey Kong Country Port Showcase last week. It's like 30 years since that game. Fine, for the first one, and then looked at the others on top of that. But yeah, you're right, that idea. But by the way, if you do go through that, you're kind of rolling through. I wanted to go get that Circle of Life. That's the little sun icon there. Get that, that's continue. Trust me, you want every single one of those you can find. And also stuff with the bugs, which will kill for your health. But yeah, you're right, it has been that long. In fact, I do remember when the movie came out, I did go see it, actually the second perspective of being out, because it was actually re-released in November that year, actually, when the movie was. And this game, by the way, as I learned doing my notes, and also in the many documentary featurettes that are on this release, it's the Disney Classic Games Collection, which we're playing the Switch version of, but it's on everything, that they were making this game while the movie was being made. To the point where there are 2 levels in this that are based on scenes of the movie they were thinking, but they said, no, we're not going to put them in. They basically pulled back on that. By the way, to go through that, you do a roll. It's like Sonic the Hedgehog. You basically roll and you hit down diagonally as far as that, but what I want to do is I want to roar at the porcupine and knock him down, and fine, get that. When you get some of the bugs, the certain ones, I think it's the ones that are spotted. I think you get full health, and the ones that are not, you get a full case, or half of your health. And you're cool. And that is Jonathan Taylor Thomas voicing from the movie as far as that voice clip. It was actually kind of weird finding that, because when I was looking as far as the voice performances, because they take the stock footage from the movie for this. They said it was 2 people. They said it was either Bruno Miguel. They say he's singing, but there's no singing in this game as far as Simba. And also, or perhaps Jonathan Hake, who was Andy in a 2017 movie called The Invasion. But according to a documentary on this release, they said no, they had Jonathan Taylor Thomas with the sample voice, and we already heard Nathan Lane. We're going to everybody else as far as we see them. Including, yeah, we're going to definitely pay our attention and bow our hat to the late, great James Earl Jones. He is in this game. We'll have that element going on in just a second. Yeah, Virgin Games, who published this, they definitely knew how to push the consoles on 16-bit consoles limit. Yeah, they did, no question. And because they did Aladdin for Sega Genesis, which is on this release as well. And they recently patched, by the way, or fine, a couple years ago, they added DLC for this release. Well, I got that bug. It's going to take us to a bonus game with Timon and Pumbaa, who, at this point, Simba doesn't know who they are. yeah, it has the Super Nintendo version of Aladdin added specifically for it. But yeah, Virgin Games, who was involved with Aladdin and also with The Lion King, they said, yeah, what are we going to do with this? How are we going to get the animations going? Because you look up specifically, he's looking up that way, or he's kind of doing like the crouch down like that. He's just saying, hey, even when you jump straight up, when you're not moving, the case that he's kind of doing like that sort of pounce, because you run along, you have that jump going on that way, and you do have to have that going specifically for the case of doing the jumps. And also, because we're on the Genesis version to start, we're going to look at the Super Nintendo version as well. You do have the wide screen resolution. We'll get into that, so it's basically going to be us doing the Console Wars episode as like playing the full games fully. And there's a checkpoint before we get to the sort of boss here, because here are the hyenas, or hyena, singular. They're growling. When they do a growl like that, they'll get tired and you jump on them. Do that twice and you win. So far, so good. That's not going to be easy for long, but alright, there we go. Boom. Alright, bye-bye. And he has that great animation falling down. You're right, it looks unbelievable.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
Yes, and that is, of course, the late, great James Earl Jones. He passed away, unfortunately, this year at 93, but my god. Oh, fine. Before I get to that, we gotta do bug toss. This is the minigame. One minigame. You basically go along, and you basically have to collect bugs, but if you drop one, you'll lose. But if you don't drop one, you can press... Oh, fine. If you don't want to drop one, you have a belch out of Pumbaa. So you basically keep doing that to grab the bugs. And if you get enough... He doesn't say it yet. We'll hear Ernie Sabala voicing specifically where he says, I ate like a pig! But as far as this, let's go to this. Before we go to this level, as we go into Roaring at Monkeys, and I Can't Wait to Be King, and the nice transition in, let's talk about the late, great James Earl Jones. I was looking as far as the stuff he did, we gotta give our celebration. My god, he was a legend, no question. Forever. Going back to the days, I actually did not know he was actually Lieutenant Lothar Zogg in Dr. Strangelove by Stanley Kubrick, one of his very first performances. He's also Jack Jefferson in The Great White Hype. He played Malcolm X in The Greatest in the 1970s. He was the voice of Darth Vader in the Star Wars pictures, as well as Thulsa Doom in Conan the Barbarian, as well as King Jaffe in Coming to America, both the original and the new sequel, as well as Admiral Greer in The Hunt for Red October, Chief Thad Green in MathNet on Square on TV, and many others. In fact, here's the Console Wars episode on The Lion King. Thank you so much, ElecVerse. That's going in the link list. We're going to talk about that because of the idea of some of the elements of this game. And quickly going back as far as Mufasa, James Earl Jones. Yeah, he was the chief in, I don't know if you're familiar with this TV series, Square One Television. It was on PBS going back in the days. They had this element as far as MathNet was like a take on Dragnet with these two, I guess, detectives are trying to solve crimes with math. And like they even had like the intro saying, the story you're about to see is a fib, but it's short. The names are made up, but the problems are real. Yeah, I didn't know he was involved in that. He was also the announcer of the TV show. Oh no, he was an announcer of that TV show, I should say. And also, he was Mr. Myrtle in The Sandlot, and he was Terrence Morn in Field of Dreams. So yeah, he's definitely done a lot, and he has a sample in the game as we were here at I Can't Wait to Be King, seeing the rhino, jumping or chewing on the grass. You jump on their tails and swing around. Good luck, here we go. This is the second level. This is insanely hard, even for the second level. I'm wondering why. We sometimes talked before, why is this game so hard in places? Well, because Disney said, hey, you have to have a length quota for the game. We need to be long enough. But said, we didn't have time to add new levels, even though we were working on this for a while. So we said, let's just make this harder. So what they did to make this harder is you have this puzzle. I'll show this. As you're in this version of I Can't Wait to Be King, which will sound really good, by Mark Furness, who did the music, actually. That's one thing I don't think the Console Wars episode mentioned. But when you jump on the line, you have the monkeys going around. The blue monkeys are set in direction. They'll toss you in certain ways, but the pink one... You have to roar at the monkey like they told you. Unfortunately, I slipped off, and you do have that night element. Yeah, also just look at the sprite animation. My god. Yeah, you're right. It's amazing. It's unbelievable what they're doing as they fall. But yeah, you roar at that monkey, and then change direction. You bounce up again to a different direction. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. Because the idea is like, hey, you can just fall normally like that. Fair enough. It's incredible. You're absolutely right. No question. And they wanted to get that element, but they did it. They went to that extra mile to get all this stuff going and say, hey, we said this with Aladdin, and we'll say this again, this one. They wanted to give you that perspective of you are playing this movie. And they basically got that going as far as the animation. Not to say that it was necessarily a shabby case of other companies doing this, like Capcom. They great stuff going on, but basically Virgin had a feasibly unfair advantage or a element of an advantage that way, just saying like, hey, we're just gonna go to the animators that way, have that going and say, hey, let's get going. But all right, there you go. So he throws me that way. But here's the deal, that also throws me in that direction, so you have to change it specifically on both of the monkeys, and you have to understand what the pattern is to do as you go through here. Okay, so there we go. Now we can get going. It is cool to see the fruits of your labor when you do this, but of course we were getting to one of the more infamous parts. Yeah, remember in the movie when he's running on the back of the ostrich, right on the back of it? Imagine if you could die to it. Here's the deal, you have that arrow. There's like a rhino. You jump over it, or you crouch underneath the nest. or you used to get 2 arrows that's jumping twice. You jump there and jump in between the nest and hit down. If I got hit by any of those, I would die instantly. Yeah, so imagine the idea of I just can't wait to be king with me dying, or Simba dying, when it comes to the idea of, hey, you know, during this song, like, wait, that's not right. That's not the thought. And now at this point, well, this is gonna be fun, being able to go over the tails on this in order to get across. Alright, and give him a little bit of myself of a second here, like, yeah, because you have to time it. That is water down there. If I hit the water, we die. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, like that. You do have to be very pinpoint when it comes to hitting the tail. We'll see how this goes. I've heard, and I sometimes see, the idea that it's more, precise on Super Nintendo. Sometimes it's hard to hit that. But it's also tough to say. Also, on Genesis, you can grab on the nose there and skip this entirely. You might be able to on Super Nintendo. We'll see. Also, ElecVerse, as far as that, good to see you again, as I said before, but also, feel free to go on your memories on this game. If you played it on, what'd you play it on? You play it on both systems? And also, fine, Game Boy. What'd you think of Game Boy? If you've never seen the Game Boy version, you're gonna be laughing your ass off, as like coworkers were. By the way, no arrows here, so you better be paying attention and be careful not to get yourself killed. So yeah, good luck. We'll see how this goes. Okay, there you go. That's always the tough part when they give you the 2, where I say jump, jump. It's like, that's how the pattern is how my brother and I inherit knock were when we grew up on this game. Because, of course, we rented this and played this like everybody else. But also, when the screen, you know, normalized in the center, you're set. Okay, so I did those both in my first try. Do not expect that when we get to the Game Boy game, because, my god, the Game Boy game is another case, and another one of these puzzles. It's basically same deal. You gotta get the monkeys roaring, or find the pink monkeys, but get lives. There are lives around, so that's a good case. It's basically go this way. I played both versions, but I never finished either. Yeah, it took me years to figure out how to do some of these things. Some of these games are, fine, both of these are insanely tough. And you'll see this. I mean, fine, the last couple levels in this game, even my practice were nuts. So basically you have to also take over here and, ooh, okay, fine. That's okay, that's not gonna make a difference. Okay, we can't go that way, so the way to go is we actually have to go back over here. There is a log. So by the way, I hit the water, I die, but you have to jump over here in order to get back to the side, and now we should be set. So what we do need to do now is hit, this one? Oh, no, the other one. I don't remember which one to hit, although the good news is if you do hit the wrong one, okay, oh no, that was the right one. If you do hit the wrong one, it'll just trigger you back here. Or drop you back here. Okay, by roaring that specifically now it takes me back, so I'm kind of going a roundabout way, really, to get where I need to go. And also roar at that. Get the bug there, because that, I believe, is going to take us to the next bonus game. That's with Timon. And then I got to roar this one again. So yeah, you're going very roundabout as far as how they are, but they do tell you, like, hey, roar the monkeys. But the question, like, hey, be set. Or be prepared, as we're going to see later. Oh my god. We get to, oh wait, no, right, I gotta go the other way, shit. Okay, so fine, I have to remember what I'm doing. There we go, so it's a case like remembering that maze, but a unique case of a maze. We'll say that specifically for this game. And we launch like that, there's the level we win. Awesome. Okay, first try, well fine. Not first try. Okay, by the way, here's the case with Timon. He's just jumping around, running along. Every 10 bugs you get an item. Those black bugs, like the spiders, touch them, the game is over as far as the bonus game, so do not touch them. But you're running on time limits, you have to be kind of fast. He doesn't have any special belching powers the way that Timon does, but if you do this, you get tons of continues, tons of life. Oh, fortunately, I got that. And welcome to the Elephant Graveyard. This is level 3. And remember, in the movie, the case is that, hey, you know, what's that dark, shadowy place over there? That's the Elephant Graveyard. You must never go there, Simba. But of course, because he's a young child, we mentioned human nature in this program before. Whenever you're told you can't do something, he's like, oh, I can do that. And he wants to press Nala, of course. Who, by the way, is only a factor in the Game Boy version. She's not present at all in this release, I should say. But yeah, you also get into cases like that, where, by the way, you kill the hyenas a lot as you go along. Here in this version of Be Prepared, which is a quite good case. By the way, the bugs like that, the dark bugs that we saw with Timon, if Simba gets them, he loses health. I believe the spiders, like the Black Widows, I guess is what they are, they'll take off half your health, this will take off a quarter. It's basically just, they put them in places that are kind of hard to avoid them, but in that case, you do see it, just be careful. That's the idea. But of course, also the other thing is, I'll say this, is that, oh, whoa! Right, because I have to do swinging on this, but also, I kind of want to get rid of the hyena too, because the enemies will not respawn. Alright, come on. You just wait till he does that and then hit him twice and boom, he's dead. Yeah, because actually, I'll say this, ElecVerse, I'll mention this, because you're saying, like, yeah, you played this game specifically. It was interesting because I always say, hey, I'll do my practice of games I'm doing for the show on my lunch break at work when I have, like an hour's worth. Usually when I'm not super busy, although I've been super busy recently, but I figured for stuff, including this one, basically going in the case of saying, like, hey, I'm practicing this game, I have, like, a release on Switch or like, with Tom, I run on PSP as far as my practice, so I can just say, like, hey, can I play it as we get the vultures here, jump on twice, and when I jump on the second time, he turns into a chicken and he's gone, which I love that touch. But, yeah, they never played this game before, and they also asked the right question, saying, why is this game so hard? Which I said, well, because they made it harder, because we talked this before. We mentioned Edgar the Dolphin on Sega Genesis. And we're going to do that. Dolphin wanted to see it, and I'm going to be glad to do it just because of it. And also, I'll give you a little bit of element. We're going to have it as part of the Delicious Show next week, by the way, as far as the showcase. That's going to be 4 p.m. ElecVerse. I got stuff I know you want to see. I know you want to see Poker Night 2. I know you want to see Poker Smash. I know there's a bunch of other things you had on that list of stuff. We got it, and we're definitely looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Dolphin's going to be on that show. We're going to give our love to all those. And by the way, great call on Poker Night 2. I wish that game was still around for me to buy. That game is awesome. I wish I had played it. But in that case, at least I have the demo, so we can go into our elements of it and easily beg Telltale for a re-release. Which they did do for, well, actually, I got 3 things of Telltale's we're showing next week, and actually on one of them, it was delisted, and we did get a re-release. So maybe with Poker Night 2 we can get that. But yeah, we got a lot of good stuff for it, and for Echo the Dolphin, we'll have a brief look at that next week as part of it, because, fine, like that game, this game was a case where they said, hey, you know, we gotta make this harder because people might rent the game instead of buying it. And also because Disney said, hey, you gotta have it long enough. And they said, we can't make it long enough, specifically by adding extra levels, so what can we do? He said, let's make this harder for elements of, I guess, how the hit output's going, sort of, kind of, but not exactly. Boom. And you also have the bounce, which, by the way, one benefit on Super Nintendo, I'll say this, is that the bounce is way easier to do, as in this case, you're basically jumping off the side of the cliffs here and hanging on. I was wondering how to get up there. I did not know how to get up there until, like, 2 days ago, and actually, I'll be honest, most of the guides I found online did not give any indication about how to do that. There's a video I found, though, that goes fully into it. I will have a link to that in the link list. As we're getting to one of many do-or-die moments in this game, where that water down there, if we touch it, that is an instant death. Do not touch it. And you have to jump high, keep going, just keep hitting B, going left and right, and wondering, well, how do I get that in? We'll show you. Also, other thing you can do. I didn't do this. If you make a specific jump and get up there to get the beetle, or the bug there, to get health, and if you want to get out, you have to roll out to the left. You cannot go to the right over there, otherwise you're going to hit the water and die. Yeah, even me touching that means I'm going to die. So yeah, Simba, I guess, can't swim. Also, for what we're doing, either way I do this, I'm going to get myself hurt. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to jump over this. That platform will collapse, but that's fine. And, oh shit, that platform will collapse too. Forgot about that. Especially now we have both of the vultures. Whoa. Yeah, we had like vulture culture in Donkey Kong Country last week, and somehow I hit him on the side. Okay, let me show you something. Down there, see that alcove? If I can get my way down there by hanging on this. And by the way, when you're hanging, you hit up to climb up, but you hit down, you drop down. But you hit down and hold right, go there, and then in this wall, roll through. That is how you get here. I didn't know how to do this for years, and actually I looked on GameFAQs. There was not an indication anywhere about how to do that. Like, does somebody know? I found somebody on YouTube who does know, and they are going to be in the link list when I add this in a few days. Kind of the best case as far as going secrets. So that does mean, by the way, we gotta do this again. And also, but the water is down here. But unfortunately, the platforms that are at the top, they are not there anymore. Fine, the one I made collapse isn't there anymore. So I at least can sort of mitigate damage, hopefully. Okay, fine, no, I can't. So I was like, okay, fine. That's the idea. Yeah, gotta admire the amount of detail for the game. Yeah, no question. The amount of detail as far as the game, elements of like where to go, and kind of hidden secrets, which always went to the idea of a lot of Disney games. Even when these games could kick your ass, and my god, this game is gonna kick my ass massively in a bit. Yeah, the fact that I'm doing as well as I am now. Okay, what I want to do is I want to get the hyenas going so I can feasibly get that to get the health to recover myself. Ow. Yeah, he's like, he bit at me. Ah, crap. Okay, I've lived. Yeah, don't expect skill that way. The fact it's going as well as it is now is kind of a miracle, but do not expect that to last. I'm just, I think, realizing, fine, I can't play this like I play Donkey Kong Country. I can't play this like I play Sonic the Hedgehog. I can't even play this like I play Mario in the sense of, hey, you know, I have to, you know, be fast. As far as getting that, I think there's a specific jump you make going backwards to get the life. I've got 7. You got a max of 9 fitting. Yeah, those things, they will bust after 3 hits. the way to jump off them... Okay, fine. Screw me then. They don't do that, so fine. I died and fell. Okay. At least your checkpoints, though. Okay, so... Yeah, I was gonna say that on the Super Nintendo, you can hold the B button to bounce off that. It's actually ways to bounce off of this. For this one, for the life of me, I have no idea what the timing is to make that bounce go higher. On Super Nintendo, it's easy. Just hold the B button. Or the jump button, specifically in that, which is B. As far as how I have it as well. Fine, I'm playing the Genesis version with the Super Nintendo controllers. I'm totally spitting in the face of that, as is the case. Now, on Genesis, I don't know what the timing is. I thought, hey, maybe hit the D-pad up or something. I don't know. Okay, fine. That was the other thing I said as far as my coworkers, which is like, hey, you know, the hyenas won't come by. Or I can say, yeah, fine, screw you guys, I'm leaving. Okay, that was lucky. Fine, I'm not gonna try and go get that, because, like, fine, I could go get the Circle Life. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Okay, so fine. Okay, so I guess it's random when it breaks, because I thought it was, like, 3, because I hit it twice and it broke. Okay, so hold on, wait a second. Okay, because I went higher that other time. God, I don't know how I did that. Okay, fine, there you go. So, should I go get that? Let's get the health first. Fine, I think I'll be okay. Yeah, because by the way, we were going in a massive circle, by the way, in the elephant graveyard. Yeah, we're basically at the top of this, with this, yeah, with the elephant skull that actually is from the movie. They said, hey, we put this from the movie in here. So yeah, not any attention to detail, no question, as we're getting to this part. Yeah, I have that long roar meter, it's not gonna do a damn thing against the hyenas. There are 3 hyenas we gotta kill here, and they will come from the sky. I guess fitting like in the movie. Except there's only one of the voices from the movie that is represented in the game. And it's not even on this level. Oh, wait, he was on top of him? Shit. Okay, he's dead. Thank God he's dead. I was like, wait a second, hold on. Uh-oh. I only have 1. Thank God. Okay, good. So in that case, I can just run my way through and basically... Okay, come on. Oh. Okay, good. Alright, we're gonna get through that. Thank God. Alright, I was kind of nervous there, but alright, fine. We were done with the elephant graveyard, and there we go. And fitting with Be Prepared, of course, because there is Scar looking over and he's plotting. So yeah, if you're familiar with Hamlet or King with the White Lion, yeah, you're gonna be familiar with this. Or fine, the Hamlet thing in particular. At least with what he's planning, anyway. Oh, yeah, fine. I don't want to use the belts too early. But in that case, I didn't do that great. We'll show him saying the line. Don't worry, but just not now. Of course, the Stampede. Talking about what this game's doing. Look at this. They letterbox this part, so it's like the movie, and you have the wildebeest going along as you're running towards the camera. A precursor to stuff like Crash Bandicoot, and also, like, not a precursor to this, Mickey Mania was already out. By the way, the wildebeest will not not kill you on 1 hit, but they will hurt. I believe on difficult they hurt you more. So yeah, the idea that they're kind of... I'll tell you what they're doing really here is that they're basically rotoscoping the animation. They give you the flash there saying, hey, you know, here's where the rock's coming. And the fact that it's passing by in that detail, it is unbelievable. You're right, ElecVerse. Thank you for emphasizing that. Fine, we're going to emphasize... And of course, they give you the fuck you saying, like, where's the boulder? Hey, we don't know. You have to know yourself. Or fine, do that and kind of go left and right and jump. That's the idea. And so far, you're going okay. Whoa. This honestly is not that bad, but it's like, alright, fine. Because in the movie, of course, like, yeah, the Stampede is, you know, going. They're kicked up and like, fine, Simba's stuck. He has to run through and survive. And we are almost at the end. It's usually when you see the second question mark, you're going to, ouch, know that you're set. But oftentimes, a lot of the rocks are kind of in places where you're going to be able to avoid it. Yeah, we're done. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. Good to see you. Kill him. Yeah, so, Jeremy Irons just saying, alright, so, good to see you tonight, Dolly Finn. We're playing The Lion King. Starting the Genesis version, then we're looking at the Super Nintendo and Game Boy. Now, we went to the Game Boy version, but also this one, as we're at level 5, Simba's Exile. So good to see you tonight. Familiar memories flow on the Lion King game and Lion King movie. 30 years, for sure, this year. Definitely so. Alright, so, as we saw in the movie, of course, what happened is that, fine, this game does not emphasize it specifically, but, yeah, Jeremy Irons, who voiced Scar in the film and was voicing him there, said, hey, you know, I set this, fine. He knows he set the Stampede up to take the throne away from Mufasa, who died, by the way. But he basically convinced Simba, who surprisingly looks happy here despite what happens, saying, you know, you're responsible for your father's death. It's probably better if you leave and never come back. So this is Simba's Exile. I will also briefly go into the credits of Jeremy Irons. He was, of course, Klaus von Bülow in Reversal Fortune, which he won an Oscar for. He also was Simon Gruber in Die Hard with a Vengeance. He was Dr. Stephen in Damage by Louis Malle. This is the second time I've referenced that movie, by the way. It's actually really good, so maybe that's the reason why. He's also Alex in Stealing Beauty. He was Perefian in the Dungeons & Dragons film from 2000. He was Tiberius in Kingdom of Heaven. And he was also Rican in the film based on Assassin's Creed. And he was also Alfred Pennywise. Yeah, Alfred Pennywise. Alfred Pennywise, is that right? From the Zack Snyder-verse Batman elements, or fine, anything DC of that. Specifically, I guess like Justice League and Batman v Superman and stuff like that. And he was also Antonio in the 2004 adaptation of Merchant Venice, the film at least. But yeah, that's the idea as far as Jeremy Irons that way. But fine, he said, "Leave and Never Return was Symbol's Exile." Oh my God, Symbol's Exile. Let me tell you this. Like, well, this doesn't seem too bad. This is like a kind of darker thing with this beautiful sunset, with like the thorns out there. But rocks are gonna keep falling, by the way, from the top of the screen as you go. So you basically gotta keep moving. There's no time limit here, but there may as well be. Ouch. But yeah, fine. Because I gotta leave and never return because feasibly I am guilty of regicide. So it's sounds are fine. I've been told. Oh shit. That's the thing. These things are gonna keep dropping randomly, and even my coworkers are like, "Why do they keep dropping randomly?" To which I said, I don't know. I don't know if I have an answer. Okay, just go. Also, yeah, I guess that's when oh crap. All right, I'm dying. At least I can show the death animation. So yeah, there you go. It falls and dies. So even with that, it has a great look to itself. No question. All right, so fine. I just gotta keep moving. The strategy on this level, keep moving. Or fine, it's like Yoshi's Island. There's the level in 6-7 where it says, "Keep moving!" in exclamation at points in all bold. Same deal here. Especially because here you have rock coming by. Shit, no! Okay, I got that hit somehow. By the way, if I got hit by that boulder, I would have died. Like, yeah, by the way, this is where the game is going to be throwing instant death elements. Also, I'm going to try and see down somewhere here. Can I get items to, live? Oh, crap. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be able to. I can't run. And you're like, hey, where are the rocks going to come? I believe, although I'm not sure. I think they spawn... Okay, in that case it didn't. I was going to say they spawn where you are, but they don't. That one didn't. I was off on the side and I still did. By the way, if you have full roar, certain enemies will stun them for a bit of time. But, oh shit! I was like, I'm rolling into that. Whoa. But if I do... Oh, right. Yeah, you can hang there. Shit. Oh, and I somehow avoided that. Crap, okay, alright, that's how you get through that. My coworker's saying, like, how the hell are you supposed to avoid that and jump on this without dying? Okay, I just showed you how. And I didn't actually remember... Actually, I don't even know if I ever did it that way. Yeah, fine. I'm also showing you fees like, how do you beat this insanely... Fine. Okay, fine. This is not the most insanely hard game around, but fine. When I'm saying that, of games from 1994 that between this, Donkey Kong Country and Contra Hardcore that, fine, okay. Fine, Contra Hardcore's harder than this, but also, in some ways, that game is harder for admittingly fairer reasons than this. I think, like, on the surface, like, no way that's gonna be the more fair game of the two, or three. But maybe it kinda is. If I did get the checkpoints, oh crap. If I hit that, at least I can go back to that and be set. I do have tons of continues and lives, so nothing else was set. Okay, fine, Yeah, because you do have the roll, but the thing is when you come out of it, ow. You might not have enough time to react, or find enough time to get out of the way when that goes. Like, fine, just keep going. And right, bottomless pit, by the way, here, so make sure you are on point grabbing the side of those things. It is cool when you get it. It's like the swinging, but damn, it's hard to get. And in his case, you don't... Fine, I guess it's sort of leap of faith. Alright, we're at the end. We made it. Thank God. And like in the movie...
If you ever come back, we'll kill ya!
Yes, this is Bonsai, the hyena. He's voiced by Cheech Marin, by the way, who, of course, if you're familiar with the Cheech Chong films, particularly... the first two are the ones I know. Or fine, first couple, which are Up in Smoke, Next Movie, and Nice Dreams. You'll know him that way. He's also Neil in After Hours by Martin Scorsese. He was also Tito in Oliver & Company, speaking of other things Disney. And he also was Stump in Fern Gully, The Last Rainforest. We're talking about games... Actually, fine, let's toss another one as far as animation of games in 1984. Pitfall: The Might Adventure, which of course, Quarry Films did the animation of Fern Gully, The Last Rainforest also did the animation of. He's also Romeo Passart in Tin Cup. He was Felix Gum in the Spy Kids films, the first three in particular. He's also Gaspar Gomez in Scarface, The World Is Yours, the game based on the movie from the PS2, Xbox, and Wii. He's also Padre in Planet Terror, which was the half of Grindhouse of his, as well as in Machete, that way. And he was also Ramon in the film, in the Cars movies, and Ignacio in Polly. And also, by the way, in Kingdom Hearts 2. He also voices Bonsai again, and he often is Bonsai when it comes to elements of that. As we're in the element of Hakuna Matata, which the version isn't exactly the same as the movie's sound. But either way, we're still going around with, actually, a scene here, by the way, as far as this level, that was based on a concept that was not used in the movie. They said, hey, we have an idea of what we want to do for this. It's kind of based on the movie in one way, in the sense that, fine, after his exile, he runs into Timon and Pumbaa. They tell him, like, hey, look at these horrible things that are happening, but hey, we have our own motto, which is Hakuna Matata, which is Swahili for no worries, or fine, technically shit happens, but also technically not. Technically, in case, like, fine, it's pretty much, or it's like c'est la vie as far as like French. Fine, that's live and let live. Basically, the idea, like, hey, we'll do what we want. We're gonna go through is specifically. I remember actually in my college days, I mentioned I have a lot of friends as far as the Catholic campus ministry. As far as it, we actually did a read on this film as far as theologically speaking, saying like, hey, they're almost atheistic in the sense like, hey, there's like, hey, we'll live by our own code. We don't necessarily need anything, which works for them. But then the idea, like, how is Simba going to that? Especially now, because by the way, this is the last time he's gonna be a child. We're a kid, he's a child Simba through most of this game. As I'm gonna try and jump on that. By the way, you do have to be careful hitting the waterfalls, otherwise just come down. But the case that, hey, is that how Simba wants to go? Because, like, hey, his father died, he lost everything he knows. He meets a muskrat and a meerkat, a meerkat and a warthog, I should say. There's something else with the muskrat, I'm thinking something else. And says, like, hey, these bad things happen in your life, but you can't let it get down. Because, of course, Hakuna Matata, that's our motto. What's a motto? Nothing. What's a motto with you? I love the fluid movements. Yeah, I get that for sure. Like we're saying the same thing, you're right. Because, as we mentioned before we jumped on, and I don't know if I've actually mentioned this to you or fine, you might know this. And there's actually some documentary footage on this I'm going to try and show later. That's on this release. Because using the Disney Classic games on the Switch to play this, by the way. They were working with the Disney animators directly for this game. So they did have the animations going while the movie was being made. In fact, this scene was something they were kicking around for the movie, and they kept it in the game. They said, this is not in the movie, but I guess feasibly for like the level quota concept, and I guess also the case of saying like, hey, let's have this interpretation, let's keep it in. By the way, I did go over there to get the bug there, just so I could have it to get some more health, because I do want to get the health extensions here. I know, right? No, absolutely, you're right, and it's something that, it bears repeating to mention that, and especially because we're celebrating 30 years of this movie. And this game, sure. By the way, come down here, hold left. Or, shit, no, I didn't. You know what, fine, I'm gonna kill myself, I'll tell you why. I sort of hold left. Because there is the health extension, I want that. Trust me, I want that. So go here, and then go left, like, there you go. I definitely want that. And by the way, if I did keep getting game overs, I could come back and get that and get my health bar extremely high. But I'm not going to do that. Also, it does put you down here, so if you're familiar with Super Mario Bros. 2, the US version. I keep saying Japanese. No, the US one did this. Jumping on the log, same deal here. Jump up the waterfall. This is actually something that is in the movie, sort of, as far as the case they are walking by the waterfall. Yeah, it's a good motto. Don't give up. Don't give up as Kate Bush and Peter Gabriel. Oh, right, off of So. I'll have a link to that song. Actually, for years, I'll say this, Dolphin, I actually did not know that was Kate Bush as far as the accompaniment on that song. Yeah, there you go. The idea of don't give up, which is the idea of, I guess, what's the case of Simba in the movie, and fine, the case of, fine, given the context of where this is in the movie, saying, like, hey, he's not going to give up. Oh, I guess he's not going to give up, and I'm going to drown. Although, fine, since I got that, I will show one thing, which is, fine, I'll show again that it doesn't come back unless you, yeah, it doesn't come back unless you get a game over. But I'm not going to do that. But, yeah, I get that, for sure, you're right. Because that's the thought, like, what is he going to do? Don't give up, and fine, they encourage him, as far as Timon and Pumbaa, the case that, fine, what's Simba really gonna do? Yeah, oh crap. Fine, this is the case where the animation is insanely fluid, but I'm dying. But fine, since I did get through that, I'm gonna take the other path through. Because you can take two paths, you can go that way. But if you go this way, well, first off, there's a bonus game thing that I missed. If I die again, I'll go get it. But you also go up here, so you can start at about, not halfway, maybe like a third of the way through this. Because in this case, you have to jump on the logs, and some of them are going down faster, some of them are going slower. You have to basically know where they're going slow. Oh, crap, again. All right, so fine. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do, which is I'm going to go up to the top. Essentially, so far, this is the level I'm dying the most on. Ouch. And then the spiders, damn. The spiders also are hard to avoid, because some of them hang off of a web, and... Oh, wait, no. Okay, no, I know I can get that. I don't have to do this, and then I don't have to do that to get it. Ow, and the frogs. Yeah, the frogs are coming around. Like, why are they killing me? I don't know, feasibly is the case, you know, I could talk to the frog and it's like, hey, you know, my father just died. I'm like, oh, sorry. I didn't mean that. And then I guess, I don't know, then Simbus is like, fine, you know what? They told me to get in touch with, like, finding other delicacies to eat, like bugs. Like, fine, I'm gonna eat lizards, why not? Well, I don't know if that's gonna be the case as far as, you know, element of, Simba, although I will say this, actually, as I was talking right now, as far as this, I actually realized one detail. I mentioned how, you know, when you hold on the idle animation, he jumps after the butterfly, which he does do earlier in the movie, so feasibly the movie is foreshadowing the idea that he's gonna end up being, you know, a fan of eating bugs. Shit, no! Okay, not too bad to do this, it's just that, fine, I'm not being careful. And you basically have to just jump as far as where they are to get yourself going higher, and in some cases, if you have the logs going right above you, you can jump up straight in order to get up higher, and there's a life up there. I do want to go get that after all the lives I have lost. Whoa! It's like, okay. Yeah, and the hit detection on where you're landing on the logs is not bad. It's just a case like, fine, I'm just missing. Yeah, because it means no worries for the rest of your days as far as Hakuna Matata is concerned. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. And that's actually, honestly, the most I'm gonna actually sing the songs, because I don't actually know all the lyrics of the songs. Actually, I have the entirety of So by, Peter Gabriel, and, Kate Bush is mentioned on that, or fine, it's Dolly Finn you mentioned on that show. Or on that song, I should say. Ouch. I don't actually know all the lyrics on that, song specifically. It is a great album, yeah, if you're not familiar with So from, Peter Gabriel from 1986, it is a good one. Okay, but yeah, this is where we're gonna do something a bit different when it comes to, what we're doing here. Like, right, because they're speeding out the water, but like, okay, I'm holding if I want to drop down. Oh shit, what happened? I guess I landed on the water? But why did show I died? I'm gonna actually, when I edit this, I'm gonna look back and say, what did I die on? Because usually if you fall in the water, you do not, oh, what was it? You don't have the dying enemy. Oh, okay, I died to that. That's what happened. Because remember, I said if you eat the Black Widow, it cuts half your health. So fine, the spider killed me. So fine, I guess Timon and Pumbaa specifically got in the case saying, hey, you know, don't eat certain bugs. By the way, this is the part that was actually cut from the movie. You have this not Donkey Kong, like, monkey gorilla guy. He does this pound, by the way. You jump on him and pounce on him. He's gonna keep going, by the way, that way, and he's gonna throw the coconuts out. By the way, if you get too close, he's gonna pimp slap you, so don't do that. But sometimes you actually have to be really close to him, so you have to be careful about when that is and when he gets up. Oh. Right, okay, because fine. In that case, yeah, he'll kind of go off that way. You have to be kind of careful, like, oh, how that is. And he'll throw more coconuts as he goes along. Basically, just keep doing this. This is the boss, by the way. And again, it was going to be in the movie, but they decided against it as far as the idea of it. But the game has it. If you're like, why is it in the game, not in the movie? That is the reason why. And people made this game indicated that that's why. And same with 2 levels from now, which we'll get into in just a second. Okay, fine. This one, if you do hang on that, he'll go the other way, and he'll go up here. Also, you can kind of hang on the side, but the idea is that, yeah, you do have to be careful when you get over there, as far as being able to pounce on him. Also, yeah, don't be too close. Okay, there you go. We got him. Oh, no. One more thing, we got him. Alright, almost got it. Yeah, fine. You can pounce on the coconuts he's tossing. It's just the case that when you pounce on him, you have a little bit of a reduction of your bounce, but you can still sort of kind of bounce on him, but fine. It doesn't matter. He does it that way, he's done. And how is he done? Well, I'm gonna show you. Or the game will. Uh-oh. Yeah, fine. I'm like, yeah, look at that beautiful butterfly. I'm standing on nothing, by the way, as that's going down. He falls in the water, he's gone. Okay. So yeah, we're having our element of Timon and Pumbaa on this level, fitting. I'll see if I can't get enough so that Pumbaa will talk. Alright, get a life. Yeah, by the way, I believe the item drops on these are random. Actually, I think the drops of the bugs are random. And I thought there were also cases where in later parts... Oh, shit! Well, maybe that's enough.
I ate like a pig.
There we go. You know what? I think that's funny. I don't know why first you saw that part. And by the way, we're adult now. For Simba's Destiny. Yeah, it is really funny and weird, the case that... Yeah, it's in the game. Okay, fine. We did finally hear Pumbaa speak. If you get enough of the bugs off of that, he will say, I ate like a pig. And that, by the way, of course, is Ernie Sabella. He's voiced Pumbaa in a lot of aspects of elements of this in the movie, of course. In a lot of, like, the Disney storybook stuff. He's Pumbaa in Kingdom Hearts 2. Interesting enough, Nathan Lane, who voices Timon, is not in that game. He's also Dr. Harrison in Fright Night Part 2. We talked about horror stuff when we did Until Dawn about a month ago. He also had a bit part as a car salesman in Quiz Show from 1994, about 30 years for that. He's also Aldo Cooper in the movie In and Out from 1997. And bit parts on TV shows like St. Elsewhere, The Facts of Life, Coach, Punky Brewster, Hill Street Blues, of which I mentioned earlier on the program that Matt Furns, who did the music of this version, worked on the DOS game based on Hill Street Blues. I didn't even know it had a game, as was the case. And also bit parts on Quantum Leap and Seinfeld. Okay, so there you go. Now we are adult Simba. So how this works is, yeah, we have the case of it. Yeah, look at him going there, and you're getting the idea that, hey, more on the animation, what he's doing. He's looking up, seeing what's going on, doing the crowd, but also like how he's doing the run now. And by the way, now, we do have a roar button. It's a stronger roar, and it'll kill certain enemies on roar more specifically, but also we have a slash. That is on, fine, I'm running the Super Nintendo controller this way. That's on the Y button. On Genesis, we're pointing out, you also have another move. If you have the 6-button controller, that's the maul. That's on X. If you don't have the 6-button controller, you have to pretty much you jump on enemies and then slice them. And for the throw, you're close, and you can just hit the X button, or in the Genesis, you basically roll your finger from the slash and the jump. But here is like a panther or something. Jump on him, slash him. Just keep hitting that Y button, he's dead. And you do want to control that specifically as you go, because this is kind of a breather. This is not a hard level. And you can slash the vines to get through them. But you do have to be careful a little bit. Also, yeah, you see the, oh shit, right, speaking of which, those damn monkeys are throwing actually, it's like the monkeys in Donkey Kong Country 3, like the Minkies in Barrel Shoot Blossom. We throwing through that, those bastards. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Yeah, roar. By the way, they die when they roar. Everything on the screen, like the monkeys like that, when you have full roar going on, actually, not when you don't have full roar going on, they're dead. Okay. But fine, next time I get into a hanging case as far as that before that monkey decides to, you know, try and blindside me. Because fine, that's the idea. Like, the monkeys are going crazy that way. They're going nuts. Okay, fine, there you go. Yeah, you have that there. It's like, well, he's kind of doing the hang. It's like, hey, it's kind of hang on. So, more stuff as far as the animation is the case that technically the character animation is changing because of the fact that Simba's growing up, like in the movie. At this point, he has grown up. He's like, hey, you know, I'm living the life with Timon and Pumbaa. And by the way, this is kind of an area where, yeah, the panthers keep coming out. Just slice, slice, slice. Also, if you're close to them, you can hit X to do that. And if you're close by, you can toss them. We actually have to use that later on. Or just crouch and just slash them like that. It's pretty cool to see that, you know? And fine, if you're really gonna be cheap, you can do this. And the collision detection on Super Nintendo is weird, but there's Rafiki. He's, of course, our guide. Because, of course, fine, the context that the movie is lacking, as far, oh, fine, this game is lacking that is in the movie, is that after a while, feasibly, I guess, months or years, Nala comes back and says, hey, Pride Rock is awful now because Scar took over. We're going to be starving to death because of the way he's running it. You need to come back. You're the rightful heir to the throne. We thought you were dead, but you're actually the real king now. He's like, no, I don't want to do it because I have a good life now. I don't have to worry about the responsibilities of anything. He's like, why are you abandoning us potentially? And then Rafiki comes around, because he, of course, is the guide as far as the jungle. And we'll get into something interesting as far as its voice actor, who actually is, I'll briefly mention this part. We'll go into it when I get a game over. Robert Guillaume, who voiced Rafiki in the movie. The late Robert Guillaume, by the way. He passed away in 2017 at 89. He's voiced Viola Vance in Half-Life 2. So it's like, yeah, that celebrated 20 years last week. And there's also something I get to talk about on this that I actually did not know I'd be able to talk about when it came to him. There is a Circle of Life. We'll talk about that a little later. By the way, rocks, they can kill you instantly, but when they're tied up like that, jump on that, get a Circle of Life. And there it goes. Okay. Yeah, same deal as far as like the thorns there. Don't touch them, get yourself hurt, and when you get hit, you do lose your roar meter. But actually, fine, I did not realize this. Your roar meter goes back to its default after you become adult, which, okay, that's weird because my health doesn't. My health is still massive. Oh, fine, to be honest, when you're Simba adult, as an adult, you're not using that roar much. You're almost only using it on the enemies where you are not, or you want to get rid of them quick, like the monkeys. General Speaker's like, fine, we're gonna get violent, we're gonna use our lion claws and just slash these things to death. And yeah, you do want to do that. You basically jump on them, just keep hitting that slash button when you jump down. And eventually you get thrown off, but if you keep hitting, you'll get more hits and get rid of them quick. So yeah, fine. Simba's feasibly out for blood, but of course, as is the case with the movies, that fine, he's technically not out for blood because he doesn't know necessarily that he's what's really going on here. Okay, by the way, that rock. If I do get hit by the rock, I die. Wait till the next level, I'm gonna die all the time. As long as you keep running, you'll be okay. But he said, hey, you know, I had these horrible things happen in my past, specifically, so I don't care, I'm gonna run away from it, and it doesn't matter, because it's not my problem anymore. Maybe fair idea, but then he says, well, you know what, hey, maybe you need to keep going, and then, of course, Rafiki does a brilliant thing as far as the way it is, and also, fine, that movie, one thing I love about that movie is the way that it kind of looks at the idea of how we compartmentalize traumatic events, or difficult parts in our lives, saying like, hey, hits him in the head with the staff of his, it's like, ow, what'd you do that for? It happened in the past, it doesn't matter. And it's like, that's the point specifically. Hey, you know, all these things that happened in the past, because at this point in the movie, Simba's still on the impression that feasibly he was responsible for his father's death. Ouch. You do have a delay, by the way, when it comes to the roar, so you do have to time that if you're going to be using it. And he's just like, hey, you know, I feasibly still feel responsible. It's like, fine, it doesn't matter as far as the case of all this is going on. What happened, I moved on. Oh, no, I don't want to stand on that, because by the way, if I do slash that and I do touch the boulder still, I die. So I don't want to do that. I basically do that to go here, and then, yeah, fine, get an extension on my roar meter. I did not know that it actually took your roar meter away as far as when I grew up, which is strange. I do have this great case as far as the great background, as far as the nice moonlit sky, or fine, with the starry sky. Yeah, in this case, we just keep slicing there. We're pretty much doing our proving test, like in the movie. So, like, hey, you know, can we actually do this? And also, fine, where are we going to find ourselves as far as it? Because, fine, the idea of, like, the circle of life, where do we really belong in natural order of, in this case, the jungle for the movie. I guess feasibly for any of us, really. Kind of a personal question, really asking that way. As you go down, and I think we're almost at the end. In fact, we are. Of course, he looks in the sky, he's like, look, just my reflection, but look closer.
You must take your place in the circle of life.
Yep, indeed we do. Yeah, it's supposed to be Simba using his claws, I know, but it looks more like Gustavo. Yes, it does, you're right. I gotta be honest with you, I wonder if they kind of knew that, to a certain extent. The case, like, hey, just kind of doing it so quickly, it looks like, yeah, kind of a slap, you know? In that, I don't know, I mean, maybe that's an interesting insight, and a thought that actually I kind of always had. People say, like, oh, he's like doing like a pimp slap. Like, I don't know, maybe the case that, hey, he's so, you know, whatever is the case of himself, that's the idea. Be prepared. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's talk about this level. This was something that the movie was gonna have. It did not have it. We're in a fiery hellscape. This, of all the levels in this game, this is the one I'm most worried about. Yeah, you're right. It does look like he's slapping a little bit, sorta. And fine, in that case, because it's maybe because it's kind of, I don't know, just the way he's kind of putting his hand out really quick, especially when you crouch. But also, fine, when you do the maul, fine, that looks more like a slash that way, because he's kind of basically doing it almost like in a rotating motion. Okay, so be prepared. Let me tell you how be prepared works. How you need to make sure it works, and I had to learn this hard. Which is my favorite song from the movie. Oh yeah, no question. It doesn't have the song Be Prepared here, though, weirdly enough. That was back in the case, and I agree, that's a great, actually, actually, that is probably my favorite song in the movie. Actually, also, Nocturne, as far as how it is. So definitely a good case on that. By the way, what you want to pay attention to is you want to pay attention to the lava. Yeah, be prepared. And also the interesting thing about that song, which of course that it was sung initially by Jeremy Irons, who was involved as far as voicing Scar in the movie. But of course, as we've often talked about, Jim Cummings as far as the show. Also, it didn't look like he actually got hit by that. And some of the collision sections are gonna look weird. Halfway through the song, he basically comes in and takes over for the parts that Jeremy Irons was speaking, which is definitely an interesting case. And for years, I did not know that. And it was something that was kind of interesting to hear later. Like, first, like, that's Jeremy Irons doing. Like, no, it isn't. It's Jim Cummings do that. But okay, fine. The hyenas are here. But ouch. Yeah, what you gotta be careful, and I'm not being careful of, is the fact that the fire droplets come down. The fire comes out of the volcanoes there, and also the bats. Fine, the fire droplets. They are on a set. For the panthers, you want to kind of lure them over. Ow. And if you usually want to crouch and slash them, don't be afraid to do that. Basically time it so you're able to do that, but also when you see the... Okay, in this version, the bats appear out of nowhere. They pop in. On Super Nintendo, they don't. So actually, that is one thing that Super Nintendo, I would say, does a little better, in the sense you can see them, but the idea is that when they're on the screen, as soon as they're visible on the screen, there's a time period that goes off, and then they will come and get you. By the way, here is the link on the link to the song as far as YouTube link. Thank you so much, ElecVerse. We'll have that to celebrate that. Also, I don't know what you think about the version in the remake. I don't like it. Fine, I don't like that remake. It's probably... Oh shit, I'm dead. Yeah, get used to that, by the way, on this level, because it's insanely hard. And there's only 2 checkpoints, and they're pretty far away. So oftentimes you're going to be going back to the beginning of the level. So basically, be careful going through this, or be prepared, as the level says. Yeah, I don't know what you think as far as that song in that movie. I did not like it, and I didn't like the movie either. It's basically, for me, the movie is... It's basically the same movie again, number one, but not as good. It's basically like Gus Van Sant's Psycho. He remade the movie, or remade the Alfred Hitchcock movie as, I guess, a bit of a cinematic exercise, but basically shot for shot. It's not as good as the original. The only case you have is it emphasizes a little bit of the sexual elements of Norm Bates in that. There's Georgie playing the Game Boy Advance app, as is, and fine. They're gonna still stay dead on the ground with the tongue out, so that's kind of interesting that way. But fine, it's decently made as far as the movie, but I still hate it. It's like, it's a movie that's okay. It's not like the worst thing I ever saw, but I also hate it at the same time because of that. And there's a prequel to it that's coming out in about a month, which is by Barry Jenkins, who made Moonlight, the movie won the Oscar for 2016, and If Beale Street Could Talk. The idea that they're doing a prequel with Mufasa, and is that same CG style of the other one, but I guess what it's going to be, Disney hasn't mentioned much about it or shown a whole lot about it that I've seen. And it's open against Sonic the Hedgehog 3. I don't know how that's going to help, but I don't know. Maybe it's not going to matter. I don't know. We'll see when that goes. But yeah, you're right. The idea of like the song. Fine. The songs that are. There's not really many songs I think are really better in that. I don't think there's really much that anything that's better than that, really. And for some reason, it's longer. And they take out the thing, as I mentioned, with like, hey, you know, Rafiki saying like, hey, compartmentalize your past this way, and all the elements of that. It's not in the old one. Like, and the old one, the new one's longer. It's like, why is it longer? It's supposed to be like a straight remake, kind of, sort of. It's not that way, but either way. Fine, it also doesn't have this scene in it, but then again, I guess if it did, people were like, oh shit, remember the game? Okay, but anyway, let's talk about this, because yeah, you have these volcano things going here. You also have two paths to go down. I'm going to briefly show something. You have that path down, which you can go get a life and health recovery. And the way to do that, you see those I guess, stalactites up there. You have to slash at them to drop them down on this. Down here's a checkpoint. We're using that one. I'm sorry, because I don't want to do this again if I die. And the last checkpoint is actually far away. Basically, what you gotta do is you basically go up here and slash. So those are pointing out, if that touches you when it falls, you die instantly. So do not do that. You have to stay far enough away, and you also get a unique piece of audio that's not in Super Nintendo. Like that, Super Nintendo, you don't get that. We'll see it in a little bit, because fine. These games are so short, I figure it's worth showing both of them. And then Game Boy, because Game Boy is quite a trip. Okay, so then at least I have a checkpoint. Okay, yeah, right there, you saw that. The bats, just, it's pure instantly. You sort of have knockback, but not completely. Yeah, Super Nintendo, this is way easier because of the fact that you're going to be seeing that. And fine, there's a life there, but I don't even care. But in this case, I want to jump up here. And you have to meet the platform that way. Fine. Panther guy, I don't care. Ouch, I need to get going. Yeah, because this is a jump. Okay, I made it, somehow. Oh. Yeah, okay, but if you do get him that way... Shit, oh, I fell through. Okay, that's also I took the checkpoint. Like, fine, I'm not taking the checkpoint, but it is worth pointing out, I believe the... Oh, fine, there is the one life I didn't get. Actually, we'll see this. I don't know if the lives actually respawn on death. They might. Fine, fine, you can also jump up. Fine, in that case, let's get the life. Why not? Oh, or miss it, never mind. Fine, so I missed that one, but there's another life. Fine, Hyena Man, I don't care. You go along and do your thing. Okay, alright, the lives do come back on a death. So, fine, the only things that do not come back on a death are the health and roar meter extensions, but they come back if you get a game over. Which somehow have not gotten a game over yet. I don't know how that's happened. That being said, if I don't get a game over, I'll show getting a game over, because I get to talk about the voice actor of Rikiki. But again, rock stuff. Yeah, don't get hit by that, otherwise you die, and somehow I'm not dying that way from that. See, it's one of those things, I didn't know if I was prepared for this game. Be prepared, indeed. But I guess I was. Fine, it's one of those games I've been playing this game for 30 years, but it's also something that I still think, like, am I ready for this? And I did not get this far growing up, and I think I cheated for other stuff. Okay, so, good news, in this case, yeah, we just ride this and wait for Panthers to go. And this will not drop in. Yeah, thank God, they do have some mercy. That way. Oh, fine. Yeah, fine, let's slap him. Like, you're right, that's what it is, it's a slap. Like, yeah, Sim is mad, he just wants to slap him. We mentioned Dynasty, we mentioned that when we had the slap case going on, we did, Until Dawn a few weeks, okay, fine, it's been over a month now. That was the case as far as M saying, like, hey, you know, fine, Emily slapped, what's her name, Ashley, and said, understand the palm of my hand, bitch, which is amazing. And there's a trophy for that. Okay, here's the final room of this. This actually is really hard, because here's what's going to go on here. Down there on the ground, there's volcanoes, or volcano things. They're going to pop up lava. But also, when they do, rocks are going to come down, and the way that they're there, It's sometimes hard to avoid him. It's worth pointing out the fire will go sometimes in intervals. Or if you jump out of the way, they won't. You have to let it go about 20 times. So you have to survive this. This is not easy to survive, and honestly, it's the rocks that are worse. Because, like, hey, you know, if you're on one, yeah, you might not be able to avoid him, because Simba's an adult lion is now got a pretty big hitbox. Makes it hard to avoid it. But here's the deal. What you want to do is you basically have to survive this, because what will happen eventually... Ow. We'll see if I live long enough to do this. Oh, shit. Not yet. Okay, there we go. They'll start plugging the holes on these things. You have to live long enough for all these things to get plugged, and the one on the left over there off screen. When that last one gets plugged, we know we're good. So if I just stay here and the rocks stop, I'll know we're good. I believe it'll get plugged off screen. Okay, good. I can't believe I did it on my first try. That is not easy. And that's the other thing. We talk about the difficulty stuff on the show. I've never, in a case of saying, like, hey, you know, when I say something's hard and I somehow get through it on the first try, it's not to discount that it's really, really hard, because it is. I almost died there. If you jump there you go. We're done. Thank God. But we got one more place to go, because there is Pride Rock over in the distance. We got to make a run. And as part of that run, we got to go through a maze. Alright, so this is Simba's Return. We're going to go and say, yeah, this game is short, so I can show the Super Nintendo game as far as it. This is a maze. So here's the deal. When there are no enemies on the screen, you can enter the caves by pressing up. They have a little bit of a blue tint as far as in this version. There are more gray on Super Nintendo. We'll see in a little bit. Again, the case of the color limitations of Sega Genesis against Super Nintendo. But it's worth pointing this out, which is that, fine, the hyenas are going to be basically around everything, and you basically slash them. But the thing is that if you go the wrong way, like you go in a room that you've already been to and you go out, the hyenas will come back. Ouch. In this case, I'm also on top of the hyenas, and you do have to kill them all before you can leave. And if you press up and it doesn't do anything, well, fine. In that case, I just had to be in line with it, and in the other cases, basically just look for where they are. And you can also tell the idea that, hey, they're going to be basically dying when they get flattened like that. So yeah, Simba's adult, yeah, just slash those things to death. And you get the great case as far as, you know, the chance going on, although it's going to sound better on Super Nintendo, no question. But I said, I started with this one because I said, hey, you know, I want to make sure that I can get through this okay, because honestly, I'll say this. Some of the aspects of the Super Nintendo version make it a bit harder. And, okay, there we go, that's the full health. I gotta remember which door I go in. That's the one I came from. I think it's this one. It is kind of a maze. You do have to kind of get a sense, and like what you said, you never beat this game. I've never seen this part of the game, and fine. It's a case where, fine, the difficulty curve of this game is, for lack of a better word, schizophrenic, because, fine, the last level is way harder than this one. But it's all those cases that, fine, you could feasibly get lost. Because of the idea that, hey, there's good variety, in the case that, fine, we're, I guess, like the movie, sneaking into Pride Rock, and like, fine, there are tons of hyenas, there aren't just the 3, because they said, hey, you know, the hyenas, you're gonna rule the land. By the way, he's growling at me. And he also gonna launch over here, it's like, yeah, out of my way. But he does get tired eventually, so yeah, just slice, 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 and he's gone. I did take a lot of damage, that's my concern. And I think I go in... I could also use the rewind. I'm not using the rewind. We're playing this 1984 way. I'm not making promises in the game, but actually, I think I'm at the end. I think I got the end in my first try again. This is if I practiced this game. In fact, yeah, I did. Now, fine. Yeah, slice, slice, slice. Bye-bye, hyenas. You're going down. Yeah, they're both dead, and there we go. There you go. Okay, we got... That was... Damn, that was quick. Okay, so this is the final level of the game. Yeah, I told you this game was short, and why we can justify doing Super Nintendo as well. I also figured I may as well for that reason, but also because, hey, we can celebrate the stuff on this element. We can look at both versions, because they're in this version, or in this release, I should say, and Game Boy. And also because, honestly, we're going to have a Super Nintendo game next year. That's, Dolphin, your request with Pinocchio, which some of the people involved in this game were involved in, but it's not the same dev team. Okay, so here we are. We're back at Pride Rock. It's on fire. Here's Scar. So, alright, here we go. Here's how Scar works. He's going to appear for certain parts of this level. By the way, there are no checkpoints in this level whatsoever. What you do is jump on him and slash him. Basically, hit him enough And you gotta do them all because he blocks, and you can't block. What you do is basically jump on him, and also if he... Fine, okay, if you hit him enough, he'll jump off, and he'll run away. You do that 3 times, we get to the top, and then we'll figure we're doing the top. And just like the movie, the place is on fire, and, fine, also, guess what's not indicated? Well, fine, there's lightning storms going on, they're setting everything on fire, and it's going to inhibit where you can go. In that case, yeah, slap him off, and off he falls. So, like, fine. We're setting up the final scene in the movie in ways that, I feasibly didn't intend. Yeah, if you do fall down, as long as you don't fall in the pit, you're good. I think that's really the only pit, the one right down there. But the problem is that as you go, the lightning will come back, and it is on interval as far as where it goes, and also when it comes off. So if you have to go back, you have to repeat certain areas again. It's like, hey, there's the lightning gonna come back. As much more of a crunch on the Super Nintendo. Fine, as far as the sound effects, it definitely sounds not as strong. Fine, the console war show always says, like, it's like a fart sound effect sometimes. Oh, sometimes. But still, it does have like a sound. Actually, I think it's the same, one of the same sound effects of the Genesis version of Mickey Mini, which is fitting because Matt Furnish did the audio for that game. So fair enough, makes sense. Anyway, just keep going. You also get more of the bass going on as far as Genesis. That's the other reason. Like, hey, and that was feasibly a close case as far as. Okay, well at least I got to show that because actually I didn't show his fall that way. But yeah, it's exquisite. This is ouch. Fine, a case where if you take that and you're able to tank the hit, you can use that to your advantage. And the idea is usually you basically want to get the lightning out of the way of where it is and then just go another way so you can kind of climb up and avoid it and keep moving. Yeah, because it was a close one going back to the thing with Console Wars as far as the idea like what this was, although fine, it came down to the case that fine, the presentation and the audio is better on Super Nintendo, and that was what did it. Specifically. So it was a case of a clear winner. It was not like, okay, oh right, I forgot, I gotta land on these. Although actually, I'm not gonna lie, on Genesis it's kind of hard to see. A little hard to see. Oh, there you go. And you have to jump backwards in order to do that. And here's Scargan. Just, yeah, keep hitting him. By the way, he can also lunge at you. Don't let him do that, because if he gets you on your back, especially with the health I have, it's gonna be death. You're not gonna live. Ouch. Ouch, and I think he was sort of getting tired, so if I can get him in that tired state, that means that I can get going. Alright, there we go. And that's going to be the key to the end of this. Alright, fine. Here's the hyenas again. Let's get you ready for the final scene in the movie, because at this point in the movie, we got here, we realize, ouch, they got lightning hit, so fine, bye-bye Simba. So fine, we have to do that again. He's realizing that, fine, he came back and said, like, fine, you know what, I may be responsible for my father's death as far as what this is, but you know what, I'm not going to run away from this. I'm going to take my place on the throne. You're not helping everybody. I'm going to, you know, put you down as far as this. And of course, in famous Talking Killer Syndrome case, Scar openly says, like, fine, you know what, I'll give you my thing. Yeah, bitch slap him to death. You got ElecVerse, no question. We're absolutely going to do that. Shit, oh, fine, I'm going to, we'll do it multiple times. We have to do that to start, although actually, okay, we do have to do that. We also have to do another thing. And fine, if you've seen the movie, you know what it is. Which, fine, you said you did see the movie. Fine, I'm pretty sure most people have seen the movie, but I'm not gonna act as if, like, hey, you haven't, although fine. When it comes to something like this, fine, I'm spoiling the movie because it's based on this game, you're seeing the way this is going, and it's kind of an analog. But anyway, fine, at this point in the movie, like, hey, he now knows, like, hey, you know, Scar did, kill Mufasa, because he admitted it. He said, like, fine, I have nothing to lose now, I may as well tell you my little secret. Which is I killed Mufasa. And then he said, like, fine, you know what, I'm gonna have to take you down. And fine, we're gonna do the bitch slap method, no question, but we also have to do, well, fine, the one move I showed, like, twice. And it's, on Genesis, it's hard to do that, especially if you have only the 3-button controller, which actually, I'll tell you this, because when I first played on the Genesis, ouch. Actually, no, I want to go back because, there's the health over here. I do want to have that. When I first played this on Genesis, I didn't actually know it had 6-button controller support because I never got far enough to actually be able to be adult Simba to use it. Because fine, you're, Simba's a cub for most of the game, or fine, of the 10 levels, 60% of them have you play as young Simba, the rest of them have you play as him, or as, adult Simba. Which I guess makes sense given the movie, as far as it, and also the case that, fine, you know, fine. Yeah, we'll do that, but yeah, the mall is unbelievably useful, especially when you can jump on and then just keep hitting that attack button. Yeah, we will get Scar, no question. You also get these great drums going on, so fine. Even if it doesn't sound as much like the movie as the Super Nintendo game, or feasibly against the PC game, which I think... Actually, no, this, if I remember correctly, the PC version of this, I believe, is based on the Super Nintendo game. Or, fine, let me rephrase that. The PC version of this game from 1995. Because this did get a PC port. Which actually, a lot of the Disney games from consoles did get PC ports and got either better music or they got the music from the, Super Nintendo version. I think that's how Toy Story went, because Toy Story got a PC port. I think it was based on the music from Super Nintendo. I think, although, as far as just to go into this, when it comes to playing that game, that first one, we're playing the Genesis version. The reason we're playing the Genesis version is because it is an extra level and it has extra music. And Super Nintendo version does not. I mean, they're mostly the same, but that really was one of those cases. And honestly, I'll tell you, actually, yeah, because it's by Traveler's Tales, the people who made Mickey Mania. And actually, like with Mickey Mania on Super Nintendo, for some reason, there was a level that you think the Super Nintendo could handle, but it's not in that version. They kept, well, actually, well, okay, fine. It's not that they couldn't handle it, but in all honesty, actually, I don't think they could legally include it in the Super Nintendo version. The reason for that is because that level, if you ever played Toy Story for the Sega Genesis, it's called Daytona. There's a takeoff on Daytona, USA, which Sega had the license for, and they had that out. So I don't know if Traveler's Tales could even put it in the Super Nintendo game, even if they wanted to, unless maybe there's a story where Traveler's Tales says, hey, you know, we were able to do that. Because fine, I mentioned this before, John Burton, who worked at Traveler's Tales and did a lot of those games, I believe he worked on that one as well. He has his own YouTube site, Game Hut, where he goes into stuff as far as making of some of those things, especially the tech tricks he did in that game, or him and the team of Traveler's Tales did in that game. And sort of like with this one, as far as what they did here, saying like, how do we capture that look as far as the movie, like with this one? And what do we do technologically speaking to make it all go? And same with this one. Because yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff they had to do to make sure like, hey, it looks this smooth and this fluid. And even with the color limitations of Genesis, just to start on this one, what do we do to basically make it look as nice as it did? Oh shit, I gotta get... Fine. You can also sort of off-screen the fire. Alright, there we go. So now, as long as I get through this part, we should be set. Or I can say, you know what, fine, I don't care about the hyenas. They can jump, but they can jump and get me, but they can't jump up that high. It's like, yeah, they're not gonna go up there. It's like, yeah, he's going up there? No way, I'm doing that. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God I landed over there. Thank God I landed there, otherwise we would have gotten a game over. Although, fine. In a way, I kind of want a game over, just so I can get the element of Rafiki talking, but... Shit. Alright, fine, we're getting a game over. I do a 6 continues, we'll be fine. Get started on this.
The king has returned.
Yes, and that is Robert Guillaume, as I mentioned, the late Robert Guillaume. As I mentioned, he was Eli Vance in Half-Life 2. He was Benson on Soap. I get to talk about Soap finally. People are like, what the fuck is this? Maybe there's somebody in the audience who knows what this show is. He used to be on Comedy Central, in my case, in the 90s, I used to see it, but it was in the 1970s. He played Benson and actually spun off on a TV show called Benson, which I actually never saw that. He was also Frank Napier in Lean On Me. He was Stephen Agent Bishop in Spy Hard from 1996. He was Wilkes in First Kid, which is the Disney film about Sinbad in the presidency, I believe, or finding involved in the presidency, if I remember correctly. He also was Isaac Jaffe on the TV show Sports Night by Aaron Sorkin. And he was Dr. Bennett Sr. in Big Fish, the 2003 film from Tim Burton. Okay, so, alright, night guys. I got game over. When you do get game over, you start with 3 lives again, and you do still have all of your health recovery and, or fine, health meter and, what was it? Roar meter. Although, fine. We don't have much good roaring going on here specifically. It's like, fine, it's just killing everything. Fine. I guess it's fitting I get a game over on the last level of the game. It should be that way. This is the last level of the game. Although, in all honesty, it's not... I don't necessarily know if this is the hardest level in the game. I think feasibly Be Prepared might be. Although, fine. They're hard for different reasons. This is hard because we have to go through this and there's no checkpoints. And you have to deal with Scar 3 times. We just didn't get to the third part of it. But, fine. The other one's hard because of the level hazards and things. The fact that, hey, there's a lot of things that are around that are just gonna kill you. Or basically keep hitting you constantly. Fine, this level has a 2 with the lightning. And fine, as far as his jump, I couldn't jump far enough to do that, but alright. In any case, yeah, you do have to jump backwards, so it's kind of interesting to look at that way and also seeing the way animation is. Ow. Yeah, he keeps trying to hit me. He's like, yeah, fine, Uncle Scar, you're gonna go down. Yeah, we're gonna do that, but yeah, I also love the idea, like, just like in the movie, he has this kind of snooty attitude about himself in the sense that he has, like, his nose, he's turning his nose up at me as he walks away. So even a little detail, you're right. And as I said, worth pointing that out because, hey, this is all about its little details. All right, by the way, you do not have fall damage. When I fell that far, he will not get himself hurt. It just shows that difference in the animation, which is awesome. Fine, yeah, oh yeah, we're feasting on hyena tonight. Well, actually, no, hang on. Yeah. Yeah, fine. They're tired or feasibly hot because of all the fire. But yeah, the hyenas, they're the enemy. Yeah, so yeah, Scar said so. It's like, yeah, don't do that. Okay, so one thing I probably should mention here is that since fire's on interval and you're not going to be in cases where you're able to off-screen it that easily, at least on this version, what you want to do is basically want to go where there's no lightning and feasibly move fast to launch onto platforms where there isn't any, and also. So it's kind of amazing here, too. Interesting way of doing that as far as a platforming game. So okay, fine, and that goes away. So you jump there, and you basically are jumping on platforms from different altitudes and different places so that you can jump there, because the fire went here. But by jumping from here, it won't spawn. And it spawned there. But if I go this way, that's this way. So it is interesting how you have to find out a pattern, I should say. Which, honestly, as far as a platforming game, because like what platforms you jump on and not jump on, it's usually the way this goes. All right, here we go. We're at the end. So here's what we gotta do. We do have the bitch slap, and you're right. Oh, first we're gonna do that. But there's two things. There's something else we do have to do on this one. We have to hit him enough. So here's the deal. Keep mauling him. That's what you want to do. So when he gets tired like that, hit X, throw him off. We're dead. We win. Okay, there we go. That's what you gotta do. You do have to pimp slap him enough, or bitch slap him enough, until he has that tired animation, and throw him off. You throw him off either way, you beat the game. So just like in the movie, it's the case that you throw him off. The thing we're not seeing, though, is the case that, fine, remember, he did say, you know, the hyena's the enemy, and then they said, like, well, hey, you're my friends, you're gonna save me from this. Like, but wait, didn't you say we're the enemy? And they do eat him and tear him apart. But of course, with that, the rain comes by. It is a thunderstorm, but of course, in this case, the rain is torrential enough that it's able to save the land. Okay. So there you go. That is The Lion King for Sega Genesis, but we're not done because we're going to take a look at Super Nintendo because I don't think it's going to take that long. And so I got myself going as far as going through this one. I think we should do it. And I think for the purpose of this, because sometimes I know we said, I know ElecVerse, you mentioned this one, saying like, sometimes when is there a reason to play more than one version? This is, I think, is one of those times I think it makes sense because it's so short. But in this case, we are the King of Pride Rock. But there's one other aspect going to this that's kind of interesting, which we'll see in just a second. But all right, there you go. If you're dedicated as far as what it is, you could easily get through this, but it's not going to be an easy trip.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
Okay, so I guess for the sake of argument, he's assuming he's hearing his father, or he's like, fine, he became Mufasa. Nicely done, thank you. This is not easy, for sure. And fine, we'll have the credits going on as you're hearing their take on Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Yeah, this is a good, here's the thing, this is an interesting one, because it goes to what we sometimes talk about when it comes to difficulty of games, which is the idea that it's a game that's for children in the sense that, hey, it's for Disney, and kids are going to want to play it. I grew up playing it. There's Matt Furness and his Chrysalis software tech that ran the driver of this game, as far as the audio. It was interesting thinking the idea that, yeah, we've talked about this before. ElecVerse, you mentioned this 2 years ago now at this juncture, on this weekend. We played the Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. In that case, Capcom was not screwing around, saying like, hey, even as far as a game for kids, you're gonna have to bring your A game a little bit to this. You're gonna have to get used to some of the stuff we got, but it also is really satisfying when you get through. It's actually, I think, a harder game than the Magical Quest is, honestly. And that's, even on just normal, I'd say it's harder to some degrees, although then again, it's also something I guess is different as to why it's hard. But it's also something that, yeah, this game does have some really hard parts to itself. but it is something, it does capture that feel of the movie. It looks great, as we said. Like, hey, the attention to detail, it cannot be said enough. Just what they went through as far as that element, but it's also the case that, yeah, I think this is still a fun game, but sometimes the controls are a little weird, but also the case that, yeah, with enough practice, it's something that keep going and going and going, and you'll be good to it. And also, special thanks to Rob Minkoff, who directed the film, by the way. And also elements of Virgin Interactive as far as that. Vice President Neil Young, not that one. At least I don't think. No, it's not that one. So I know that for a fact. But anyway, yeah, if you never played it before, it is interesting and fine. This is how Sega's interpretation was. And Genesis, or on Super Nintendo, it's mostly the same. But there are enough differences that I think it's probably worth looking at them. And hey, giving our giant look as far as it's fine. Feasibly, this is the case. I could end the show now. Although I will also show this. I'll show the Game Boy version later. I will not beat that game fully. I can't beat that game fully. It's so hard, specifically. But okay, there we go. So that is the case of that. So hit the select button. We'll go back to game options. One thing I do quickly. I'm going to take a look at my audio levels, because I actually have to change the audio levels significantly against both of these versions. Actually, all three. Because the Genesis version I have to have actually up really high, because for some reason it's actually quiet what's coming off on the tech. And if your case where you're not hearing it or it's too loud, let me know and I'll adjust it. For the Super Nintendo version, I got to turn it down a little bit to 16.5 decibels. It's set on my tests. That's also I do audio tests, and I got 34 games I got to do that for the showcase next week, which I'm looking forward to that for sure. Also, you can do saves, by the way. You can save anywhere you want as far as this game, if you so desire. In this case, I'm not going to, because we get through, and that's that. So that's Sega Genesis. Let's take a look at Super Nintendo. This also came out the same time. It is still Westwood Studios who made it. It does look a lot crisper as far as the graphics, you're noticing that. And also elements as far as the menus. It looks a lot more, and fine, it's taking advantage of the color palette of 256 colors on Super Nintendo compared to the 64 that the Genesis had. I'm also going to just check my options for controls just to make sure everything's set. It is the same control map, basically, except now I'm using the right controller as far as this. Let's get going.
It starts.
There you go, and it does, and also the voiceovers sound a little more crisp. And also, yeah, the transition, of course, going to the Console Wars episode that ElecVerse gave the element in the link list of, it was like, yeah, this, as far as that, is better than just a word, than this. This is better than that. So in this case, yeah, same deal. Roll around and jump around, but also hear the case of, hey, what this game's doing, seeing the parallax scrolling of Pry Rock in the background, which wasn't the other one, but is something that maybe is a little more noticeable on this. Also, if I'm going to test this, because also you do the roar. Fine, in this version, it's like a Kit Kat roar. But fine, what I gotta do is I gotta wait till it gets high enough, because I want to test this again. Because on Genesis... Okay, fine, it's the same case, I get blown up, I get the beetle blowing up my face. Just like it was on Sega Genesis, so some things never change. But yeah, you're hearing, like, yeah, the music and the sounds much better in this... Fine, okay. Fine, it's more technologically impressive in the sense that the Genesis didn't have the sound tech that Super Nintendo had, for sure. And this is a game where it definitely does make a difference in terms of the fact that you're hearing, like, voices on the soundtrack in ways you didn't hear it as much on the Genesis. But also, the other thing you're noticing is that, yeah, Simba's a little bigger on the screen, and part of that is because, fine, well, they always say the screen resolution, that's always the case. In this case, it's a smaller screen resolution, so you don't have as much time to feasibly react, but everything does look a little bigger. And the question, like, hey, bigger is better. And it does look nice in the sense that you do still have the good animations here. And also, you do have Jonathan Taylor Thomas still saying cool and saying it more. Or like that episode says, like, why does it say cool all the time? It's like, yeah, honestly, you know it's not, like, that's not cool. It's like, no, you know it's not really not cool? Not saying cool enough. Which this game, of course, you have your cool quota going on as far as this one for it. It does sound a lot more crisp. The one thing I'll say as far as this version for me is that... And this is why I said I can justify the idea of doing both of these, and also because they're not long, is because maybe it's just me, and feel free, chat, to go on this, and like, since you said you played both of them, feel free to tell me what you think. For me, I get the sense that the collision detection on the Super Nintendo version is a bit different and a bit biased in both ways that help you and don't help you. In fact, I will say this, one of the last things I'll do tonight, I have a clip out from my practice on this game. It was at Reaper Prad, and it was with the Super Nintendo version. Where based on how I was slapping, it looked like I wasn't hitting anything. But I was still getting registered for the hit anyway, and fine. I sort of had that on Genesis a little, but I don't remember seeing it quite as much. Although fine, it's going to be a gold mine going back on the edit for this, no question. Of course, yeah, the highness still looks great, but also because it's bigger. The other thing about this, I'll say this, the benefit there of it being bigger, you can appreciate the details on the sprite even more than you can on the Genesis.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
And yeah, James Earl Jones also sounds feasibly even better than he does over there. But like, yeah, still looking over there. But all right. Like, here's Bug Toss. You also get different music. That's the other thing. Some of the music is a bit different between the versions as far as the stages. Well, okay. Kinda. And I'll say this feasibly sounds a little better in terms of the fact it sounds like more of a Calypso track. It's fitting with Timon and Pumbaa that way. And feasibly also, this is not the last time we can see them in-game as well because... Okay, we go.
I ate like a pig.
Yeah, you also have that sound effect when it's doing the rack up, and he says that at the end of it. And also, it sounds a bit deeper in this version. But one thing I'll also say is that, yeah, they cut to the weather here as far as the change of the sunset, as opposed to fade in on the Sega Genesis, which is... I kind of like that effect better, but it's also something that... I'm fine, it's nitpicking, but then again, it's like, fine, we love the minutia on this show, fine, Chad, I guess you love it too, and I appreciate that as well. So in that case, it's worth doing that. It's worth looking at that and saying like, hey, you know, feasibly nobody was losing when it came to this game is pretty much, you have to kind of, what the Console Wars show does, and what we do to a different degree, which is kind of dig into these games, like, what are they doing differently? How are they interpreting that, and how is a case where, whether you grew up with a Super Nintendo or a Sega Genesis, or maybe even both, or fine, eventually both, in my case, but not right away, you feasibly are a case where you were still gonna get the same game, but what was different? Like here, you're not getting a jump sound effect when you jump over these things, but also, because everything's bigger, you don't have as much time to react. In fact, right there, perfect. Oh, that was feasibly my fault because I jumped too early. Also, it does more of a cut to when he dies as opposed to in the Genesis game where it's a fade into him dying. But yeah, by the way, fine. That's what I didn't show on the Genesis version, but if you do hit the ground or miss something like that, you just die instantly. And a lot of kids growing up say, like, I couldn't ever get past this level because of this. And actually, yeah, to an extent, I was one of those people. I initially was like, how the hell do I get past this? But it's also the case that, fine, it was also, I'll mention my days as far as video rental cases this way. Actually, the first time I rented this game, I believe it was... Okay, let me think about this. Because I rented this game, and, like, it was the case, like, even though my brother was not huge into gaming as much as I was at the time, he is now. Well, fine, not like I am, but still, he's more into it than I am, than he was back then, I'll say that. But it was a case, like, fine, in a lot of cases, he might be more specific at the stuff he wanted to play. But usually the case, like, hey, we both rent a game. Like, I rent something I want to rent, he rents something he wants to rent. So, in my case, I picked The Lion King. But he was also saying, hey, he kind of was curious about, and I mentioned this before, I mentioned the idea of how he likes a lot of historical kind of elements. And somehow I got through that as far as the grab on the tails. I was going to try the other thing, which is, okay, I guess I can. Fine, let me give that a try. Okay, so fine, in this version you can't jump on the nose of the hippo up there, so you can't cheese it like on Genesis, except... In that case, I fell in the water and died. But as I mentioned, he liked kind of historical stuff. He's a huge one as far as stuff like Age of Empires, and I love Age of Empires too. I need to come with this to show Age of Empires on the show somehow. I mean, I have the ones that are on the console. I played Age of Mythology Retold, which is on the Xbox Series S and X. I have the Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition that's on that. Age of Empires 1 and 3 and 4 are on that as well. And they do have full mouse control options as well as control elements. But anyway, before those games came out, he rented a game, actually that is surprisingly expensive now. I don't know if, chat, you're familiar with this. It's called Liberty or Death. It was from Koei. It's actually kind of like Romance of the Four Kingdoms. That's the franchise they make. It's kind of a strategy game set around the American Revolution. It's also one of the rare games we rented that had the MA13 rating at the time, as opposed to later when the ESRB rating came out with the teen rating, because it was like right before that happened. In fact, I believe my Genesis copy does still have the GA VRC rating council rating on the box. Or on the cartridge, I should say. And the box. But that being said, like, that's what he rented, and it's a case that I was kind of surprised that game now goes for as much money as it does, and it's also Super Nintendo. In all case, yeah, we're getting more on the drums going on the music. And also, yeah, that's another one. It was interesting of what I saw, but fine, it's a strategy game. When I was younger, I was like, I don't know how to play this. It wasn't really, I guess, until Age of Empires came around that I kind of got my feet wet as far as that and really understood like how to play a real-time strategy game. And fitting to bring that up because remember, the people who made this made one of the most famous real-time strategy games around, that being Command and Conquer. You think like, the Lion King developers making Command & Conquer, but yeah, they did. And I always love bringing that up, saying like, hey, you know, Westwood Studios who made this, they made that game. Like, yeah, they did. Yeah, they sure did. Okay, fine, I gotta hit the one on the left. Goes the idea that, as I mentioned, hey, you know, what's the idea of a company where they kind of come known for something or don't? And then realizing, as far as this game, saying, hey, you know, not only they make this, but they also made Goofy's Railway Express, which I played on my old IBM PC back in like 1992. It's like, okay, like they were there the whole time. It was like I didn't know where they were, but like, okay, yeah, that was the idea of Westwood Studios. In the case that sometimes that's an interesting discussion, saying, hey, a company like this making a game like that, it seems like it's either not in their wheelhouse or at the time feasibly it was, which was kind of the surprise there. Like, yeah, they have a background as far as Disney games specifically, and then they became known for something else. And I guess feasibly the case that, as I said when I was, you know, advertising this out, as far as it's saying, like, hey, you know, this game in its way is almost as difficult as some of those Command & Conquer games are concerned. And we definitely show a lot of those, because actually there's some interesting ones. I know that, I'm trying to remember, what's the one that Nocturne loves? I think it's Command & Conquer Red Alert, I believe, is one of her favorites, which it's on PC. We can definitely do the PC version specifically, but it is also on the PlayStation. And it's a case where actually, I believe, going back to James Earl Jones again. Oh, fine. We'll go back to that in a second as we're doing the bug hunt. So yeah, this is what the bug hunt looks. So they changed the interface a little bit. Actually, okay, I'll tell you what they do as far as the music. I think they swapped the music in this version. Oh shit, I got that. Also, you see him doing that animation like, oh, what's coming out of the eyes of that elephant skull over there more than you did on Genesis. It's on Genesis, but you didn't notice it was long. But, yeah, I believe, now I'm killed, I'm gonna look back at my notes on this one, because I know I took something down on this for the late James Earl Jones. I thought he was in one of the Command & Conquer games. Was it Tiberium's Son? He was in one of them. I know there was one of them he was in. And fine, those Command & Conquer games, honestly, when you think about it, here's another element as far as they connect to this. Like, well, what do these have in common? So I'm the developer. Well, the fact that both games, they have massive star power to them, specifically. That really got attention that way. Like, hey, at a time where you're like, hey, you're famous people as far as movies involved in games. In some cases, they were. You had stuff like Command & Conquer that was doing that, and also like Wing Commander 3 on the PC and on 3DO, where it's like, hey, you know, they have Malcolm McDowell from Clockwork Orange, they have Mark Hamill from Batman the Animated Series and Star Wars involved, and then with Command & Conquer, they had James Earl Jones in one of them. They had the guy who's Sam Fisher's Splinter Cell and is in Total Recall. Michael Ironside. It's like, why am I blanking on his name? We're gonna be looking at Splinter Cell briefly in about 2 months, and then I'm gonna do a full show of that at some point because I want to show that game. That game's amazing. But and also Tim Curry. We mentioned Tim Curry on the show before as well, like because he was in one of those. And of course, his idea is like going to space. That's where it comes from. It's one of the Command & Conquer games. So in that way, it's become one of his most famous roles. And fine, thanks to Dolly Finn, we're gonna have him on the show because he's gonna be in Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, which you wanted to see it on the PlayStation 2, and now you also have him help getting the Black Widow. But that idea of it. Okay, so boom. Okay, so there we go with what is it? That. And you're definitely hearing the better case on Be Prepared. I'll say this: as much as I love Mark Furness as far as the person who did the music for the Genesis version, this does sound a lot like the movie as far as the sound. Like, even like the Be Prepared, it's kind of off-key, the do on the Genesis, but on this version, yeah, take a listen. They have the instrumentation dead on. So in that case, yeah, that is definitely a better case, which is fine. You know what? Simba, hang there. I want you to stand there. He will not fall off, by the way, unless I start talking and he falls off. It's gonna be hilarious. I probably should go and do the music for this version because it was 3 people. It was Frank Kopacki, who did the music for Dungeons & Dragons Order of the Griffin for the TurboGrafx 16, as well as Dune 2, The Building of a Dynasty. The Dune games, by the way, those were by Westwood Studios as well. I don't remember if they're based on like the series of books and movies and things like that. They might be. He also was involved with Young Merlin on Super Nintendo, which is a game of Westwood's on the console. He was involved with Command & Conquer doing the music, as well as the game based on Blade Runner, as well as Command & Conquer Red Alert, and all of the expansion packs that came out for it, as well as Command & Conquer Tiberium's Son, and Pirates Legend Black Cat, which is on Xbox and PlayStation 2. And yeah, as I was doing that, like, shit, I gotta move over the way. But on top of that, there was also Dwight Kenichi Okahara, who did music for Dune 2, Young Merlin, PC version Monopoly from 1985, Fables and Fiends, Hand of Fate, and he was a senior audio director actually at Insomniac now, working on Spider-Man 2 for the PlayStation 5, and he also worked on the games specifically Ratchet & Clank, Up Your Arsenal, Fuse, Resistance Fall of Man, and Sunset Overdrive. And also Patrick J. Collins is the last name, who did the music for the Genesis version of Toy Story, Mally Mallard and Cold Shadow, another Disney game, late era, that was on Super Nintendo in the US only, and then Genesis was other places, or fine, Mega Drive then. And also did music for Pocahontas, which was on Sega Genesis, and 101 Dalmatians Escape from DeVille Manor. So some Disney backgrounds that way. Whoa, shit. Yeah, but, Chad, I don't know if you ever played Mally Mallard and Cold Shadow. Who was the team made it? I think that was Funcom, I believe. Well, yeah, I think it was Funcom. I'm thinking, I don't think it was Eurocom. Eurocom made some stuff. I don't think they made that. But Funcom, I believe they're out of Sweden. It's, I believe, based on either it's based on a comic this way, or it's original concept, where it's basically Donald Duck. I took that hit intentionally so I can go and get the Roar extension. Where he's kind of like a detective. And that one, he also has a case where he becomes a ninja named Cold Shadow. Also, by the way, it looks like the, maybe it's just me, but I think the vultures might take an extra hit. Okay, but we're going in here to get this bug. Now I know how to get this damn thing. I'm gonna miss it. Okay, fine, we're gonna go back and get it. But about second level of the game, he's kind of going around like a detective in like a Hawaiian shirt, like shooting like a pop gun, as far as it. And you get this nice rumbling of the water, which actually sounds really nice here. But then on the second level, he has powers to turn into a ninja using yin-yang coins. And it becomes Cold Shadow. It's an interesting game as far as what it is, and it looks unbelievable. The way that game looks visually, as far as animation, like this game. Feasibly, that goes to the idea, like, hey, Disney's saying, hey, you know, we want our animation this way. I don't know if that game had Disney animators involved in it, but it sure looks like it did, in terms of how it was. Even as far as the idea, because you have, like, your ninja staff, you're, like, swinging on like, skull heads and things. Almost like Ninja Gaiden a little bit, as far as how it is. It's a really interesting game. The only thing about that the game is really weird is that... Okay, yeah. I get that and go. I don't want to fight you guys yet. I'll find those guys. Ow. Okay, no, maybe it's 2 hits. I just miscounted. Okay. By the way, bouncing in this version, it's way easier. Just hold the B button. Except I died. But hey, at least I got the life, so like, fine. It's like I didn't lose one in the first place. Yeah, that is an interesting game. The one thing about that game that's very weird, and I don't know what the effect was at the top of the screen, like, kind of, like, popping around. Also, yeah, there's a butterfly in the graveyard because it goes to his idle animation. But anyways, that for some reason, the game is password saves. But the game is really, really stingy on how it lets you get passwords to save. Because you actually have to play a bonus game, and you have to actually win it. Otherwise, the game will not let you get a password whatsoever. So it's actually, honestly, I'll tell you this. I don't know if I played a game ever in my life where the perspective of getting a password for a level was that difficult. Seemingly needlessly so. Like, that's the one thing about the game I don't like. It's like, why are they making it so hard that way? Like, if I have to go home, or I have to either go home from a friend's house or something, or if I'm like, hey, you know, I gotta go somewhere. Fine. For this show, like, it's gonna be a rare case where I have to go somewhere as far as it while I'm doing it, unless it's an absolute emergency. Of course, something like that, I'd be doing that. Yeah, God willing, that'll never happen. But that being said, it's something that, like, why make it so hard to do that? Or fine, feasibly, maybe this is the idea, re-release of it, because hey, you could think, well, wait a minute, how the hell did they possibly get this game back as far as a re-release? Like, fine, they'd have to go to Disney that way, would they want to do it? And fine, since it is, oh shit. Fine, that's the one thing about this version I'll say, the screen resolution being less makes it a lot harder to see where the enemies are. Like, hey, would they want to go to that degree to get the license back to run this game or run something? They could feasibly do that if, like, they wanted to do it. I mean, fine. We had Tetris Forever that came out about a week and a half ago, where, what was it? Digital Eclipse, who developed this collection as well, they went back and they said, hey, we got to get these licenses going on for all these old variances of Tetris, including rebuilding the Electronica 60 original 40 years ago, licensing these 2 from MS-DOS that were by Spectrum Holobyte, and even Hank Rogers and Alexei Pajitnov said it's not as simple as just coming to us. Like, they had to figure something else out as far as getting that license running. But the case that I guess a lot of companies are willing to do that, especially Digital Clips, because fine, they recently patched Atari 50 again as we're in the Stampede. Yeah, well, this looks great too. Actually, fine, bigger screen size as far as in here. And of course, also, yeah, the chanting on the soundtrack, that sounds amazing, no question. And honestly, this is one of those cases where, fine, the bigger screen element doesn't really change much as far as the resolution is, or saying like, hey, it makes it a case where it's harder to, play it. It's a case where it's still in line with it, but it does look bigger and kind of feasibly larger in the charger if you really want to get the element as they're charging that way. Whoa, shit. And it still looks great that way, but fine, even better than it already did on Genesis. But yeah, I think the thing is that, yeah, some of these companies, they're realizing, hey, there is money to be made this way in the case that you're thinking, like, well, they want to go to that effort, but the answer is, I think they will. And same with, I find Digital Clips in particular, is the case, like, they've been on fire recently when it comes to stuff they've been doing. There's this collection, as I mentioned, which was a couple years ago, and a couple years ago when they added Aladdin for Super Nintendo, and when they added, what was it? The Jungle Book games. But also, because they did the Worms Armageddon release, which they patched that again to add a different version. Because as the Game Boy Color game, I think it's porting the PC version, and I think they patched to add something else. The Atari 50 was they patched to add, like, M Network games that they got the licenses for, that they didn't have before. And covering the first console war as far as the television to kind of go into that, because they have elements of that going on, too. There's Lamasoft the Jeff Minter story, which still have to pick that up at some point, because that's a really interesting one. Whoa. There's the Making of Karateka, which, actually, I realized this the other day. I thought Limited Run was going to do a physical version of that, but that still has not come out. And I don't know if it's going to be like, okay, fine, I got hit by that. I was trying to hang off on the thing there to avoid it, but it did not work. I mean, they announced that they were going to do it about a year ago. We did part 4 of Pokemon Generation 9, I think I mentioned that. But maybe they just haven't gotten it to it yet, because there's something they announced that, when I talked back then, was Chicory A Colorful Tale, which they just got to doing the physical version out, like, now. It's like, fine, maybe the Making of Karateka got delayed. If it did, I'll get it when they announce it. I don't know if Lamasoft Jeff Minter story they're gonna do one, and I think they said that there's gonna be one for Tetris Forever, but I don't know necessarily if Limited Run's gonna handle that, or who's gonna handle that specifically. Okay, so fine, maybe I'll do the way I was gonna say, like, no, that's the hard way to do it. Fine, there you go. Did that surprisingly better than I thought it would. But is it also the case that, fine, some of the licensing, actually, we can talk about this, like, hey, what are they doing with, like, the Tetris games they have to do? Because I guess, fine, they still haven't re-released Tetris Plus. Sorry, ElecVerse, I know you were asking for that a couple years ago. And I'm like, we're not going to give up hope, or fine, as Peter Gabriel and Kate Bush said, don't give up. Like, fine, the case that's probably a complicated license case because they had to go to Jalico for that one. So, or fine, City Connection, which they're known as now, saying, like, hey, get it out there. But I think the fact that they went to this degree, or Digital Clips went to the degrees that they did for the other ones, I'm thinking that there's somebody out there who's going to say, hey, we can justify going this way, of getting a re-release of that. And above anything else, I say get the sequel that Japan got that we never got, because I'd love to play that. And I'll get Tetris Forever. The only reason I haven't bought it yet is because since I heard they're going to do a physical version, I said, fine, since they say they're going to do one, I want to get it. And shit, I shouldn't have done that. I should have remembered that there's a pit down there. By the way, in this version, when you do fall down a pit, you do see his death animation. You do not on Genesis. But yeah, since they said they're going to do a physical version, I'm easily going to wait for that one, but I guess it's also the case that, fine. Only because, like, fine, they said they're going to do one. If they said they weren't going to do one, I'd buy the thing specifically. Then also the game is, they're asking $35 for that, which is not a bad, it's not unreasonable to be asking that much for that game based on what it's got. Especially given some of the stuff on that's insanely rare and has never been re-released before. So in that case, $35 makes total sense. But since they said, hey, they're going to do physically speaking, I'm going to see about that. And same, I guess, with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind, which is coming out next month. They announced that as far as its release date of next month, digitally speaking. I think they're physical in that one too, I guess, but it's $35 again. It's like, well, all right. I kind of want to wait on that one. And also, fine, when I mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. Like, next time we come to a Power Rangers game, we're not going to play a Mighty Morphin one. I think we should play one of the ones. In fact, I think... Also, first, I knew you wanted to see Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue on PlayStation to start. I think we should do that. In fact, I think we show all 3 of those. the PlayStation one, the Nintendo 64 one, because it'll be a hilarious laugh and, catharsis feasibly for you, and maybe for me, because I've never played it. And that Game Boy Color one, which is by Natsume. It's like, wait a second, it's the same people who made the Super Nintendo Mighty Morphin Power Rangers games. All of them. So, like, okay, that could be an interesting case of going about seeing that and finding a case like, hey, what comes from that? Is it a big hit? We see more stuff as far as games based on that Enterprise, which I think maybe we could. We'll see. And same feasibly with something like this. All right, boom. But yeah, we're back at Hakuna Matata again. Does look the same case, but yeah, they're the spiders again. Yeah, the spiders are annoying. Unfortunately, yeah, we can't find. Yeah, well, we can't eat those, and the other ones we eat are gonna hurt us. Which is fair enough, because like I guess the thought is like, hey, I guess they have like venom or something. So yeah, you don't want to eat the spider, or that spider anyway. And it's not like Spider-Man was like, hey, hey, Simba might have a allergic reaction to like a radioactive spider. And I don't know, Simba and Spider-Man. That'd be a weird one, but okay. So let's go down here and yeah, there, left. Yeah, I want that. Okay, there you go. Okay, so we're all set. Actually, then, all right, since, as I said, I didn't know until we did the Genesis version that my roar meter, that I barely used, fine, in all honesty, you don't use the roar that much. It honestly, also, by the way, when you jump on the logs when they're on the water like that, they'll collapse. Oh, fine, in this case, fine. When you do fall, you don't, have the death thing. But, ow. Okay, fine. I've jumped on the one, but the other one got me as well. So fine, let's go this way. I'm gonna see then, in this version, does your roar meter go down to nothing when you become an adult? And fine, in this case, like, yeah, this is actually so far been way faster. Because fine, I've been doing this like 20 minutes. In fact, I know Kazim22 saw the practice on this. It's like, why this game's so hard? It seems unreasonable. Like, yeah, you know what? He's not wrong. It feasibly isn't reasonable. But fine, that's how we had games like this back in the day, and we liked it, and we basically grew stronger that way. And fine, even today with stuff like Dark Souls and Elden Ring and things like that, I guess that's still a way. We're still doing that, but in different capacities. But he said, like, hey, do a no-damage speedrun on this game. It's like, I don't think you can do no damage, number one. And number two, I think the speedrun on this game is like 11 minutes. It's like, I don't know what that looks like necessarily as far as how it works. Like, what's the path to do that speedrun specific? And also, they did it on the hardest difficulty. Like, what's that gonna look like? I don't know, because, Jesus. Even on normal, this thing is hard. Although, fine, it's not... I'll say this. I don't think this game is necessarily unfair. Exactly. Except maybe be prepared. Well, be prepared is just... I think there's a feasibly difference between unfair and... somewhere between unfair and sadistic. Not exactly either one. I guess... what's the word I'm looking for to describe that? It's not demanding. I think it's more than that. I'd say... punishing. Punishing. That's a good way of putting it. It's not sadistic, I guess, because it's like... It's not so insanely hard or insanely cheap. And given other games that are in the 60-bit era, like, hey, count your blessings that way. It could be something that's... completely unreasonable. Like, they really want me to do this, and like, it's almost impossible. Fine. Preview of the Game Boy version. You're wondering how the hell are they expecting me to do that? Also, because it plays differently as far as how the field is. Okay. Okay, where? Okay, because yeah, I just want to make sure. Also, yeah, because I don't have as much of a screen resolution. You have to look up and down. At least you can. You can look up and down and scroll the camera that way. Either way. Okay, so here's the gorilla again. So like, fine. Fitting, I guess he's on a Nintendo console, so it's like not Donkey Kong. Actually, it does look kind of like Donkey Kong from Donkey Kong Country. Also, you have kind of like the metal clanking sound as far as how these go. And fine, I'll also show him like slapping me. So fine, okay, for the sake of argument, I'll say this. We're talking about, it looks more like slap. I'll tell you this. Super Bowl Game Saturday narrative of The Lion King. I'm gonna put it right now. And feel free to chat to disagree with me or this, or say like, oh my god, I love it. Your pick. How about this? Why did Simba learn how to slash, but it looks more like a slap? This guy. It's like, I dealt with this weird-ass monkey when I was growing up, as far as a cub, with this meerkat and this warthog. By the way, if he does that, I believe coconuts will fall down. Okay, fine. If you jump on there, he'll go the other direction. But I have not much health left. So I might die doing this. Oh no! But that being said, I've actually, you know what? I've actually never been over here with him this way before. Okay, that's interesting to see this. Okay. So in this case, fine, he's throwing in nothing. He's like, yeah, I'm down here, by the way. I'm like, hold on. Whoa. Okay, got him. Okay, so still went down. Alright, so, also, it looks like there's more, like, I don't know, tar or something coming out of the ground as he falls. Alright, there you go. Got him. Okay, so let's have a better case on BrockHard 3. Right, they named the bug on... Okay, and there's more slowdown on Super Nintendo, which usually is the case because of the processing, or the clock speed of the Sega Genesis being faster. So fine, this is where you're noticing slowdown more. So yeah, fine, we're not bastardizing the console war show, because they didn't talk about the fact that there's slowdown. Wait, did they? ElecVerse, feel free to correct me, because I know you've seen the console wars episode you linked to, as have I, but it's been so long since I've seen that one. Did they mention there's slowdown in this game? They might not have gotten to that. And fine, that's also the case. That sometimes they might not get to some of the stuff we talk about, or vice versa. It's stuff we miss. Or fine, I miss. It's more my case, like, fine, I forgot to talk about something. Like last week, I'll mention, what is it? Oh, you can get a health extension off here, but alright, fine, here we go. Alright, we grew up. Alright, we do get this great version as far as Sims Destiny. Alright, so here's Sims Destiny. This looks familiar. Actually, yeah, oh, right. Okay, right. Okay, they're fine. I want to, in fact, you know, since we're seeing this level again, same deal. Keep going along. And yeah, okay, fine. The roar bar does go down. You do lose it when you become an adult for some reason, not your full health. Don't know why that is. It's a good thing to know, regardless of what version you're going to have that happening. But there are two things I actually forgot to mention when it came to things I was going to mention. There's on the shows we've done recently. Last week actually was one of them, which was actually, we talked the Game Boy Advance versions of the Donkey Kong Country trilogy. One thing I forgot to mention, which I probably should have brought up, was the idea of, like, how did they translate that game visually to the Game Boy Advance in particular, as far as those three. One thing I forgot to mention, because, like, hey, you know, the question of, like, what do they do with that? Because they had the Silicon Graphics models that they set, and also you have more slashing going on when, as far as the sound effect, when you do the maul in this. Also, because you're native on Super Nintendo, you have the maul on X by default, unlike on Genesis, where you have the 6-button controller and you roll your fingers around to do it. But, for Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3 on Game Boy Advance, one thing I forgot to mention about how they developed that game was that, of all three of those, is that they couldn't actually take the assets they had from Super Nintendo for the development of it. So what they did is they actually went frame by frame using emulators of the Super Nintendo game to look at all of the animations, all of the graphics as far as the characters are concerned throughout the entire game, and basically repaint them. Because I said with Donkey Kong Country 3, I said, hey, Donkey Kong Country 3 adds some new animations for certain things, but they don't add in other cases. Like Kiddy Kong does not have, he doesn't have a animation when he's like on the side of a ledge or something, the way that Dixie has one, because they added one for her in Donkey Kong Country 2, and they put it onto 3 as well. I think that might have been the reason why. Sort of kind of, oh, and I jumped over that somehow. I didn't know, not know I could jump over that. I don't know if you could do that on the Genesis, but either way, we did it here. Fine, Roar the Monkeys, get him away. Also, they do change stuff with the voices, and now, ElecVerse, I was thinking of you this way, because when it came to the death yell of Kitty, he's like, ah, on the Super Nintendo, but it's like the yeah, as far as the Game Boy Advance. Like, I don't know if that's an upgrade specifically, but either way. So that was one thing I forgot to mention. Is like they basically went frame by frame on that on this animation to basically rebuild them by scratch. Because the other concept that was that the files they used for the graphics, they were in old formats they could not convert over, and based upon the Game Boy Advance's architecture and the fact that Game Boy Advance, generally speaking, I think that game was the same way. Most games on the console were designed in C as far as the programming language was concerned. They couldn't convert that over easily, and actually, that's something that Nintendo did a lot when it came to other than ones like Yoshi's Island. They couldn't emulate the Super FX 2 chip for that, so they basically said, okay, fine, we're gonna just rebuild the game entirely. But you'd never know that unless you heard them say, like, oh, by the way, we had to do this. Which is definitely very interesting. And the other thing I actually forgot to mention was actually when we did Until Dawn. We played the PlayStation 5 version, as far as the remake was concerned, that came out about a month ago. But one thing I forgot is when they were doing that game or making it, they wanted to get a sense like how scary it was. To like, hey, is this game hitting its target when it comes to its fear? And for us, it sure did. For myself and the Crusader 64, we were screaming and yelling for the entire 9.5 hours we played that game. As far as we don't regret a minute of it. But anyway, I believe, I did take a note on this. Fine, let me look back at the note on that just because I want to get that going. And enjoy the great music as far as that. Okay, so that was that. Yeah, I have tons of damn notes on this notebook. Right. They actually used this galvic skin response perspective as far as, like, I guess a medical indication of fear to kind of gauge how scary was this to the people they had involved in testing in terms of, I guess, the audience that they put in front of, feasibly people on the dev team who were feasibly working on other parts of the game that maybe didn't know some of the scares that were coming and things like that. So it's something that I forgot to mention that, but something that kind of was of interest. Yeah, and still the same case, go get the beetle. Fine, you don't need to use the roar as much, but still, I just find it weird that the roar just completely goes away as far as your meter. I mean, hey, at least it's not the health. Yeah, okay, you're seeing it right there. Like, I'm barely even hitting the damn Jaguar. And I didn't notice it quite that way. Fine, in this case, it looks like I'm just punching it. And in this case, I know why that is, because of the way the background is. So fine, Simba's mad. He also looks more mad. As far as the sprite, you can kind of, in some ways, see more detail. By the way, you can't go past this. You have to kind of stand here and wait. And he does that swipe. He doesn't do the ding sound effect, which I believe is also something out of Mickey Mania. Alright, but there we go. Got through here, and I'm gonna hear another vision. And I just moved back for some reason.
You must take your place in the circle of life.
Here we will, but first, another bug hunt. Okay, fine, they have different variances of the bug hunt, but yeah, okay, fine, it slows down a lot. Now, let's see if I can't get enough so I can get, what is it? Get another health extension. Fine. The other thing is, like, yeah, I don't want to hit the Black Widows, because if I do, we're done. Oh, shit, I had to open my damn mouth. Alright. So, be prepared. Here's Super Nintendo's version. Fine, this is harder because... Fine, I think it's also, feasibly running slower. There's even more instruments as far as, like, the horn... Oh, fine, I guess, like, the didgeridoos, the dude. But I do like that sound. Okay, so this one is a little better in some ways. Fine, it's slowing down more. You don't have as much room to maneuver. But you're seeing right there, there's the bat. It doesn't appear in view. So if you can time when the maul happens... Oh, fine. Because when you hit the X button on the maul, there's a little bit of delay before it starts slicing. If you time that button, press right, so that you can basically have the claws come out as they run into it, you're gonna be good. In this case, I'm also waiting till the lava drop will turn around. And here's the other thing, since you can see them on the screen quicker in this version, if you see them and they haven't started flying yet, just go and swipe. If you can do that. But some cases, like, hey, you know, you can't. In that case, I was really lucky going there. And yeah, fine, this is slowing down way more than it did in my test. With this version, I don't know why. And this is the version I used for the test. But either way, yeah, they're going down. Okay, come on. Oh, there we go. Ouch. Also, fine, I guess one thing to go back to on the voice acting a little bit. Yeah, it was Jonathan Taylor Thomas doing, like, the grunts and, like, the cool thing. Fine, as an adult, he just says the same grunts he had before, but except for the cool thing, he doesn't say that. Because, yeah, life's not cool as far as Sim is concerned, feasibly for certain things. Ouch. Yeah, it's not Matthew Broderick, who I don't know if he's in the game. Cat, do you know if Matthew Broderick's been in any video games? In which case, yeah, if he is, we can have him on the show in some ways. Even if it's like archival footage or something. Because I don't know if he is. Ouch. Fine, alright. In that case, I sliced at the lava. I didn't want to do that. And, okay, I want to also look back at, like, what did I get hit by? Probably the lava droplet. All this feasibly is making up for the fact that I didn't, take a hit where... Okay, fine. This is really, really, choppy in ways that it didn't look like it was in my test. And I don't know why it was. I don't know, maybe because... Okay, hang on. Okay, right there, you saw that. I didn't even hit him. He was nowhere near me. I have a picture showing, like, I don't think he was anywhere near me. So, fine. The collision of this game is biased as far as, fine, the fact that I guess maybe I hit with something that I didn't, but also, fine. If nothing else, I guess it's fair because it works the other way around. Alright, so fine. As soon as you see the bad, that's the case, like, fine. In that case, if you're able to get over there and move yourself that way, be set. Alright. But also fine, because you have the, like, the sound effects going on the mauling, it does seem a little more satisfying. It's also weird as far as what's going on with the elements of the frame rate. Okay. Ow. Oh yeah, fine. In all the versions, the bats can get on you really quick, so that's gonna be a problem. I find he dove into me, so that makes sense. Actually, yeah, we are showing the death of Simba a little more, because fine, his death is more simple as far as his animation is concerned. Because in his case, he's just like, fine, he just is gonna, you know, roll over. That's basically the idea, as opposed to young Simba, where like he's getting tired and he gets so exhausted, he just kind of falls over in his case of it. Ow. Yeah, you're seeing right there, it is on a bit of an interval. It's like, yeah, that's the other thing. Keeping him far away. That's usually what you want to do, but it's not going to be easy to do. Alright, fine. Yeah, because even if you could just kind of see a frame like we just had there, if you do have a case like that, that still counts in the case that, yeah, he's in view and he'll come by. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you, I think probably what hit me there, but that one, fine, the one death I had when it looked like I didn't hit by anything, it's probably that right there. When you get, actually, that's one thing I don't think the Genesis version had, or if it did, it wasn't as pronounced. When the lava dropped down on the ground, as far as the droplet, it spreads. Come on, bad. Okay, fine. The hyenas come off screen too. Ouch. Okay, also, they will run away. Nora said that the hyenas were brave. But now that one's dead. Okay. Yeah, also a couple of these, yeah, it's hard to see where the droplets are coming from, so yeah, fine. Yeah, shouldn't have done that. Uh-oh. Yeah, I just need to get to where the checkpoint is. I'm gonna do the same case as I did before. I'm gonna go where the checkpoint is. I'm not dumb as far as, like, I can't, and especially as far as going through this, showing what the struggle is. So nothing else, showing what the struggle should have been on Genesis, and I guess also feasibly that's harder on this. Oh, thank God, health. Alright, Panther guy, you gotta go. Ouch. Yeah. Get off. It's like, yeah. Oh, alright, there's one there. So yeah, in that case, I'm just slapping him across the face. We mentioned Dynasty when we played, what was it? When we played Until Dawn, actually. And fine, this game now, too. It's like, there you go. Okay, so, same deal. You have to slash the, stalactite down to go across the platform. Same deal, stay off of the side and, be careful when the lava comes. Just, move over to the left. Oh, shit. Crap, I died. I could rewind for that one. I'm not gonna do it. We're gonna take that loss. Yeah, we're gonna 1994 this baby. So, fine. In that case, you gotta go back to the beginning of the level, although fine, remember, it could be a case where the game doesn't have checkpoints. Or the case I went the other way and then I died later and like, fine, then I had to go back to the beginning of the level. It's like, alright, fine. So nonetheless, it shows what you want to do for that, which is, because you have to do the slice to get it down. That's the only way to get it down. But if you're too close, like I was, you can get yourself hit and die. So that's the idea. This game does have, I guess fine, I didn't really mention this in the Genesis game, even though I guess maybe it was obvious this way, but fine, at least I can, you know, emphasize it specifically now, and that is, you have a lot of instant death stuff going on in this game, most of which I avoided on Genesis, and now I'm showing full right there, okay, right there, are you seeing that? I'm slapping the dead hyena's face, it's like, yeah, fine, but the Panther's there, but he's not even in the way, he's like, fine, you know, yeah, Simba's like, fine, you know, I'm just slapping this guy. Like, yeah, I don't care if you're dead, let's just hit him, just keep hitting him, like, I'm mad, I want, you know, revenge. But as I said, in the movie at this time, he doesn't know that they're not responsible. Fine, that they're responsible for his father's. Oh, okay, fine. The hyenas are not responsible for it. Oh, fine. They're followers of Scars, but fine. Well, okay, fine. Because okay, fine. Well, all right. Let me go back to that because so the hyena is not responsible for Scar being killed by Mufasa being killed by Scar. Sorry. Right, we killed Scar later. That we get our hands dirty that way. The hyenas though, they try to kill Simba when he runs away. And they basically like, fine, he got away, but if you ever come back, we're gonna kill you. So in that case, like, alright, fine. If he's, I guess, out to finish the job, or they're just kind of out there on the prairie. Or depending on what this is gonna be in the movie, because fine, I don't know if, fine, I'm pretty sure that they said, well fine, I know that they said this is something that was gonna be in the movie and it wasn't. I know that. But I don't know if there was storyboards for the movie where they said, hey, you know, or if those are in existence anymore, people have seen them. where they said, okay, this is the idea of what this part of the movie is going to be like. So, I don't know, maybe the Highness saw Simba like, oh, wait a minute, didn't we fail to kill him? In fact, actually, because that's what came up with a couple of Disney movies as far as that element of their stories, like Hercules, for example, which has a game based on PlayStation, and I think Game Boy had it as well, or had a version. I never played that. Chat with you. I'd be curious to play it, just to see what that's about. And we probably play that PlayStation game specifically as far as it. But like that one's like, hey, you know, the followers of Hades, like, I thought you killed him, right? You were supposed to kill him, but oh shit, I fell down. But at least I have the checkpoint. Yeah, I thought you were supposed to kill him when they were like, wait, no, we didn't kill him. Or, well, fine, okay, fine. One of the logical fallacies of that movie, but I do owe that another shot, and I will give another shot. Usually before they do that, we do that game, and that is, as it also looks like the bats are hanging on nothing. He's supposed to drink every drop of the potion to, you know, weaken him, and it says, oh, if even a drop is missed, it doesn't work. He doesn't, but it still works anyway. Like, why? Oh, shit. Okay, that was my case of saying, okay, going down. Okay, so fine. Fine. I said, like, hey, you know what? You can have an easier case as far as them, but... Okay, fine. I'll have an easier case. You know what? I'll lure him over here. Better. But fine. Work smarter, not harder. Ow. Oh, there you go. You also get that nice smack. So, as far as the sound effects, it's fine. There are more sound effects in this version. That's definitely true. So, in that case, it feels more satisfying when you hit something. Which is usually, I guess, the idea, like, how it's supposed to, you know? Yeah, get away, and let's get that life. Okay. Oh, shit. Crap. Alright, this is where the struggle is, so fine. I was running more on the Super Nintendo, which I guess also goes to the reason why did I play the Genesis version first. That's why. I said, okay, that's the other thing, is like, fine, because I know what I'm getting into now with this game. And I'm not gonna say, oh, by the way, it's the screen resolution, that's the only thing that's doing it, or like, hey, you know, feasibly it's controlling worse, because actually I don't think it controls it, I think it controls the same. I'm just fine being more reckless, number one. And number two, getting a case where I'm running into trouble with other things, but fine. Look, I was screaming feasibly, over the past couple weeks as far as like, I gotta do this, I gotta be ready. So if nothing else, we're showing you, why do you have to be ready? Why is this game so hard? Like we're saying, you never beat this game. I understand it. Why? This is why. I guarantee you that... Fine, that was me being stupid, but... I guarantee you, if there's cases of people not beating this game, I'm gonna assume that this is gonna be one of the levels. If there's any of the levels in this game that people have not beaten this game for, or due to, I'm gonna assume it's this level and the second level. Above any of them. And maybe the fifth one. It's fine. Growing up, it's like, hey, you know, that fifth level, like, hey, figuring that stuff with the monkeys, that's weird shit. And I keep trying to jump for that. And it keeps not working. Or I keep getting in trouble. So I guess what I gotta do is just say, fine, I'm gonna sit back, I'm gonna wait. Fine, because I'm doing that, I'm not going after him. Oh, okay, there you go. That's better. Oh, so it did see that, even though I was so far off screen for it. Okay. Stop that. Oh, no. Yeah, fine. I gotta get him away. We're like, oh, Also, okay, fine. One thing I didn't show. Ah, crap. I was like, can I get that life in time? No, I can't. By the way, when you get a game over like I just did, you have to go back to the beginning of the level. Nothing else we're at least gonna hear. I have 7 continues, which should be fun.
The king has returned.
So it does sound much more crisp. And we get that nice transition as be prepared. Alright, fine. This is the trouble I should be having on this level, and it's also showing why this is so nuts. But also, you're seeing there, it's like, I feel like I'm hitting him when I shouldn't be. Although I don't know if I necessarily say that I get this says the enemies be hitting me exactly all the time when I shouldn't. Okay, fine, that just looked weird as far as hit the lava. But I said, I also have, because it was also, I'll tell you what this was. It was a weird case of collision detection that I saw in my test for this level, for this version. Also that, it just looked weird the way I killed him. I got him, but it also just weird how I did it. But also the case, it was also kind of a great save. Where I was like, fine, I should have died from that, but I also kind of didn't. Oh, wait, bleh. Oh, there you go. Yeah, enough. Okay, fine. That was also me being stupid that way. Fine, because the tough part, as I mentioned, is for that, you have to time it when the lava comes down and also when the geysers are going off, so you're not in the way of either one. Okay. Fine, this is the way I tended to play this version in particular. And I did beat this off screen recently, as far as it was actually this week. But it's also something that, yeah, you do have to be very precise. Fine, it's like I said with Donkey Kong Country last week. Those games are all about the precision. This game is too, but it's also something that I'd say doubly so on Super Nintendo, even though it's the same game. Okay, there you go. Yeah, because if you do get that mall going on there, you can also get rid of the hyenas really, really quick. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I do want to get through this. We're going to get through this game, no question. And by the way, if I do get into real trouble, I do have a save state down on this level where I do have like 8 lives. And no continuous use. I mean, honestly, I'll say this, because you pick up so many lives in this game, it's often a case where you only get trouble if you lose that set of them, and then you have to use continues later. Okay, fine. Actually, I think I don't know if that dropper was there on the... Fine, that second dropper. Let me look it up on that. Oh, whoa. I'll kill you, and then let's look up. Wait, where is it? Okay, I think it was the second one somewhere else, but yeah, maybe that wasn't on the Genesis version. Okay, fine, back here, thank God. Yeah, just wait until that goes down, and then stay on the edge. You basically want to stay as far away as you can, so you do the slash. You basically want to get as many slashes as you can, just to speed up the process. But you also don't get that ew sound effect. So yeah, fine. This game does have more sound effects, but that's one it does not have extra over the the Genesis. Alright, come on. Hey, fine, since apparently I get the other one over here, I didn't know I could do that. Okay, so fine. In that case, you can just edge your way and kind of get up through. Oh, shit! Okay, I was trying to edge away, but also, fine. Feasibly, I guess show Simba on the edge of the platform. Like, oh, shit! No! I didn't mean to do that. No! Get the life, there we go. Perfect, okay. And there's another life here, so fine. It's like they knew that, hey, there's gonna be a trouble spot, so at least they're feasibly kind, saying, fine, you know what? Here's a life at least. And here's 2, in fact. Yo, oh, shit, no! Okay, I got it and died, so, like, fine. So, I'm coming out ahead. And since the lives do come back on to death, we'll be good. So fine, as long as I keep going through these areas, I actually can feasibly have infinite lives. There we go. Alright, just make sure it's set there, and then we get it. Okay, well, hold on. Okay, fine, that life doesn't come back for some reason. Don't know why that one doesn't. So fine, this game, fine, it has respawning items as far as that. Fine, but that life comes back, and the one by the checkpoint came back. Okay, so, alright, fine. I guess one of them doesn't come back. Don't know why that is. So fine, it's an inconsistency. For some reason. Okay. We'll get through this, don't worry. I got through the other one, and fine. The one I'm not making the promise on is Game Boy, which is why I'm just gonna show Oh, fine, okay. Let me rephrase that. We'll not get through the Game Boy version legitimately. And why'd I do that knowing I could get him over here? Because basically, just to give you an idea on that Game Boy version, what we're going to do is we're going to show off... I'm going to try and play legitimately for a period, but I'm also going to use the stage skip code, because why not? Because it's nuts. Ow. You see, I said this was easier because of the fact that you could see the bats coming sooner instead of them popping into view. But fine, I've had way more trouble on this level than Fine. I had the amount of trouble on this level that I practiced for. No, no, no. Actually, I missed it. Oh, I didn't miss it. Just barely made it, but I missed the life, which is okay. Fine. I don't care. At least not yet. Except maybe here I might be missing it. I'm missing the fact that I didn't get it. Well, okay. I can still do that without a death, unless I get it later and die. Oh, right, okay, fine. That's something different. There's bats here that were not in the Genesis game. Okay. But fine. Since they only will appear... But you do have enough time as far as you can just slice at them as they go. No, I do want to hit them. Yeah, get out of the way. Why am I trying to maul them? Just get them there. Okay. Almost. Oh, whoa. Alright, there's the checkpoint. It's not going to matter because I don't have any lives left. Oh no. Yeah, why did I do that? Same deal as before. Wait about 20 of these. Try to be out of the way of them when you see the lava there. You can sort of see it right there. You usually want to try and jump to the other ones. What you see? Ouch. Oh, I was lucky. Feasibly close as far as getting this one down. Whoa. Oh, shit. Okay, I got that one set, so I can stay here and be safe. Oh, shit. I was gonna say, I'd open my damn mouth. Just hold on. Please, let me live. And you're not always guaranteed to live standing there in the center, so the fact that I'm not dying to this is a miracle, and we're good. Yeah, because no more rocks will fall out. Thank God. Jesus Christ. Alright, that is, be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. That is a full force. Alright, Simba's return. Also, fine, since I do know where to go now, I know where to go as far as what I showed, I'm going to show you some of the other areas. And fine, this still is a little more of a blue case, just like it was on Genesis. But alright, fine, because up here's a life. Okay, that's the other reason I came here. Fine, I can throw the hyenas. I don't care enough to throw them. I'm like, yeah, screw this. I just want to get going. Because this is the last one you have to go in, but I'm going to go in this one because I believe that there's items here. Yeah, because you can find items in some of these. Also to point out, this level does not have checkpoints. Yeah, I shouldn't mention that when we came through this the first time. Oh, there's no light. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Oh, it's a different life. Never mind. So that's good. At least I'm able to recover my lives. That being said, when you do come here, it's worth pointing out that you do still have to go back and you still have to kill the hyenas on the way back. Okay, good. Actually, I didn't go in here. Let's try that. So, if nothing else, I'll also give you the full look as far as this game. But yeah, I'll show you something different as far as this version that I didn't show on Genesis. Because fine, I guess on Genesis, I sort of beelined it. But also, actually, let me... Alright, also, by the way, one thing I forgot to mention, you do not have the role as adult Simba anymore. Which is fair enough. Like, yeah, he doesn't need a role. He just needs to slice things. Okay, that was weird. You saw that. I jumped on him on the side, but since I was falling, I was sort of... Oh, fine, I'm sort of all in the air, and then he's dead. Okay, good. That was fun. Okay, so now we got that set. I think we can go the way we need to go. Especially because I got those lives. I mean, fine. I have tons of continues, but I still want to have a couple lives to go through. Okay. Yeah, fine. Also, here's the other reason I'm doing both of these, because fine, this is not going to be that long a show anyway. This is actually probably going to be a short show in, well, since last month, since we did Scooby Mystery. Oh, shit. But yeah, you don't die instantly on the spikes, thankfully. I was like, yeah, who do you think Simba is, Mega Man? But fine, it's still, that's fine. Like, hey, Simba dies to rocks getting hit once as far as them falling, as opposed to Mega Man. He can live through them. It's fine. Every video game platforming character has their strengths and weaknesses, and fine, this is also a month of 2D platformers, because every week we have one. Fine, we actually, fine, pretend we have one as far as going into December as well, and... I'm trying to remember, was it the first one? I should know, because we did this about an hour ago. Fine, it was an hour ago now because of the fact that we did, or how I did, handle Be Prepared, or fine, how Be Prepared kicked my ass. Which was good to do to anybody. Okay, yeah, this is the right way. Now I recognize this. Alright, here we go, so we're at the end. Okay, good. Now one more. Okay, so there we go. We are back to Pride Rock again. Alright. So let's take care of Scar one more time. Ow. Yeah, feasibly in this case, fine. Maybe because... I was gonna say, maybe because I got the rustiness off of the, of doing this on Genesis, maybe I'll have more of it on this system. It's also pointing out, as far as this one, when the lightning comes down, there might be flashing light warnings. I don't know, I mean, because when I saw it, as far as doing my practice here, I don't know if it was necessarily that much. It's gonna sound louder, that's for sure. There we go. Like, yeah, I just want to make sure I got over that. Yeah, the music does sound really good here as far as this. Yeah, the way the horns are going. Yeah, there might be a flashlight horn in just a second when it comes to that. Not really. Oh, fine. The explosion of the lightning, yeah, actually, that sounds very Super Nintendo-y in a good way. Actually, fine. It's kind of some of the same lightning sounds as, like, later Super Mario RPG would have. Or fine, like, some of the... Like, no, it sounds like the Bomb Blast kind of, sort of, in that game. But none of the people involved in this game worked on that. Whoa. Yeah, but yeah, okay, fine. With all that stuff on the screen, it's definitely slowing down. Oh, there you go. Usually, as far as the mall button, I will use that every so often, but more with Scar because of the fact that, hey, it kind of goes slower. Which is, there was the recovery item, and we get that. Yeah, so we're still eating bugs to the very end. That's the idea as far as Simba. I do have that kind of doing the jump backwards as far as that. It just looks cool. And it's, again, the small things you notice in that game, the fact that they went to the degree on the small things. If easily say, fine, we have the Disney animators, we'll have that going that way, but even like these small things, like, fine. Oh shit, no! Okay, that was lucky too. Yeah, because by the way, if you do hit the fire, or if the lightning hits you, you don't get hurt by it, but if you're out of the way, like I just was there, and don't get hit by fire when it's dropping, you're good. So if you're really quick, you can avoid that hit. But you're also seeing, as I mentioned earlier, that, hey, the lightning is going to come back at the same areas where they were if you have to come back. So basically, it's kind of a bit of a scripted event. Or fine, no, it is a scripted event. And it keeps re-scripting itself every time you have to, like, do a retraversal if you come back. Even as far as on the same life. It's not a case that it turns off the first time. Whoa. Alright, so same deal as far as Scar. Alright, so off he goes, and there is another item up here. Okay, so yeah, we're almost there. Yeah, not too bad, but it's a case it's fine. Be prepared with the problem. Like, I knew that was the one that's gonna do it, although the fact that I did this competently on the Genesis, I mean, it's a half and half, so I'll take that. so far actually not dying on this one, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I was like, yeah, you could feasibly make that jump there. I was like, oh yeah. This is where you're gonna love to hang because of the fact that when you're there, it's like, yeah, he hangs on the side of it and just, fine. First off, it feels good as far as doing that. It's unique, but it's also something that, yeah, you can save yourself, be saved in certain areas. There we go. As long as it's the case, fine. I can't imagine the game without it, and I'm gonna assume, fine, I know for a fact that was, they designed the idea, like, hey, you have to use it. Fine, so we throw him off the other way. Let's throw him off this way. Let's get more canonical with how we throw him off. Because you're supposed to throw him off over here. Fine, that's how he does it in the movie, so we'll have that going that way. And also show that, hey, either one, you do it. And he's thankfully being really good to me as far as the throw off. Oh. Oh, fine, I'm throwing him the other. Oh, right. Okay, I'm glad I got to show that. Because you get it on top of you that way. Right, okay, because what you have to do is you have to go... Okay, I'm standing on him, but like... Yeah, because when you do the throw, you throw him in an opposite direction. Alright. Yeah, he does look tired. That is the idea. That's the indication for that. And I think... I guess he's staying in that, but I guess I gotta get him over here. Just so I can make it easier to toss him over the side. Over this side. Like, come on. Yeah, but he's still over there. It's like, fine. You can throw him off either way. I just want to get him... Oh, there you go. Okay, at least I got to show that. I'm glad I got to show that. Because, yeah, he can maul you that way. But fine, he definitely had to pay for that. Like, actually, I don't think I can, like punch him off, can I? Well, oh, there you go. There we go. Got him. Okay, perfect. Okay, so there you go. That's the Super Nintendo game. Yeah, they're both short. It's like, hey, I can fit that. Yeah, so I got my rustiness out on... Okay, so this is interesting kind of balance this way, which is that, fine. I had much more trouble on Be Prepared on Super Nintendo, but more trouble on Pride Rock on Genesis. So kind of going in and out as far as, like, what that is. As far as where I have struggles, where I do not. But yeah, there you go. That is it. And yeah, we do have that looking... And you do like the great look as far as the way that the rock wall is. Because of the better color on Super Nintendo, you do notice that more. It is really a nice celebration, of course, the huh! Because, yeah, we're getting ready as far as our big celebration. I'm enjoying the celebration for sure on The Lion King, as it is. And we'll have this look of it. And fine, as Console Wish says, like, fine, they do this right as far as how the logo pop-up happens. Here we go. We are on Pride Rock, and we're ready to go and ready to lead our kingdom. I don't know how you beat this game. Can you give you tips from the Waterfall? Hi, the big Disney fan 86. So good to see you. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. Yeah, you know what? I can. In fact, you know what? I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We just finished the Super Nintendo game. We played through both. I'm gonna also show the Game Boy version. But since you're here, so good to have you. Welcome to our show. You know what? I'll take that request. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Let's. I'm gonna do something I did not expect to do, but I'm gonna do this now.
Everything.
After the what is it? After the credits go. And there comes the title card. Let's talk about that part, you know? Why not? Because fine, yeah, if you need help on that, no problem, absolutely. It's like, hey, let's go through it. Because fine, we've been going through this way as well. Let me see. I'm looking up the level select on the... Okay, I'm gonna look at the level select on this just so I can quickly go back to that level. Right, okay, that's the code, okay. I just want to make sure I have it. Okay, so... Yeah, if that's right, okay. I just want to make sure I have the code. Barry. That's, you type that out on the... title screen? Oh, on the options menu. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. I've actually not done this code before. Alright, yeah, let's go on that and then we can talk about it. Because, hey, I talk about how difficult this game is. By the way, a brief final thought case on this game. It looks sounds great. It plays well, but it's really hard. And fine, as the big Disney fan 86 is saying, so good to have you, by the way, on our show. We are an independent discussion program, by the way, to let you know, as far as it. We play games every week, as far as the show, and every weekend for Thanksgiving, we play a Disney game. And next year, on the request of Dolly Finn, we're playing Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo. If you have anything you want to see for the show, feel free to let us know we can do them, and also the case that, hey, want your involvement. If you're saying, hey, you want tips on how the waterfall works, let's do it. Why not? Not to indicate this fact that I'm thinking like, hey, I'm an expert on this game. I am not an expert on this game. I've not done the speedrun on this game like 11 minutes. Okay, fine. Yeah, the audio driver is the chip level designs driver for this version. And the end. Yeah, fine. The Genesis version does not say the end. So as the Console Wars program said, like, hey, is it the end or is it not the end? The Genesis version, or the Super Nintendo version, gives you that finality. But yeah, this is the end as far as this, but fine, as Donkey Kong Country 2 said, the end is not the end. Okay, so let's take a look at that. I'm gonna go put the code in, because if you go to the titles, or not the title screen, the options screen, and since I'm using the Super Nintendo controller and the same control method, you can do this, hit B-A-R-R-Y. I think, is that right? Oh wait, whatever, hold on. Oh, wait, no, okay, that's the music. Okay, let me just make sure I got this set, or if it really gets okay, so let's see. Options, okay, let's see. I just want to make sure I'm looking at that right. Just to kind of accelerate that process, although feasibly. Hold on, I want to check something out, because we're using the Disney Classic Games on the Switch to play this. I just want to take a look at my controls, just because you're actually, thank you for bringing that up, because I'm going to bring that up. We'll look at the Game Boy version briefly, and that is, the codes from the original version are able to work in this, but they are based around what the original button configuration was. So what I want to do is I'm looking at the way I have the buttons here, just to make sure that I have it mapped the same way it was on Super Nintendo specifically. So if I had jump on the A button, say, as opposed to the B button, and I'm using the Super Nintendo Switch controller to play this. Alright, B-A-R-R-Y. Or B-A. Actually, what's, fine. Let me look. I'm gonna do another thing. I'm gonna take a look at the Genesis one, just because I want to get a sense of this. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at I'm gonna look at the Genesis version. I'll tell you why. I don't have a save state, unfortunately, for this, so we'll do that. I will indicate that. But what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to the Genesis version, because that does have a code as well. That maybe is easier to put in. I'm gonna change the audio up to what I had on the Genesis, because it's actually kind of quiet. The Genesis version. What's the name? What's the number I had on Genesis? Yeah, because I have the notes and what I've got for this. What is it? 96. So fine, let's go into options. Let's see. It's, and I gotta remember, Super Nintendo, or Genesis, method of control. So let's see. The Genesis code is, if you press right AAB start. So, okay, this is another one I really have to look at what that is. So it's whatever, okay, so on the Genesis, okay, so it's whatever the slash button is for this, and whatever the roar button is. So it would be, for me, it would be, okay, right AAY start. There we go. Okay, so we'll look at the Genesis version. I was like, as long as I get on one of these, and benefit of running this collection, I have a bunch of different versions. Let's see, Played on Level, so Pride Rock, Just Can't Wait, Elephant Graveyard, Stampede, Exile from Canyon, Willow Cascade. That's, actually, let me be sure. Hold on, let me make sure that I had that right.
It starts.
Did it start what I wanted? Okay, it did. But I have no lives. Okay, for some reason I have no lives. Okay. So, the Big Disney Fan 86, you're saying when we get to the waterfall. Okay, so, feel free to elaborate. When you say the waterfall, I think I know what you're talking about, but fine, we have to walk there anyway. So, for these waterfalls, I don't think this is what you're talking about. I think you're talking about the part with the logs. We'll talk there. For this one, as we're pointing out, when you go down these, you'll go down on your own. But if you're going over on the left over there, to the left one, you go down that way. But as you fall, you press D-pad as you go along, you can change the direction as you fall down. So, like, hey, I can go a different way. So that's one thing, but I know what you're talking about. I know you're talking about the other part. It's one of those cases where it's like Super Mario Brothers 2 from NES. Where it's like, hey, jumping on the logs on the water. Let's go through it. Fine, that's what this show is. That's the other thing. I'm so glad you're here, as far as we all are. And welcome to Best Challenge Twitch. We definitely have the Best Challenge Twitch as well as... Ouch. Okay, my question's gonna be this, which is, that's a game over. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Since we are, I'm doing this for a demonstration, I am gonna use the rewind. In this case, I will be using the rewind. I will not use the, I could put the code in again, feasibly, but I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna get there specifically as far as that. We're gonna see as far as where items are and as far as health, because I need it. And fine, if it does get bad enough, I might put the code in again just to see if I can't, like, get, I don't know, invincibility or something. Because I'm not seeing any recovery items. Although, fine, there is one up here. Fine, so, okay, for this part, let's walk through this. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about our memories on games. I just like, hey, this part's a pain in the ass, or I don't know how to get through this, or what's the experience? And fine, there's a life. I definitely want that. Because I didn't know, actually, I never put this code in. Even when I grew up with this game. Because I've been playing this game for 30 years. Jumping the log of the waterfalls I'm talking about. Okay, we'll get there. As I said, we'll at least go through as far as everything for it anyway. It was like, I assume that was the part. I just want to make sure that was the case. Fine, there's checkpoint, but I do want to grab the bug. Just to get some health. Okay, so fine. The cheat menu, I never did it, so fine. If you don't use the cheat option for it as opposed to, you know, level select, you start with no lives and no continues. Good to know as far as that. So bump, bump. Okay, so I'll do you one better. So, since you're running this collection, hit the select button, you can pull up options. I'm gonna put a save state here. The data I'm overriding is for be prepared. I'm gonna show two things. So, first thing you can do is, as far as the approach here, going down to the right and holding left here, that's one way to get the extending of your health. Now, if you come down this way, because there's two ways to do this, and that's why I put the save state down. Right here. Here's the thing with the logs. You come down this way, the logs are here. So you're just seeing right there. The logs are floating in the water, and when I get to the end here where I am, they will fall in, and then they'll sink. Now, if you jump on the logs at any point here when you jump on them, they'll fall on their own. When they're on the sides on the water like this. When they're not, they won't. In that case, since I have that, that's one thing. So, it's like, what do I do here? Fine, I just died. I'm going to rewind this just briefly to show this again a little way. Because, fine, I'm doing this is the hard way to go about it. If you come down here, this is the hard way. But I came down here because of the health extension. And when you're going through this game feasibly, you want to get every single one of those you can. So, okay, fine. You basically need to get over here so you can get up to the point where you're doing jumping on the logs. Now, one thing to mention, and thank you for asking this because I'll tell you this. When I was growing up with this game, I didn't actually stop and think, what is the method? I said, just jump, jump, jump. Just keep jumping. That's the thought, right? In fact, you do have to jump, but paying attention to a couple things, which is, fine, I'm gonna rewind again just to show this. Because you're seeing there. Some of the logs are coming down slower than other ones. Specifically the one on the right. Right here, this one goes down the slowest. The ones that are two in between like this, they'll go down slow too, and the ones in the middle between those will go down faster. This will also go down slow. So basically every second one goes down slower. But the ones that go down faster, it's worth pointing out, particularly this one, there's a second log that comes down usually that way. If you jump straight up, in both versions of the game which do this, you're able to basically jump up instantly. So like jump, jump, and then you're able to kind of get yourself up to a higher height. And also, fine, the other thing also, just to indicate, is that, fine, there's the Black Widow, don't hit that. So back where the save state was, in fact, let me load that, just to give an indication of this. We'll load that. So we're back up here again. So if you come down this way, as opposed to going the way that we went before, you start at the middle. So if you want to make this a little easier on yourself, you might want to go this way so that you can launch up here. But it is worth feasibly going over to get the health extension, because yeah, health extensions are a great thing to have in this game. So you basically just start up here, but the same deal is the same. Some of these will go down way faster, especially these ones here. So basically, I would say my strategy, if you're gonna ask me honestly, as far as the Big Disney Fan 86, is this. I would say I would pay attention to knowing, or fine, you have to intuit from playing this game, so it's kind of hard to guess. You're not going to know this looking at it. I sure as hell didn't for years. And I played this game when it came out in 1994, so that's the idea. But pretty much get a sense of where are the logs going slower and faster, and take advantage of the one in the middle. So I think, actually, no, it's the ones only in the middle, which is that they will go down to have those two in line, so you can use that to your advantage to get yourself up, and then take advantage of that by jumping on the logs that go down slower. You try to get yourself in a position where you do that to basically jump straight up, so you basically can get yourself to a higher distance quicker. And if you do fall, then the idea is to pretty much land on one of the logs that's either going slower, so you can get a sense that, hey, you know, I can get down or recover myself without falling in the water and dying, or saying, can I get on one of these? Because, hey, there's one right there, I can get myself up higher to quickly react. So fine, as I said, I'm not an expert on this game, but I will say is that platforming games like this were my bread and butter growing up in the 1990s. As far as, starting with the Sega Genesis and then with the Super Nintendo and NES as well. So, this kind of game, these games are in my blood. I mentioned that last week we did the Donkey Kong Country Portable Ports show. Had a great time doing, and that's the case with this one. So basically, that's what you're kind of doing. So you can pretty much focus on the speed of the logs, I would say, personally, for that very reason. Saying, okay, that one's going faster. Can I get a double jump going on here? So there's there, boom, boom, and then kind of go to the next one that moves slow, and there you go. You're up at the top. If you do want to do that again, and also feasibly if you want to, fine, you can jump down here, but if you hit the black widows, you get yourself hurt, losing half health. If I do that now, I'm going to die. Or, in this case, you want to go to the bonus game at the end of the stage, then you can jump here, and basically, based on how you jump, if you basically walk up and go to the left, you're able to grab onto the side. Because basically understanding what this is, fine, that's the other thing we do. We go into the machinations of the games we've been playing, or the games we love, the games we don't love, the games like, what do we do for this? Because I'm not going to lie to you, as far as the big Disney fan, I'll say this. For certain parts of this game, I did the same thing you did. I was looking saying, on the Elven Graveyard, there's a roar meter extension. Alright, there's my roar that way. I was saying, how the hell do I get this? I looked all over the internet, even on like GameFAQs, like, does somebody know how to get this? I didn't find anything. And then I saw a video of someone saying, okay, here's what you do as far as getting this, which is interesting. So the speed of the logs and jump on the middle one. Got it. That's what I would say, yes. As far as the one thing I'll say that, as far as the one thing I'm kind of questioning, and I don't, yeah, that would be my strategy. And I appreciate that you asked that for sure, and we can go into that. One thing I'll say that I'm not aware of as far as this, I don't know what the speedrun strategy of this game is for this part, because I mentioned earlier before you jumped on, I got a sense like, what speedrun is? People who've been on the show before in the chat, they've said, who's Chasm22 asked this, can you do a no damage run of this game? It's like, no, I can't. I'm not good at this game enough. And he said, like, no damage speed run. I was like, no, I can't. But I was like, what does speed runs in this game look like? I think one of the records of speed run in this game is 11 minutes. Like, how do they do that? I don't know how they do that. I will mention one thing. I will have in the link list of this video when we edit it, because we are showing it on Twitch live right now. But within a couple days, usually by Wednesday, that's when they go up. We have a YouTube site. There's a link to that in our area of the window you're watching at. We archived the shows we've done. We've done tons of these shows. We've been at the show for over 4 years. We're entering our 5th year next year. And for that, it's a case where when I edit them that way, it's like, if I say stuff wrong, and sometimes I say stuff wrong a lot, I'm not gonna lie to that. I'll put it like words down saying, okay, this is wrong. Like, oh, hey, I knew this idea. Like, if I say wrongly, I don't know. That James Earl Jones, late great James Earl Jones, he was not in the movie Dr. Strangelove. I'd say below down, like, that's a bunch of shit. Yes, he was, because he played Lieutenant Lothar Zogg, which I did not know until I was doing the notes. I've seen a lot of people speedrun this game, and I have not beaten it. Okay, so in that case, there you go, and that's the other thing. This show is really sharing of ideas here. It's that you feasibly have a better understanding than I do of what is the speedrun concept of this game? What do you have to do in order to make this game go? And actually, in that case, I'll say one thing. In fact, you know what? Since we are using this collection, I want to show another thing. We're going to go into the menu again. I'm going to quit this, but what I'm going to do, and I'm going to... Fine. I'll save it here. Why not? It's either way. I want to show one thing about this... Actually, no, I got to show this on the Super Nintendo version. In fact, I'm going to show this very briefly. And change the audio out or down because it's going to be low. Or fine, it's going to be high if I don't do that. This is watch mode. Like, what's watch mode? What watch mode is it basically lets you see how the game is being played. In fact, you know what? I'll tell you what we're going to do.
Thing the light touches is all.
Basically, you watch a speedrun of this game. So what I'm going to do is I'll tell you what we're going to do. And they beat in like 15 minutes. So fine, you just saw, it's like, how do you do that on Genesis? So I'll tell you what we're gonna do. After Simba goes through his exile and does the flip this way, let's see how it happens on Super Nintendo. Let's see how the people who made this game do it. So I'll tell you, this is video game streaming inception you're seeing right here, because what it is it's watching the game being played while we're on a stream where I'm supposed to be playing the game. So, okay, so fine. Let's see the game going through the Hakuna Matata level this way. So I get to sit back and relax a little, but it's also something that... So thank you for bringing this up. I thought that, okay, what's feasibly a way to go? Okay, I'll tell you something I didn't know about this game right there. It's like walking onto the spiders. I guess you can walk onto the spiders. My thought is you just jump on them. It's like, I always get hurt. Fine, don't do that. So feasibly, I guess the idea of the Watchman was saying that you want to see somebody else play the game, feasibly learn things about it, with elements of its design that maybe you never saw. And honestly, I'm that way too. I've sometimes been in cases where, as I said, I've been playing this game 30 years. I played this game when it came out on November 9th, 1994, or fine, around that time, more or less, on Sega Genesis to start, and then played on Super Nintendo. In this case, it's Super Nintendo we're looking at. So we're seeing it that way, so you're doing differences of both of the versions. Or both of these versions. Then we got Game Boy, so stay tuned for that. You're not going to miss the Game Boy look on this. I'll tell you that right now. But the case that, fine, there's all these little intricacies of some of these, fine, everything really we play, or anybody plays, really, that sometimes you dig in. People's like, why bother digging into a game with this? To which I say, because of exactly that reason. Kind of understanding what the people who were making this game were thinking as far as what they had on their minds, what they're doing. In this case, the idea that, hey, they're making this game whilst the movie's being in development, including this level where they took concepts that were not in the movie, or they're going to be in the movie. This was going to be part of the movie. Usually that thing with the logs was going to be intended for the film, and they said, no, we're not going to include this while they're making the movie, because they're making the game while the movie's being made. But, let's see, what do they do as far as this? So, okay, they're saying, hey, go this way. Fine, they're not going to show everything either, but okay, on Super Nintendo, you're seeing here, like, here's the thing with the logs as far as it, same deal as far as they react. So they're saying, okay, what are they doing? Okay, they're kind of doing it a bit differently. Okay, they're sort of doing the same thing, as far as, like, how are they getting up here? Well, in that case, they're kind of going, like, back and forth, which, honestly, the way I used to play this game, I'll tell you this right now, this is how I did it. Myself. This is just kind of going back and forth. I didn't necessarily sit down and really think about the specifics of what you're doing here. I was like, fine, just jump to get at the top. Obvious idea, yeah, do that. But sometimes when you really think about it, even something as simple as that, sometimes when you really peel that back and think about it, you say, wait a second, no. There's something else that happens with this game. There's something else with any game, really. I said this with Donkey Kong Country. There's a precision to that game that you really have to think about a lot with that game that you would think, like, oh, I don't have to think about that, just run and jump. Fine, I sometimes play that. This is the Sonic the Hedgehog mentality in me. But sometimes kind of stopping and sitting back and saying, okay, what do you do as far as this? And then kind of, in a way, building your skill that way on anything, really. And also that case that, fine, even you're like, I can't ever beat a game like this. Like, no, I don't believe that. I think you can, as far as it. And sometimes just sitting down and kind of maybe sitting back and taking a look at what they're doing. I think they're kind of doing the same thing as far as what they're doing with the video here. Feasibly, but also the case that, fine, they're kind of just going back and forth saying, okay, fine, we can go that, and this is also feasibly a valid way to do it. Because you're enjoying, like, hey, the element of that, and, like, yeah, basically just getting up on the top of that. So in that case, yeah, they're an expert as far as, I guess, doing the jump on the logs, and you can be too. That's the idea. Yeah, anybody can game, And even as far as a game like this, and it's something that I know people have been on the show have asked before. Actually, that bug is a bit different as far as, I guess that's not what the bonus level bug, unless, like, actually, I don't know why it's not the bonus level bug in Super Nintendo that it is on the Genesis. We'll also do in the details as far as the difference. I'll let the level finish, because it's interesting to see as far as how this goes. May as well. But, yeah, that's sometimes something interesting to think about, like, what are they doing with this game? So, actually, fine, actually, I don't know if the person who's doing this didn't take hit. Fine, they're also showing feasibly what I didn't show, which is, okay, fine, if you're gonna do the boss here, as far as, the monkey here, or the gorilla, if you just the pound on the ground, you don't hit him, we'll go back to eating the banana and then toss in the coconuts again. Oh, fine, he's also feasibly not showing this, well, actually, no, this is not the part where it's skipping something. He's just saying, fine, I'm gonna go over here. In this case, he'll throw it that way. I was just over there, so I actually made it hard on myself. And it's going dim. Right, so I gotta do that. Yeah, if I leave it, if I leave this idle for too long, it's gonna be a case of it. But it's something case like, hey, how do you, like people said this idea, the idea of a routing of a game. What does that look like? For the purpose of playing it, for the purpose of showing it to people, and also for the purpose of speedrunning. And fine, he just looks like he disappeared that way. Actually, yeah, I'll go back to then what I was saying as far as other people on the show. Edwack, who's been on the show before, and he's going to be on with your Smart Ball and Super Nintendo as far as the next thing he's doing. It's tentatively January. That might change, but that's what I got open that way. And I told him, like, hey, if you're set for this, you can do it. It's all yours. But he said, hey, he said to me once, hey, would people today necessarily be able to... Let me think about how he put this. Would they be able to adjust to a game like this? A game that has these difficult elements to itself, and you see him pound the ground and fall. And I think the answer to that is that, fine, if a game is interesting enough and you have a lot of fun playing it, it's something that feasibly really anybody could do it. It's just a case that, fine, trying to figure out what that is. And some of this stuff is insanely hard. To the point where I'll tell you, I'm going to do this for my own benefit this way. I want to see something. How do they handle Be Prepared? This level kicked my ass before you came by. And I'm going to go backwards by a couple chapters. Oh, fine, that's pause. Skip. I'm just doing this so I can have all the perspective. All right, there you go. Yeah, you must avenge my death, Simba. Luke, I am your father. This is CNN. Would you guys pipe down? I'm trying to say goodbye to Lisa. We're sorry. Okay, so fine, Be Prepared. This level is insanely hard, so let's see what are the experts at Digital Eclipse who made this collection and, I guess, put together this gameplay perspective of this version. What are they doing? I guess they're doing the same thing I did, which is saying, take your time and avoid the lava droplets coming down. Hit the bats when they're there, because as soon as they're in your view, they'll charge you. Be careful what the droplets are, and be careful where the, what is it? The geysers are coming out. Because sometimes they're kind of right next to each other, and then... Okay, fine. The thing they're not doing that I'm doing is I'm jumping on the hyenas and just maul them to death. They're saying, fine, we're just gonna pimp slap them, or fine, bitch slap them. That's what ElecVerse said earlier. That way. Which is exactly what it looks like in its way. It's like, it looks realistic feasibly as far as how a lion is, because I guess maybe it's sped up sort of for the game. That's how they're doing it. Okay, so fine. Maybe this is a no damage run. You know what? I'll tell you, I'll have an edit in to confirm. Is this a no damage run? I don't know if it is. Maybe it is. If it is, I guess this is how, fine, Chasm22 said he wanted to see that. It's like, okay, kind of is if that's what it is, but I'm trying to remember if, there was a hit going on when it came to, what was it? We were looking at the Hakuna Matata level for the special thing with the logs. I don't know if there is. I'll see if I get an answer for that later. And then, by the way, the last two things we're going to do is we're going to look at the Game Boy version that's going to be abbreviated. I'm also going to feasibly see if I can't show off... What is it? One of the videos of, like, the background, like, what they're making on this. Are you doing a no damage run? Good luck. Or if so, good luck. Fine, this game is doing one. Fine, Chasm22 joked to me saying, why don't you do one? To which I said, I don't think I can. And then, fine, then I also quickly added, I said, fine, like, Game Boy version. Okay, fine, one thing I guess they're gonna show is... They might actually show... You know what? Fine, if they show this way, I'm glad I showed this. Fine, I don't think... I'm not good enough to do no damage runs. Okay, fine. So I guess what they're gonna do is... I want to see this. Okay, they're going down the way I did not go down. So if you don't go down on the left where there's a checkpoint, which is the reason I went there, I said, I'm not gonna take the chance of me going through this level and, dying and then saying, oh, I gotta go back to the beginning of the level, because there's no checkpoint here except for at the very, very end. Okay, so I'm glad I get to show that, so fine, we're doing that. Actually, as far as, as far as like a no damage case, I mean, I don't know if there's any game I could feasibly do that with. I mean, to you, DizzyFan86 and anybody else in chat tonight. What's a case where you feasibly done a no damage run on a game, or cases where you think, hey, maybe feasibly you could because either it maybe is easy enough or something really well, feasibly, or feasibly something I guess then, well, I mean, I guess it has to be a game where you have like you have a damage concept, because I guess you could say, well, you know what? If I want to cheat and say like no damage run, I could say a game that you don't take damage in. I could say, since we're talking 16-bit stuff based on license, I could mention Barney's Hide and Seek game, which is on the Sega Genesis, came out in 1993. It's by Real Time Associates who developed that. I have that game because it's not that expensive, and fine, they're air mauling, I guess, as far as what they are doing. But fine, that's a game you don't take damage, because fine, you're just Barney the dinosaur going around, finding the finding Baby Bop as far as like a hide and seek game, and finding toys that are around the level. Even to the point where you can put there's no pause button in the game. Every button does the same actions, including the start button. So there's no pausing. You put the controller down, he'll basically walk through the level. The game feasibly beats itself, except it does not find any of the items or any of your friends. So I could say, fine, you know what, I'll cheat that way, saying that's a no damage run, but like, there's no damage to have in that game, so that doesn't really count. But if he's something like this, or something like, I don't know, some of the other Disney games we've done. We've done Castle of Illusion. Holy shit, oh, okay. I was gonna say I can't do that on Castle of Illusion. Okay, I think I could do that for Castle of Illusion for the practice mode because it's 10 minutes long. And it's something that only goes through like 3 levels of the game. Pretty much as I said when we did that a few years ago, saying, hey, it's pretty much to get children used to maybe their first game, getting a sense of get their feet wet before they get into something harder, or play the game on its normal difficulty to go through everything and realize, yeah, there's more to this game and you do have to bring your A game, no question. That's a game we did do before as far as our first of these annual Disney shows, but what I feasibly want to do again, because that was years ago, for that. Okay, so there you go. That is how they do the case of that, and fine, let's see how they do Bug Hunt, because I'm curious, and then we're going to look at the Game Boy version, and then we'll look at one of the videos as far as the behind-the-scenes stuff, and that will probably be the end of the show tonight. This is not going to be that long. Yeah, we're seeing Timon running, I guess he almost like the Sonic the Hedgehog perspective as far as how he's kind of was running with the feet a little bit there, sort of, when he's on the ground. Of course, yeah, he's being careful, because if you do hit the Black Widow spiders, you lose. They consider it a bad bug, that's what the instruction manuals say, of both versions. Also, I've linked in the link list to the PDFs of both of those instruction manuals, because they're interesting reads. In case you're like, hey, I'm missing instruction manuals, although fine. I kind of sort of got one out of Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. What's the name of it? Fine, let me, we're done with playback. Let me go pick up this, which was the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. I got that in the mail today. Technically, it's a Disney game when you really think about it. So we could feasibly play this for a Disney case of it, but fine, we're showing 2 games off of that for next week. But, okay, fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change the volume, because when it comes to gameplay, what's the volume I have in this? I don't want to blare you, because this game is insanely loud if I don't do this. So let me put this to 26.6. So fine, it was 9.6 for the Sega Genesis for my audio settings, 16.5 for the Super Nintendo, 26.6 for Game Boy. Let's talk Game Boy. May as well turn on my TV. Let's look at it on black and white to start. Yeah, it was Virgin Interactive who published it. Let's also talk this. Developers. It was Disney who made it. I don't know if you ever played this. It came out in 1995 for the Game Boy, and it's by Dark Technologies. They didn't make many games, but interesting enough, I played most of the games they made. Those were Speedy Gonzales Los Gatos Benditos, which is on the Super Nintendo, and also Porky Pig's Haunted Holiday, which is also on Super Nintendo. Kind of interesting platforming games with those Looney Tunes characters, and also did Alien Olympics, which was on the PC, and it was a Game Boy version, and then they made this, which, by the way, this is a port of the NES version, which, by the way, we never got the NES version in the US. It only came in Europe, where it was the final game licensed on the NES, as far as official license at the time. Let's take a look at our options. Yeah, you have difficulty options of Prince, King, or Cub. Okay, we're not going to get far in this. I'm also going to balance my way between looking at this with Super Game Boy graphics. So, how do they turn The Lion King into a Game Boy game? Well, here's how. I mentioned this last week and came to the Donkey Kong Country portable ports, and by the way, I mentioned on last week's show, hey, you know, maybe Switch Online releases for those or the Donkey Kong Land games. Somebody at Nintendo heard me because they released Donkey Kong Land on it yesterday. Donkey Kong Land 1. That was the case where they took a game that looked great as far as its tech on 16-bit consoles and said, hey, you know, I want to do this on Game Boy. Here's that damn Game Boy. Damn, it is feasibly choppy, but hey, interesting in what they're doing, but it's way slower. You're seeing this. Fresh rate's really slow. Also, one thing you don't have in this version, you have a, fine, you don't have a roar meter. So in this case, every roar is gonna knock enemies over. You also only have 4 hit points. You cannot extend your health bar any further, unlike the console versions. Yeah, oh, fine. I said to Chasm22 this. He said, do no damage speedrun on this game. And I said, of the Game Boy games. Like, no, I'm not doing it on the Game Boy, because holy shit, this game is hard. Even on its medium difficulty of Prince. But yeah, you turn me to Prince. No, that's Aladdin. That's not Lion King. But either way, fine. We're not going to be king. But they do still have the case of, like with the console game. Let me try and show this. And Chad, I don't know if you've ever played the Game Boy version. Yeah, they do still have those animations. They look good, but they're slow. That's the thing about them. Also, unlike the console versions... Yeah, they'll still explode, number one. Unlike the console versions, you can't jump through platforms in this one. So you actually hit your head. That makes some of the platforming in this very difficult. Actually, wait, I want to test another thing, because fine. Okay, so fine. I learned tonight when I was doing my test for this show, as I fell down. By the way, the jump also... I don't know if this game eats your inputs at the end of a platform, but oftentimes you fall... You can't wait till the very edge of a platform to make a jump, otherwise it won't work. It's basically like right before it, so you have to kind of rethink how you play the Lion King this way. But yeah, when you do the roar with those beetles explode, they will, yeah, they'll explode into the roar. But it's the same concept, but yeah, the way it plays is so much different, and it's something that, yeah, like right there, okay, fine, it's like we had Donkey Kong Country on Game Boy Color, which is that, fine, you know, normally supposed to make that jump, but I hit the top, I can't hit that. But in this game, if I jump, try to jump, I feasibly can jump from there to over there, but I'm not going to do that. Also, you fall feasibly slower, but also, you do not fall, you don't fall as widely, okay, fine, if you, I don't know if you're feasibly understanding what I mean by widely. Okay, fine, let me rephrase that. So, okay, when you fall in this game, you could feasibly move left or right further when you're falling like that. You saw I was holding left the entire time. I don't go very far. So like the console game, you do not go far from a fall, which makes falling way more of an annoyance. And you also do have to, again, be cognizant of the fact that when you're jumping up like that, you're not going to get far distance, but you have to do the run, and you have to basically make sure you have the run going as you go, going this way. But you do still have the hidden areas to find. But in this case, yeah, you don't have as much. Ow. To find out, yeah, the no damage run on this game is over. And you do have the roll still. Ouch. But it's one of those cases, yeah, I guess points for effort as far as this, but on Game Boy at least. Maybe on NES it's different. I don't actually know what this game looks like on NES. I will have a picture when it's showing what does the NES game even look like. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's the case where, fine, you can kind of tell what you're looking at a little better. And fine, what I'll do after this, I will show the other look. Because fine, you can play the old Game Boy look. Fine, this is the Game Boy Pocket look. You don't have the green and black Game Boy normal look in this. But you have the Super Game Boy. Well, actually, no, I keep saying that. That's wrong. It's the Game Boy Color look. Where you put a game into the Game Boy Color of original Game Boy. And you either don't press any buttons or you press button combinations on the Game Boy screen. You get different color palettes, and they give you the default one, the one where you just turn it on and you don't press any buttons, which is red, blue, and green. I'll show that off a little later. It looks weird. I'm at least beat this level legitimately, but I'm not going to beat other ones legitimately. And remember, also, the trees. You can't jump through the trees anymore, so you actually have to hang on the trees. At least I think you do. Yeah, you do, okay. Yeah, like right here, I can't actually jump between this. Like, yeah, okay, so that's the other thing. Like, it just looks weird. Like, I don't know, raising myself up or something. I don't know. In that case, yeah, me walking off, I have to be more precise making that walk off. Ouch. And then you die. And every time you die, by the way, you do get this title card prize. Yeah, Rafiki also looks a little weird. As you get the 8-bit droning, I guess specifically, funereal take on the Lion King soundtrack. Although, to be fair, this is feasibly a more sad song in its way. It sounds happy, but it's like if the minor keys going the do 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 do. Then that goes to major again of do 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 do. Okay, fine. I just barely jumped through that. So, oh shit. So, fine. I was gonna say I'm not gonna use. Fine. I'm not gonna use the rewind. Yet. Just kind of want to show this is fine. I'm also waiting to the point where I say like, no, I'm gonna not take my own advice. Because fine, this is what it was like if you played this on Game Boy back in 1905. I never played this version. Chad, if you ever played it, and now if you played any of the versions of Lion King that aren't in this, which are fine, the NES version. How the hell do I jump up this? Okay, fine. You have to be very precise. Look at that, Jesus. Or the Game Gear version. I never played that one either. And I think there was a conversion at the Sega Master System. If not officially, it was at least in Brazil, because Brazil is a huge one for Sega Master System. You're just still doing the, that, but alright, fine. He's dead. Alright, so Pumbaa and Timon's Bug Patrol. Oh yeah, look at Pumbaa here. Jesus, he looks weird. I should show this probably with the color graphics, too. Whoa. Oh, whoa. I guess I ate one of the bad ones. But they're still playing that song as far as it. So yeah, Pumbaa looks weird in this. Alright, the main event. This is the second one, but it's not called I Can't Wait to Be King. They still play it, but holy crap, let me tell you something about this level. You still have to hang on that, but here's the deal. You have to be even more precise than the other versions. Also, fine, he's just swinging in a ball. When it comes to launching with the rhinos, for some reason you have to jump right on their horn. And they're still the monkeys, they're throwing you there, and Jesus, look how slow the refresh rate is on this. Oh yeah, by the way, you do have them still going, and I fell in the water. And because you can't see as much going ahead, and also because of the way that the falls work, you have to be really on point to make these jumps. I was amazed I was even able to get as far as I did on my, practice. Fine, okay, I practiced, fine. I missed there, like right there. Because I didn't make that jump right, I then fall really slow and can't get over there to where the shore is. I do want to get to the shore. Yeah, I don't know if you ever thought, like, what the fuck am I looking at? It's like, that was the reaction of everybody. I mean, Kazan22 was in hysterics. He's like, fine, you thought the Game Boy, fine, you thought the Genesis and the Super Nintendo versions were feasibly hard. Yeah, we play the Game Boy. Fine, also look at this, like, fine, okay, I guess fine, it's handling scrolling this way. It's like, hey, you know, it's almost like a, what am I thinking? It's almost like one of those magic eye painting things. Fine, this is how it is on Game Boy, so it's not like they emulated this bad. Digital Eclipse usually does emulation dead on, and this collection is no exception. Right, remember this? Yeah, they don't give you the arrows. Also, yes, you don't know what's here. Oh, and I somehow got through that on my first try. Jesus. Okay. But fine, getting across this is not going to be a pleasant time. We'll see how far I get with this, and when I get a game over, I'm going to go to the Game Boy, the Super Game Boy, well, the Game Boy Color look. Yeah, you thought it was hard to hit on those tails on the other version. Yeah, hi, Rafiki. Alright, I have to do this again. Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna launch the, Super Game Boy look. Fine. Fine. Oh, well, okay, it's so fine. Okay, I don't know if that's wrong to say. Fine, this is gonna be allowed for a brief period, and let's play now. I'm also gonna use the stage skip code, and I'm gonna show off other things on this, so we have that. Fine, I'm saying Super Game Boy, I guess, because fine, I guess associated the idea that, hey, you put this in Super Game Boy, you can have it, but this had Super Game Boy enhancements on the original version. So it feasibly give you more of a color palette than this game did when you put looking like this on Game Boy Color. So in this case, fine. By default, it gives you more of a perspective to see what the enemies look like. But fine, I'm gonna use the stage skip code. By the way, to use that, actually, let me check the controls again. Because remember, on Game Boy, we're pointing out, you only had 2 buttons. How'd you handle all the actions? Well, they put the slash on the start button. I don't want that way. Well, it doesn't, fine. Yeah, you're right, I don't want it that way. I'm gonna put it out this way. To Y button, jump is still on B button, roar is gonna be on A. Select button is gonna be start. Yeah, because you use the select button to pause in this version. So, the code for this, for the stage skip, you pause the game, you press B-A-A-B-A-A, so ba-ba. But as far as this button combination, you have to reverse it. So it's ob-ob, so it's A-B-B-A-B-B. So you bet pause, P-A-W-S, it's like a Bubsy game. This is what it looks like. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna show myself getting as far as I can in every level until I either get a game over or it's a case where, fine, I can't take it anymore. But fine, in this case, I'm gonna use the rewind just to show that idea what it does. And also because I don't want to fucking do this again. Fine, yeah, I don't want to do this part again. Whoa. Because above anything else, I want to show that thing with the... I want to cross the lion tail. Oh, fine, the rhino tails. Also, fine, he's not even moving when he goes in the ball there. Oh, shit. Fine, you know what, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to briefly do that. Yeah, because the ostrich is way floatier. Actually, I don't know if this has the double jump cases either. Fine, this one I'm gonna rewind until we get it. Just because I want to show how this works. Can you imagine just doing this legitimately? I can't. Unless I grew up with this damn game. Because I don't know. Here's the thing. You'd think, like, well, just hit the tail, at the edge of the tail. But I don't know. Like, fine, because they're seeing like that. What is it? Okay, I guess you do hit the edge of the tail. So never mind. Fuck me, then. I'm wrong. It's just like, what is that hitbox like? Okay, so fine, there you go. Okay, alright, fine. The hitbox is insanely specific, so fine. Benefit of using a rewind on a game like this is saying that what's really the idea of what you're doing? This is actually the furthest I ever got here, so I've actually never seen this. It's kind of funny to look at, I will say that for sure. You're like, wait a second. Yeah, they had... Fine, concessions were made to get this on Game Boy. If you know what, fine. Oh, that's the end of the level. Shit, okay, so it's insanely short. So fine, if you ever want to hear a Game Boy rendition of Be Prepared, here you go. Well, I was always curious about the idea, you know. I need health. Also, it looks like, yeah, there are no bad bugs in this game, which makes sense, but alright, fine. That's that. I mean, it's not a bad rendition as far as the song. They're just making that jump, because fine, fine, I'm at the edge of this, or fine, okay, fine, let me rephrase that. I'm over here. That jumping up straight is not gonna get me far enough, so I don't have enough room to maneuver unless I basically, I don't know. It is weird, I guess, the idea of like how this looks, even with the color palette. Fine, it's one of those cases you wish that they feasibly, like, I don't know, like do like a special Game Boy Color version of this game, perhaps. But that's not what they did. But I remember, was the Super Game Boy enhancement this look like? Because I believe this game did have one. It was late enough on the Game Boy, I would think that they used one, because most games on the Game Boy late in its era had an option for that. Actually, wait, can I go over there? Wait, wait a second, because I was hitting the jump button. Fine, let's do that again. Because wait, yeah, B button is my jump. Fine, how have I set? You gonna come down? I want to kill you. Oh, fine. He's going. Oh, hang on. I jumped up once. Why am I jumping up again? Fine. I'm also not letting myself die to that thing, so I'm gonna rewind myself enough so that I can. Fine. You know what? I'll roll through here. I'll get another. Or that. Okay, that'll work. Oh, fine, kill him. All right, so you do have the chicken animation still. Okay, so fine. I'm hitting the. Okay, I'm hitting the B button. You can't see me. I wish it was on camera doing this. I'm hitting the B button. I'm pressing. Okay. Wait a second. What happened? So. What am I supposed to do? I'm hitting the button. I'm pressing every direction on D-pad that's not down, because if I hit down, I'm gonna drop down. Fine. You know what? Let me see something here. You're supposed, like the console game, you're supposed to hang off of this. I jumped up once. Like, was it an accident? Does the game just, I don't know, is it just jumping when it feels like it? And my controller's fine. Because I'm using Super Nintendo controller still for this. What am I supposed to do? It's like, I might have to use the thing for this. I swear to God, I'm pressing, okay, there we go. So what happened? So what made me jump? Okay, I'm holding. Okay, hang on. Oh, I don't hit the D-pad at all. Okay, never mind. So that's my problem. Well, let's put the test. Okay. So don't hit. Okay, so don't hit D-pad at all. If you hit the D-pad while you're trying to do that, the jump won't work. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. But it's like, that's weird. Why? Because fine, your natural instinct as a gamer is gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna hit D-pad while I'm moving. You're like, hey, you know, I want to guide myself going up. Oh, fine. You can go up way faster in this version. I'll say that much. Okay, there's checkpoint. No, we're getting checkpoint. I want to see what this level has to offer. Oh, the fucking water. Let's see how this works. Oh, I just walked into it and died. Okay, never mind. Fine, this is not me beating the game. This is also not being legitimate as far as it, but I just want to see, what are we dealing with here? Okay, because fine. Oh, it's just one. Just keep hitting B. Oh, but alright, fine. In that case, I don't have to hang off at the end, so that's good. Yeah, I don't know if I'm... Okay, no, I gotta make that jump, otherwise... Actually, no, fine. Actually, can I... Fine, I actually do want to go back, because fine, the secret for... Up there, I want to see something. Fine, I want to make the jump and see up there if I can. Maybe not, I don't know. It's fine. Over there's a secret on the... On what version? On the... Fine, I keep forgetting what version now. That's how much of a delirium I'm getting in on Game Boy. Fine, I'll show this. Yeah, because you can rewind like about 30 seconds or so. Also, the flicker. Fine. Game Boy had that. So did NES. Fine, in this case, I'm just not going to fight anything. Okay, at this point, I guess I got to beat the... what is it? The hyena. Let's see if I can beat him. I can beat him, we'll be fine. If not, I will skip to the next level. Yeah, this is definitely the most primitive way to play it. Actually, I don't even know if the Game Gear version was quite this way. Alright, fine, there we go. Okay, so, alright, I can get through. So the Stampede, like, how the hell are they going to recreate the Stampede on Game Boy? Okay, they did it like this. It's a top-down view, kind of like, I don't know, if you ever played Grand Prix by Activision on the Atari 2600, it kind of looks like that. Although, to be honest, it's fine. It feels like, well, yeah, maybe not as good looking as it is on consoles, but fine. How could they possibly replicate that on Game Boy? To which I'd say then, I guess, I don't know, they'd probably give it to Argonaut. They'd say, Argonaut software, they made X on Game Boy, they feasibly could figure something to make this go. But it was not, it was not Argonaut who made this. Fine, although, I'll say, the other games of Dark Technologies, I did play most of them, except for Alien Olympics, I played all the other ones. I grew up with the other two. Yeah, because Speedy Gonzales Los Gatos Bandidos is basically as close as the Super Nintendo ever got to Sonic the Hedgehog. Even to the point where they turned it into I guess a bootleg hack game where Sonic is in that. They call it Sonic the Hedgehog 4. and like you're walking around doing jumping, like these yells going on, or like when you open up cages, you're hearing people saying "Gracias." Yeah, I was like, that's the Speak Gonzales game I grew up playing. And also kind of same with Porky Pig's Haunted Holiday, in the sense that not that they did like a hack on that. And by Exile here, it's like, yeah, this is how we're doing Exile on this game. But for that one, it's actually kind of a horror game with Porky Pig. He just wants to have a nice resting night and sleep, but he can't because all this weird shit's going on. And Daffy Duck's giving him trouble. Although, fine, that kind of goes with the territory often when it comes to him. You're kind of going along. Porky looks a little weird in that game. Even like when you do jumps in that game, he goes like the sound effect of "eesh." Like, why is he doing that? It's very floaty, but there's a cool atmosphere to that game that's unique. Actually, that's a great Halloween game. Ow. I'd feasibly say we could look at that for a Halloween show, but fine, our Halloween plate for Halloween block next year is filled already. I know, because like everybody wanted to see something. So fine, this is the Exile. I'll tell you, we're gonna skip the Exile. I'm gonna give a taste of each level. We're not gonna beat the game. Also, yeah, Nala is in this version. She's not in the other one. So okay, the Big Disney Fan 86. You asked like, how do we handle the waterfall? Let's see how it handles on the Game Boy. I don't know what this looks like. One thing I'll say benefit on the music on this version is that it does have the instrumentation right on. Yeah, like the other ones go do 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 do. I was like, no, that's not the right notes. Yeah, but the Game Boy got it right. Okay, so yeah, this is also the case of. All right, fine. Let's see what this is. I'm just curious to see what we got. Oh, here's the weird thing. Fine, if I'm hitting B to... Okay, fine. Okay, so here's the thing. You hit the B button when you're just on the ledge, and then as you're in the air, you basically then have to steer. Okay, got it. That's weird. So you have to relearn how to do this game. Oh, to be fair, that's kind of... I mentioned that with Donkey Kong Country on Game Boy Color. You have to relearn that game, too. And Donkey Kong Land, especially since they dropped that on Switch Online yesterday, I've been playing it. Like, yeah, really liking it and having a good time. But yeah, the physics definitely feel a lot different, and I just got myself killed. I will show the, you know what, I'm close to the checkpoint. I'll let myself die. Also, you can't increase your health meter in this version. Next, I'll say one thing. I said last week that Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color is using the same physics as Donkey Kong Land. Actually, they are a little different. So they're not completely the same. Okay, so fine. Here are the logs. What are the logs like? You know what? I'm also gonna go to the bottom. Alright, so fine. Big Disney game, the Big Disney Fan 86, I'm gonna give you a bonus. You said, how do we do this on the console versions? Like, well, how do you do it on the Game Boy? To which I say, I don't know. I'm looking at this the first time ever. Okay, so, alright. Okay, on Game Boy, I'll say this. It's easier. Because, alright, you're seeing right there, these platforms... They're there, so... Honestly, the logs don't matter so far. At least, fine, okay, they matter a little bit. So at the bottom, it's actually easier, because they give you platforms for that. So fine, for this one, let's see. What do we do? Because I've never seen how they look on Game Boy. But yeah, look at Simba, he's absolutely fascinating. Okay, so fine, for this one... Also, because you don't have as much movement on your jumps without using D-pad, this is going to be hell. Okay, so fine, for this one... Okay, you basically have to... Uh-oh, fine, fall. Okay, so I guess then... Alright, fall in the water. We're not going to fall in the water. I want to see how this goes. I want to get to the top of this one. Because I think it was a good question to ask. I'm glad you asked it, and I want to see, for my own element, what I do. Okay, fine. In this case, okay, I guess the logs come up sort of at random, so if you're at a good enough height, you're able to go there, get there, and grab on the edge. Okay, so that's how you do it. Or you jump up them enough, and because of the way that the jump perspective in this game works, or fine, in that case it didn't work, Actually, wait. Hold on, can I... Okay, I want to get that jump. I don't care that I'm rewinding this game like crazy. Fine, in this case, I guess I gotta jump that way, otherwise I'm not gonna make the distance. Okay, so for this one, jump here. Fine, I'm not gonna on that one, but I just want to see. Okay, so fine, I can't make that jump enough, but I'm not falling down further. This is usually market research for myself and for all of you out there. I knew it was gonna be a laugh and a half for all reasons. Okay, fine, you can't jump high enough, so fine. Strategy on the console version doesn't work here, because fine, your jump is lower. So you're like, hey, you know, I can jump through that. Also, actually, I want to put that to the test. It's fine. I want to stand on this log, the one right here. Actually, fine. And you know what? Fine. I am gonna test that. So let me rewind this, and then I'll easily run that to go back there. Okay, no, it doesn't. Okay, I was gonna say, did I clip through that platform on that log? So fine. Basically, wait until you have the platform set to get on this. Okay, so. But they are coming down, A, slower, and B, with more of them in an area. And fine, you don't have a log here, so alright, fine. That's how you do it on Game Boy, I guess. Actually, fine, I want to see that damn boss here. Like, let's take a look at that. So what's the monkey look like? Or fine, the gorilla. Did he still pimp slap me? He sort of does. Actually, wait a second. I hit him, didn't I? Oh, okay, you knock it back at him. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, and he just dies instantly. Okay, so there you go. That's way easier, boss. Seems Jesse's like, well, what the hell am I looking at? Oh, wait, he's here? Shit, alright. So wait, you're here? What the hell? So the monkey didn't die, or the gorilla didn't die, so fine, Adult Sim has to deal with them. I'll tell you, yeah, we're gonna deal with them. Just slice, stand here, slice. Jesus, alright. Fine, there you go, he's dead now. It's like, fine, Adult Sim has to fight him. So fine for slash, it's on the start button normally, but fine, I have it on the Y button, so screw that. There's the roar, but like, fine, okay, alright. So, how does Simba Adult work? Well, how do I get up? Oh, I have to start hanging now as far as, like, the swing. Okay. Actually, wait, same. Can I do the same thing? Fine, you know what? Walk along. I want to see this. Oh, they still blow up. Alright, so... Actually, his walk cycle is surprisingly smooth. His run cycle. Ouch. Fine. Okay, fine. This level is all about, you know, we have to kill the gorilla. The gorilla is our enemy. It's like, fine. Oh, I just die. Okay, so there you go. This is bizarre. It's like, yeah. Okay, fine. I'll say this. If this was in the movie, I would feasibly also ask, what is it? I'd ask Rafiki something, why is this my destiny? And that would be feasibly a fair question to ask. Like, why I have to kill a bunch of gorillas in order to, you know, find my place in the circle of life? And, oh, fine. They just blow up. Actually, can I pass him? Yeah, I can walk through him. Where do I go? It's like a maze. Okay, this is way harder than the console version, but it's like, I just don't know where I'm going. But what? Oh, I see. I can just slice through that. Okay. Okay, fine. I can barely tell what I'm landing on or launching off of. In this case, yeah, alright, fine. It's actually harder, because, like, fine, those things just explode on impact. So fine, Sim's Destiny is way harder in this version than it is on the consoles. So fine, I'm getting my ass killed. So you know what? Fine, I'm gonna skip this. Yeah, we'll continue. And then, by the way, I'll also show the game over screen, because there's a unique game over screen that's only in this version. So let's skip this. How bad is Be Prepared? I'm curious about this. Or the hyena layers. Okay, fine. This doesn't look like Oh, it's not the... Hang on. Okay, also, I can't jump on the hyenas, so fine, I get my ass killed to them. So, alright, fine, we're gonna slice them. So it looks like Be Prepared isn't in this version. Or if it is, it doesn't look like I expected it to. Yeah, there's Pride Rock over there, but yeah, the scaling's weird. Actually, wait a second, did I hit him? That's the only hyena. So I just want to kill a hyena. Can I do that? Fine, without getting myself hit. Okay, so the same concept. You jump twice, but I have to slice him. So what if I go through here? Okay, so it's basically Simba's destiny. Or, yeah, no. No, it's not Simba's destiny. It's the other one. Okay, fine. He's dying now. Okay, same case as like the maze. Okay, so let's take a look at what the next level's like. Just I'm curious. Basically, it takes me out. It's like, okay, thank God for the stage skip code. Turn to Pride Rock. Okay, so Be Prepared is not in this version. How the hell do I kill Scars? Like, yeah, fine. Okay, fine. Like, yeah, Simba's dead. Okay, he does get hit eventually, but like, yeah, what do I do? Just slice him? It's fine. Okay, if you don't kill him by throwing, I don't think you can throw in this game. At least I don't think you can. I can't maul him, so I can't jump on him. That's not gonna work. And fine, I'm also gonna not let myself die. You just stand here and hit the Y button. That's all you do. Okay. But he does still run away, so like, fine, okay. I don't know, can I make that jump? I'm trying to make that jump. I can't land on the damn, hook. Alright, now I am. So wait a second, the porcupines are back. It's like, wait a second, they're using the same enemies that... How'd I do that? Wait, because you saw that. I did the, up slice. Okay, I can still do that. Yeah, I don't know how I did that. Can I jump up on that and, get there? Yeah, also, I don't jump very high, so, I know they've always said, hey, you know, you have to make concessions on the portable game, but, jeez. Fine, this is here more for, I guess, historical perspective. Fine, I can't even slice the damn things. I have to roar them. So fine, you know what? I'm gonna let myself die. Actually, fine. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna return to Pride Rock. I'm going to put down a save here because I want to see something. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do stage skip. I want to see what happens then. Everything that like touches is your kingdom. Okay, so that's the ending. So this is the ending. Also, look like the two white dots as far as where Simba's eyes are. Fine, that's the 8-bit version. Well, fine, we'll take a look. Fine, I'll put a thing for that before I do that. I'm gonna load that save again. I'm gonna let myself die, and I'll tell you why. I want to show you the unique death of this. Also, fine. Oh, okay. So like the console game, I can't run off. So fine, I'm gonna let Scar kill me. Fine, if you ever want me to practice this game and play it fully, yeah, you do get it in unique death animation, a unique death screen. Long live the king, which I don't think is in the other ones. Although fine, you know what? For completion's sake, I think what I'll do is I will first off, I'm gonna load this, and second off, I'm gonna go and die in one of the console games and see. But fine, okay, so fine, we willed Scar out of existence, and everything the light touches our kingdom. Okay, that's the Game Boy version, holy shit. Yeah, definitely not the version you want to play against the Genesis and Super Nintendo. If you thought the Genesis and Super Nintendo versions weren't hard enough, play the Game Boy version, and good luck doing it without cheating. Fine, I just cheated because I said I want to show this as a bit of an extra. We're having our love in on the Lion King, showing off a version that we didn't have. I mean, fine, points for trying. I can't imagine this is an easy adaptation to make. But it's also something that eventually they'll probably think like, wait a second, this seems like it's too slow. It seems like it's too frustrating. And actually, do I have... It's Kevin B did the music, but do I have... Who did the music for this? Yeah, Kevin Bateson. That's who it is. Who did the music, by the way, on Porky Pig's Haunted Holiday, as well as Alien Olympics, and also the game based on the movie adaptation of the Flintstones for the Game Boy. Because, fine, there are multiple games based on the Flintstones and for that movie from 1994 as well. So yeah, we're living in 1994 this week and last week as well. Follow me on this. They made a Game Boy version, but they also made a Super Nintendo game. And there was a Genesis version that was released on the Sega channel only. It never got physically released. And the thought has been like, hey, you know, can people find this original version? Okay, so fine. That's Lion King Game Boy. I would not recommend playing it if you're like, hey, I want to play a Lion King game, but maybe you grew up on this. I'm not going to just say like, hey, you know, there's something wrong with you that way. Hey, the idea like playing Lion King on the go, this is how you did it, but I don't know, maybe Game Gear might have been a better case. Also, I'm going to turn the volume up a bit. We're going to go back to... Fine, you know what? Oh, right, we're here. Right, I forgot. Because I'm on lives that... I'm on a case of lives where I don't have, you know, what was it? Really aspects of living. Fine, you know what? Yeah, I do. I want to get myself off fall in the water. Ouch. Right, because this save state it took is a case where, yeah, I don't have any lives. So fine, Simba, you're going for a bath. Now, what do they always say about cats? They hate going in the water. You can see your preview when we get to Bubsy the Bobcat eventually. We'll play one of those. Probably when that perfect collection comes out. Like, yeah, shame, yeah, Hero Life Simba, shame he couldn't swim. Okay, so it's not in that version. Actually, I want to look at the Super Nintendo because I want to see something. We're going complete. And I got one last thing I want to show you. And that'll be on the show for the night. Not going to be that long. You know what the hell? Let's look at the Japanese version. Why not? It's the same case, just the only difference is that, fine, you know... Fine, the text is just a bit different.
It starts.
Also, yeah, maybe it's me, and I'll look back at this. It looks like Timon's, what is it? Timon's, animation smoother. Okay, fine, I'll answer the question as far as, difficult. I think that's what happened. I turned on difficult level, and I think that's what happened with that save state I had for the Genesis version, show off the, think of that. Also, yeah, some of those, stage transitions in, like where they have, like, the flashy letters coming up from Super Nintendo, Japanese version doesn't have them. In fact, I will also... Fine, you know what? Ow, we're gonna die on the porcupine. I want to see this. So, yeah, Simba's dead. Okay, and they show the, continue sauna here, but fine, it's not like the Game Boy version, I guess the NES version. Where you have a specific screen. Okay, so there you go. That is the end of the gameplay portion. I'm going to show one last thing. I think I can get away with showing this as far as, you know, license reason. And then I'll pick a piece of music to end on the soundtrack. I want to briefly show you this. I'm not going to mute Mike on this one because I don't know if I'm going to get copyright stricken on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selective on when I'm quiet. Well, you know what? Fine, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you hear this. I'm going to mute Mike on this. I'm going to see what happens. If I get a content thing on this, we'll see. This is going to be about 6 minutes. I'll let you enjoy this. I'll be back in a little bit.
As multimedia entertainment skyrockets in popularity, more film companies than ever are uniting with computer developers to create movies and interactive games together. Celebrating with fanfare worthy of the hit film itself, Disney and Virgin Interactive Entertainment have just released the Lion King video game. It's the first time a movie-based video game has been released while the film is still playing in the theaters.
In the past, it's always been the movie's been released and maybe a year later you start working on interactive games. In this particular case, I think the production paths were almost parallel. So we were trying to create sequences from the film, and they were saying, well, we don't know yet. We're starting right in the middle of it as well.
This game was very challenging because we really wanted to meet the quality standard and the naturalistic standard of the film, the style of the movie, the style of the backgrounds, the story that's in the film. We wanted to try to get in the video game.
The game developers were also inspired by the film, especially the main character, Simba, the lion cub.
One of the first things we realized was that we could use the story of the movie in the video game directly, because this was a hero's journey, and it's all about Simba's trials and tribulations through a variety of environments. We have voices from James Earl Jones, Jeremy Irons, Cheech Marin, and Jonathan Taylor Thomas. So there's a great correlation between seeing the movie and playing the game.
The characters in the game were all drawn by Walt Disney feature animation artists in Orlando, Florida.
We do the animation the same way we would do a feature animated film, which is one drawing at a time for each of the characters. It's all hand-drawn. It's all done by animators and animation teams. Everybody brings a lot of different ideas, and everything is wide open.
Animating a four-legged animal is challenging, especially an interactive character who must respond instantly to a variety of commands.
The cat, if he jumps in midair, wouldn't all of a sudden jump and turn the other way. He'd have some actions where he turns around. Physics would carry him a certain way. So we have to make these things appear to happen instantly and still apply the same sort of naturalistic feel that the film has.
The young Simba has the fluffy paws that they're consistently flopping around. He's happy-go-lucky and playful. So I try to incorporate that attitude into the game. As he ages, he moves slower. You have this 400-pound animal now, so you have to consider the weight. We try to watch animal gestures and try to incorporate that into our drawings, and yet put a little bit of ourselves into the drawing too.
After Disney perfects each frame of moving animation, the drawings are sent to Westwood Studios, where their artists scan them into computers, then colorize and size them to the game's dimensions.
The environments that you see are actually a very technical and very creative process. A computer background artist uses small squares or blocks of patterns to create the images you see on the video game. The individual squares are put together in hundreds of different combinations to build the natural-looking world you see Simba in.
Of course, what ties all the animation together is Simba's story.
There are 10 unique levels in the game, and they're designed to explore Simba's maturation from cub to adult. You start off with Simba sort of bouncing around as a little cub, but that's just where the fun begins, because then you get to play an adult lion. As an adult lion, he's a very formidable creature.
There are two bonus rounds in this game, one where you play Timon and one where you play Pumbaa. In the film, there's a great sequence where they're eating bugs, and it's sort of gross, but it's sort of funny. So we really try to focus the bonus rounds in the game on Timon and Pumbaa eating bugs.
It's very fast-paced. There's different characters to play, different experiences, new levels, new graphics, and every time you play the game, you'll find something different. In the elephant graveyard level of the game, there's a skull that is right out of the movie. So kids will say, wow, look at that. I'm not just watching a game, I'm playing the movie.
We're excited about the Stampede because it's told from a totally different perspective. Young Simba is running directly at the camera with the wildebeest behind them. It gives the player a chance to become Simba.
Both feature films and Westwood worked really hard to give each of the enemies a lot of character. The hyenas especially can jump and snarl and snap and do just a million different things, and it's all very, very beautifully articulated through the Disney animation. It ends in this climatic battle at the top of Pride Rock with the Pride Lands burning below, lightning striking from above. All the while there's Scar trying desperately to defeat him and retain control over the Pride Lands.
The process we've gone through the Lion King game is really the same as any production. Because you're trying to do something unique and it's never been done before and you can't draw from anybody's experience. It's creative chaos, but the final result is for every part of that process, there are bits of magic that are dripping down, and it's our jobs to sort of catch all that stuff and collect it to make sure that none of it's lost and it's always there to be built on and preserved. And ultimately, that's what makes a difference on that final project.
And we're back. Yeah, the only thing about that is that, fine, I wasn't sure if I should show that. I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright question on that because of the clips from the movie in that, but it's not showing dialogue from the movie. We'll see, but if it's not there as far as when I look this over, if I get issues with that on the YouTube site when I do the upload next week, I'll have something else stitched in there specifically, or it'll be something funny, I don't know. Yeah, and also the reason I muted the mic, by the way, on that was because there's no subtitles. The later digital clips collections would have stuff for the documentary footage, and we'll go on those for those because I don't think we're concerned. Fine, one last thing we're gonna do before we end the game or the show tonight. Yeah, that's a Super Nintendo controller, but we're not using the Super Nintendo controller. I need to go home. We need to look at the album. That's fine. That's fine. These are some tests I did for some stuff specifically, other weird stuff I found when we were doing stuff for past plays. Stuff I'm going to be doing for Super Mario Sunshine starting here. I'll find a couple places this is the case, because yeah, that's going to be in a couple weeks. Again, in a little bit. But I want to show one thing I had when I was doing my practice in the Lion King. It's with the Super Nintendo version. So I put that down. Also, I got to remember what my pause button is. My pause button here's why. This goes with the thing with the collision detection, and then we'll go back in the collection and we'll have some music. Gander away. Yeah, so, yeah, this is how I was practicing. Yeah, this looks smoother, feasibly, but alright, fine. Point is that I'm gonna see some, Panther in a second. And then I'm almost gonna die. There is an interesting case as far as this. I'm gonna pause this, a little rapidly to, emphasize this. Show, like, where did I get hit, or where did I not get hit, I expected. So there's a hyena. Right, that was it. You saw that right there. First, it looks like he hit me. In fact, he did hit me. You're right there. It's like he's biting my tail. I ducked right underneath him at the last minute. Now I'm getting up, and actually that's an animation case of that I haven't seen before, as a frame of it at least, that I've never seen. So then I jumped. Oh, that's right. Okay, so that's what he does right before he jumps. I jumped. I was slashing in the damn air. I hit him backwards. Like, yeah, look, he's raising his fist. Specifically, he's shaking his fist that way at him. Look at that. That's kind of interesting thing to see. It's like, yeah, he punched him so much, he punched him the other direction, and then there you go. That's the clip. And I died. Somehow. There you go. I just want to show that as well, for the case of it. So, alright, back to this. Let's get some music on. I think I know what music we're going to end on. I'm going to go into... I'm going to also have it on repeat. So we have enough of this. Chat, since you're saying we love Be Prepared, let's listen to Be Prepared. Have it on repeat. Let's have that going that way. I think that should be good about that. Okay. So there you go. That is The Lion King for Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Game Boy. So yeah, we got a whole look of it. And feasibly trifecta. I guess the only one that's feasibly, the only two they're missing are Game Gear and NES. Those are factors eventually, specifically. So yeah, final thoughts on Lion King. Yeah, quite a case as far as the movie, which is a great movie. Has a great look and animation and music. And definitely a timeless story that it tells really well. Some really interesting stuff that it does when it comes to its themes about trying to, I guess, adjust to the kind of person you are, the creature that you become, the idea of how it's compartmentalizing ideas of grief, how you do that, how do people handle that. And, yeah, it's a really good movie, and the game goes well with the movie. It's interesting, the ideas as far as what we saw before, hopefully, and also what we mentioned, saying how do they make this game in conjunction with the movie and capture that feeling in terms of how it looks and sounds, and in its way plays, with some unique stuff that definitely made it something that is a seminal game, no question, but also one you gotta bring your A game to. And on Game Boy, I don't know, also bring your deity of choice feasibly, and I don't know, hours and hours and hours of practice feasibly. If you ever hope to go to that one, or maybe you grew up with it, maybe you are a master of it, so that's a case of that as well. Yeah, that's going to do it for our Disney Game Showcase for this year. It's actually kind of a showcase, as it turned out. Next year, on the request of Dolly Finn, we're going to be playing Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo. This is another one that had a couple versions to itself. It was on Sega Genesis, it's Super Nintendo, and there was a Game Boy version. I asked Dolly Finn, which one do you want to see? She said Super Nintendo. She made the right choice, I'll tell you that right now. In fact, that is the subject of the next Console Wars episode, as is actually the case. When they air that, we'll see where that goes on. I'm going to be curious what they say. Preemptively, I'm going to say this. I think Super Nintendo's going to win. I'm going to make that prediction right now. For one detail that comes to the end of the game, trust me, we'll bring it up when we play the game, because, yeah, that's another one that follows that movie very, very specifically, and is on point with it, to the point where I actually forgot parts of it. Like, wait a second, I want to rewatch this movie. I can get myself set to specifically be ready for when we do that game next year. Yeah, and it will be this weekend next year, because, yeah, we play Disney games or any games whenever you want to see, but we do have a dedicated show set to our Disney game case because, yeah, it's always the case that usually there's a Disney movie that comes out around Thanksgiving, so right before Thanksgiving, we got a game case of it. This year it's Moana 2, that's out on Wednesday. Or fine, it'll be out when I upload this as far as the YouTube site. Hopefully it's better and not as ableist as the original. But anyway, so next year, as I mentioned, that will be on November 22nd of 2025. We are in this show for the long haul for sure. On the quest of Dolly Finn, our next Disney game weekend show is going to be for Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo, but of course, we can come back to Disney games or do Disney games anytime you want. So also, I gotta figure some of the ones I want to get to. I feasibly want to do a Super Bowl game Saturday Second Chance on Castle of Illusion, and feasibly, I guess, on Aladdin on Genesis, which we'd use this because the extra versions in this definitely make it worth an overlook, no question. And I know I gotta do Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. We gotta figure this out. I have, we're gonna read Chain of Memories running the Xbox One port. But I gotta scope that. That I know is gonna be a massive undertaking. I gotta figure that. We gotta give it back to Kingdom Hearts. I've been meaning to do that. And we're going in order, so we're not skipping that to get to Kingdom Hearts 2. And some other ones for sure. And anything you want to see, of course, to everybody out there, of course, to Heroin Bob, to Dolly Finn, to ElecVerse, and to the Big Disney Fan 86. So glad to have every one of you tonight. Thank you for joining us for our celebration of the Lion King games and the movie as well. Looking forward to all our shows, and thank you for stopping by and joining us. Alright, so with that, last order of business for tonight is going to be our schedule, because we got a bunch of shows coming up. And we tell you what they are. So, next week, it's going to be on November 30th, and of course, here's the other theme. The weekend after we do the Disney Game Show, we do the annual Thanksgiving Showcase program. It's always 2 days after Thanksgiving. It is a jam-packed program. We do this every year. And what we do is we play a bunch of games in a theme. It used to be in a genre, but this year we're busting the genre perspective away because this is a case where I was asked for a game. It was Life Force, specifically from Konami, and alongside the request, it was asked, good question as far as the best genre on Twitch, which is what happened to the genre. So I said, okay, let's take a look at Life Force because I have a version which was in the arcade. We've not done the NES version. We probably should at some point. And I said, let's take a look at a bunch of other games in the genre, see what it's like. That was a great case. I love doing that show. It was something that I think people liked. And so I said, every year for Thanksgiving, let's reflect the idea of the holiday, saying, hey, you know, let's have a massive feast of gaming. So, after having fight shooting games, going back in the years, as well as fighting games, racing games, and puzzle games, this year, with Dolly Finn and chat, we're going to have, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Saturday, that's on November 30th, and we got to get started early because we got tons and tons of games to cover. We're going to be doing a theme of the delisted Xbox Live Arcade Showcase Volume 1. We got so many games for this, we cannot possibly cover them all in one show. So as we're pointing out, we might not necessarily play these as far as the case for next year's case, unless, chat, you want to see it. But we'll see. We got tons of games we have to look over. I have tons of notes I have to finish. I have some other cases of audio checks I gotta do, because we gotta change stuff on game. I've got a good amount of stuff figured, but I also got a sense of what are we doing, because we got 35 games. We got big games that everybody in our circle on this program has asked for. We want to say, hey, I really like this game, or mention at one point. To give a couple examples, not to say every single one, ElecVerse in chat said, I'm a big fan of Poker Smash, and also of Poker Night 2. We got both of those. Dolly Finn said she's curious about Echo the Dolphin, which we're going to play as a full show. We got that. And we have other people as far as who come on the show. Nocturne, she said she wanted to see Marvel vs. Ultra. She has a very strong memory with that one. Edwack said he wants to see Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, which, by the way, is right here. I do have the Switch version. We're going to show the demo of it from Xbox 360. Tony Shimurda said he loves Russian Attack from Konami. We got that. We also have Marvel vs. Capcom Origins. So, yeah, we do have these re-released as far as these three. But maybe some other games might not be so lucky. We got tons of other cases of that, stuff that everybody wants to see. I've reached out to everybody. I said, what do you want to see? What are some games we haven't looked at? To give a little bit of perspective, but of course, this is always the case. We can definitely come back to these games anytime you want to see them. And it's worth pointing out, we're going to cover the gamut as far as this genre. We got puzzle games. We've got 2D platformers, of course. We got sports games. We got point-and-click adventures. We have poker, as we mentioned, in two unique ways. We have independent games. We have games based on licenses. We have games that are covering quite a gamut. They're also covering a couple genres we've never shown on this program before. And also, they're covering two of the biggest video game franchises that there are. I will feasibly even dispense on a couple of those. We got a great set of stuff, and I cannot wait to show off everything here and go through all of your memories on all of these games. And in the case of some of these, give you a sense of where are these things feasibly available in other places, or is the case, are they currently, at the time of this and that recording, lost to time? They might be. In fact, Poker Smash is a case like that, and I believe Poker Night 2 is like that, unless I find, maybe in a couple days, that, hey, you know, it got re-released on the PC or something, like another game we'll have to show up next week. Maybe that's the case. Like, hey, we have our memories as far as this stuff, but the idea is, like, it's gone but not forgotten. We're definitely going to be holding on to that. And some interesting stuff that actually, I got to be honest with you, I've actually kind of had to reevaluate my thoughts, which I do love doing that. I love getting a sense like, fine, you know, maybe I thought one thing years ago, but maybe come back like, you know, maybe I was not right. I have cases where I am not an infallible person. I've mentioned that before. I mentioned that in the Edits of last week's show. I was definitely not infallible with some of the things I said in regards to some aspects of elements we talked about last week, in which I want to apologize to Edwack and to Nocturne for sure of some of those things, because they were kind of me going over the line, and I want to own that for sure. So I apologize for that. But point is that, yeah, that's the idea. That's what we do as far as being the adults on this program, and definitely going into that, but also, of course, holding these perspectives of what they are and admitting, like, hey, you know what, I'm not infallible, but also the case that, you know, a lot of the stuff here, we're never going to forget some of these things. Even you get the sense, like, maybe this is something you think nobody's ever heard of. You know what? We welcome that. If you think nobody's heard of this game, maybe even if I haven't heard of it, the fact that you out there, or anybody who's come on the show, remembers it, that is enough for us. It's a case where we're going to give that game the spotlight. We'll give anything you want to see the spotlight. And you get to tell a story. That's the idea. Because it's not just a case like, look, I know it's going to be a challenge saying, hey, you know, why'd you watch somebody play a game and talk about it? In my case, not to shut the hell up about it, as opposed to maybe playing it yourself. I know that's not going to be an easy thing, but I also know that, hey, we have a great discussion going on as far as the show. We have a wonderful chat. We call it the best chat on Twitch for that very reason. Now, welcome to the Big Disney Fan 86.2, our best chat on Twitch. But the case that you have a lot of stuff to say, and you can drive the show. That's the thing. The Big Disney Fan 86, you drove the show tonight. And ElecVerse has been in cases like that as well, as has Dollyfin and as Heroin Bob and other people have shown up. You had the power that way to say, like, hey, I want to see this, and you know what? I'm always one of those cases where you say you want to see something, like, I want to know something about this, like, let's do it, why not? We're an independent program here, we get to do feasibly whatever we want this way, and I always appreciate that. It's my way of saying thank you for stopping by and joining us, and believing in the mission of Super Bowl Game Saturday, which is basically the communal element of gaming, in a way, maybe making it a little more academic and kind of almost documentary-like, in the same way that the Disney Classic Games Collection does. And other stuff with digital clips is, and trust us, this is not the last time we're going to be hitting up with digital clips, including next week. We got a couple games of theirs next week we'll be talking about as well. That shows their prowess. That's going to be our show next week for the delisted Xbox Live Showcase Volume 1. Or Xbox Live Arcade Showcase Volume 1. That'll be November 30th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so come early. We will be set, and we'll be happy to have you. Week after that is going to be on December 7th. We are coming back to Tamba for the PlayStation. Went well on to see the game. We started it last month. I'll be handling it specifically myself this month. Dollyfin came in as a guest on part 1. But we're going to keep going with that 2.5D platforming game from Tokuro Fujiwara ex Capcom, by the way. And we're going to continue our adventure finding the evil pig bags and defeating the evil pigs to get our grandfather's bracelet back. Got to do some practice on that one specifically as far as the next part of the game, but I think we can go well, and we're going to have a great time playing that on December 7th. That's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time again, as far as going back to normal time. Week after that, we're going to have another special show. We played Super Mario Sunshine this year, and for that, going back to the element on the Switch, since I'm on the Switch, I can give this perspective. In album, I will show this very, very briefly. Let's do a filter. You can filter it by game of a bunch of different things, so I want to show you a little bit of what I got for Super Mario 3D All-Stars. This we used to play Super Mario Sunshine. We just have 3 things on here, which are down here. I have 116 clips right here that you're seeing around here. Some are clips, actually a lot of them are clips. All ones might be pictures of things, perhaps, but I think they're mostly like video clips we took. I practiced this game for 4 months for Brixabri. We made the request of Super Mario Sunshine. We played the game fully already, but for this last look at the game live on the program, I said, what happened on the practice? You get to see what happened on the practice. Some pretty amazing stuff, some hilariously head-shaking stuff, some stuff that I know has made Ed Wack go, oh no. Like, yeah, it definitely was, and a reason why I will do practice cases on this program. Especially for the viewer requests. Like, we take the viewer requests very seriously in May, because we want to give you the best show we can, and the best experience the way if you were going to do it, you know? And for this show, on top of that, we are also going to be showing this game being played off with very weird accessories. And since I have the GameCube adapter that connects to the Switch, that means we can show the game being played with the DK bongos. We showed that a little bit thanks to Nikki B. Pickle on last week's program for our Donkey Kong Country Report showcase. We're also going to be showing the game being played with the Nintendo Switch CDI controller, the one that looks like a spoon. You can play Super Mario Sunshine with that. We're going to show you how when we do that show. I'll be live on camera, by the way, to show you that. I'll also be playing with the PlayStation 2 controller, saying, how the hell are we doing that? Well, I have an accessory from Malaysia called the Joybox. It is a GameCube to PS2 controller adapter, or PS2 to GameCube controller adapter, I should say. You can put a PlayStation 1 or 2 controller into that and play with it. It broke a PlayStation 2 controller, so I'm definitely taking a risk even pulling this one out again. But I said, we gotta show this, let's do it, and show it that way. And anything else as far as like, just weird ways about how to play a game, because that can be fun. We had fun doing that with Donkey Kong Country, as far as the last week. Fine, Donkey Kong Country 2 in particular for Game Boy Advance, we did that. So we have that going for December 14th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and week after that, Dolly Finn in chat's going to be back for ElecVerse, a game I know you want to see, and I cannot wait to get to this one either. She can't. She's practicing like crazy to almost hardcore levels when she can, of course. His idea was to all have lives on this program, so that's the idea. She was going to be in for the show when we do Tetris and Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo. Another one's like, hey, hoping for a re-release of. But yeah, he's mixing Tetris original, Dr. Mario, and has a mixed match. We're going to go through the whole game, have a great time playing multiplayer, but also showing off everything we have for it. It's a great choice as far as ElecVerse wanted to see that. And we take a viewer request every month, by the way, to remind everybody. And to the Big Disney Fan 86, once again, welcome to you. Just to let you know how we do things. That's what we always do when we have a new guest. We always say, hey, how we do things on this program. We're very glad to have you. We really are. I do mean that for sure. From the bottom of my heart. Because you have a lot of choices of what you can do on a Saturday night. You come and spend some time with us, and we appreciate it for sure. But yeah, so we take your requests, and we're going to have a great time doing Tetris Dr. Mario. And the week after that, on December 28th, last show of the year, I get to start Shenmue on the Dreamcast. I love this game to death, and I cannot wait to show off this game to start, because we've been playing this for 6 months. The way we're going to start is I'm going to show off, like we did with The Lion King here, us muted for a couple minutes, because there's no subtitles, and that's another thing. When we have a case when there's no subtitles for something, we mute the mic. Once there's a reason not to, but that's usually how it is. I'm going to show off the video trailer of Shenmue that came with the official Dreamcast magazine demo disc from, I think it was September of 2000. I do have it, and basically show how was I introduced to this game. This is a game that's very sacred to me. Kind of a precursor to the Yakuza Like a Dragon games a little bit. If these are the case that Shenmue walked so this could run, but another one that is a fantastic game. We're going to have our great adventures with Ryo Hazuki at the Hazuki Dojo in Yamanoshi in 1986. In searching for Landy, the man who murdered his father in front of his eyes. Dolly Finn's going to be with me for part 1 of that one for sure. We have a great time starting that one, running through the Dreamcast. That is how we're going to play it. And I cannot wait to show off everything I know about that game and feasibly find new stuff out about it, which we always do, it seems like. And then, getting into January, I'm figuring out what this is. I might feasibly take off the first week. Maybe. And I might feasibly double up then the week after that. And you know what? I will keep you updated as far as if I actually do decide to do that. But if that's the case, then I'm going to feasibly put the show I was doing on January 4th off for about a week, and I'm going to double up on the shows. I think. I think in that case, what I will do is... This is going to be up in the air. This is maybe a thought I'm having. Like, hey, maybe have a little bit of a week off this way. But also then double up later, because we got another showcase show coming up. This was something that is brought to you by Ultra94T. He gave me a copy of the Nintendo GameCube preview disc. Not a cheap disc. I appreciate him providing that. As far as it, I want to pay him. He said, no, please take it. It's a gift from me. I was like, wow, talk about gracious. I said, we're doing this in the show. But everything as far as the demos that are on that of games like Sonic Adventure DX, Splinter Cell, which we mentioned earlier, Soul Calibur 2, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and many others. And give a little bit of a look at that, and I'll feasibly be on camera for that if I can also get the Game Boy Advance stuff figured. I'm actually going to have to borrow Game Boy Advance with somebody for that. Actually, that reminds me on the Mario Sunshine front. For that show we're doing in December, I'm also going to be borrowing the Taiko Drum Master drum from Edwack, and that'll be the idea. And also for that, on the YouTube site, as exclusive, on the final day of 2020-24, I'm going to have a smash cut of all the deaths we had from that showcase show and for our whole play of Mario Sunshine, exclusive to the YouTube site for you. And then as far as other stuff for January, fine. If I do double up, it'll be January 10th for the Nintendo GameCube preview disc show, and then the next night will be either the finale of Tomba. We'll figure if that's going to be the finale. It probably will be, if it would be. Or I might put Shenmue there. I was like, fine, I'll just do the next part Shenmue then. And then I guess so it'll be either that one or Tomba. We'll still have Tomba going as far as it. I believe the finale will be in January. I'm pretty sure. I don't think we finish it in a couple weeks. If we do, we'll figure it, but we're going 100%, so I'm not going to make a promise saying, like, oh, we're going to finish it earlier than I think. We'll see where the game goes. And then end of January, the last weekend, if Edwack is able to figure this, because it's going to depend on schedule for him, and Nikki as well, because she's always on the show when he's there, and vice versa. That would feasibly be on January 24th for Smart Ball for Super Nintendo. That's a game that I actually did not know anything about until earlier this year when he mentioned, I love this game. This is a game that's something that formed my childhood, and I want to show it. And I said, you got it, my friend. It's from the people who made Pokemon, actually, Game Freak. Now, I never heard of this. It was like an early game on the Super Nintendo, and he's going to show it off. At some point, if he doesn't show it off that weekend, which would be the Friday of January 24th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if that doesn't happen, I will be on January 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're starting Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance because we're celebrating 5 years of the program next year. We will be going back to a game we played for the show before as a new return, specifically for purposes of showing a different version off. Coming back to a game that I recorded years and years ago, but I don't have the recording of which I only have 3 left like that, and Halo is one of those. Wait, did I say that was the one we're doing? It is Halo Combat Evolved for Xbox. That's what we're gonna do. Playing the Halo Master Chief Collection port, which in and of itself is a port of the Halo Anniversary Edition from Xbox 360. Running through the Xbox Series X as far as that. So yeah, try to wrap your head around that one. That would be a case of what Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance is all about. Or cases where maybe we played something for the show, you missed it. You're like, I wish I could have been there when we did it. ElecVerse said for that, he's like, I love Mega Man 7, my favorite of the classic Mega Man games. And like, I get you. I love that game. It's probably the one that means the most to me as well. So we're going to do that one as one later next year. We'll have one of those a month, by the way, along with the review requests, specifically. And fine, I'll also say this, also, if Smart Brawl falls through, the viewer request will be the GameCube preview disc, just to get into that. That's going to be a question what we do as far as that, and then February, we'll have Shenmue going on. I have other slots I'm going to figure. I'll figure a viewer request of some sort. And then at the end of the month, that's either going to be Nocturne finishing off Crocodiles of the Gobos. I don't think that's happening that way, but we'll figure it. And if it's not the case, she's going to come back and she's going to play Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. We played Super Mario Bros. 3 on NES a few weeks ago. It feels like it's been longer than just a few weeks. But She wants to go through the extra levels that are added that Game Boy Advance version that she's never seen. She's going to blind look through them because she's our expert and resident massive fan of Super Mario Bros. 3. That is all hers. And we have stuff, of course, for next year, including our annual April Fool's Day show program. This year, or next year, it's going to be Plumber's Over Ties Definitive Edition on the Switch. You are not going to miss that. You're probably going to say, what the fuck is this? There might not be a worse game we could ever show on this program than that. You're not going to want to miss that one in April. And then in May, at some point, either Cinco de Mayo weekend or Memorial Day weekend, I'll figure that's going to be based on how schedule's looking. Because I definitely have to fill schedule stuff. And the Shenmue will still be going probably for some time on that one. We will have our other annual program in May, which is going to be our classic game compilation program. So we could feasibly do something like this in the sense that, hey, we give a sample of every game as a little bit of a showcase, kind of an in-between of the Thanksgiving one we're doing next week. Where our next subject is going to be ElecVerse request. There's going to be Title Legends 2 for the PlayStation 2. It also goes to a request he had of me years ago, which was On the Ball, which is on Super Nintendo. It is the arcade, or that's the console version of an arcade game called Camel Tree. I don't have On the Ball yet. I'm sorry, ElecVerse. We will get to that for sure. Like, here's the thing. I might make people wait for it to get stuff through. To A, get a copy of the game. B, scope it to make sure we go the whole way and go right. And C, get an element on the schedule going that way. But we'll at least get the arcade version start. And many other very underrated Taito games. Many I've never heard of. More so than even Title Legends 1, which we did on last year's entry of that annual program. And many other things as well. So I think that's going to do the show for tonight. Thank you so much for joining us for Super Bowl Game Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. I had such a great time doing it. As I always do, and I hope you all had a good time as well. And you definitely fill me, for sure, with all of your input and everything you have. And all your requests, even as far as, like, how do I go through something in the game? Like, yeah, we're going to go the whole way. I'll give you whatever you want to see. And I have a great time, too. So thank you so much for everything. My gratitude is never going to cease. And with that, I wish you a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great shorter week coming forward. And hope you have a happy Thanksgiving next week. I will see you after Thanksgiving on November 30th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Dolly Finn for the Volume 1 of our delisted Xbox Live Arcade Showcase. You are not going to want to miss it. And it's one of my favorite shows to do every year as far as this, and I got so much for you. That is a can't-miss program, my friends, and thank you so much for that, and I hope you look forward to it. But until next week, and until that great gaming feast, have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for everything. Keep being awesome. I will see you next week. I'm looking forward to it. And take care, everybody.